which would be a testament to Arvind Kejriwal's governance model. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party's welfare schemes, such as 2,100 rupees monthly allowance for women, will be put to test. On the other hand, BJP is determined to regain lost ground and prove its dominance in the national capitals, which they did during the Lok Sabha polls ever since 2014. Congress, which has been struggling to find its footing, sees this election as an opportunity to revive its fortunes. The election is being contested across 70 assembly seats with over 1.47 crore eligible voters. The outcome of this election will have significant implications for all these three parties. And if AAP wins, it will reinforce Kejriwal's position as a key player in national politics. A BJP victory will boost the party's morale and demonstrate its ability to win state elections one after the other. For the Congress, a decent performance will be crucial in restoring its credibility. The results will not only decide the fate of Delhi, but will also have a ripple effect on national politics. So hello everyone, the stage is set, and for the next few hours, this is your election news destination as we get you all the numbers from all the counting centers. Even as we speak, 2 minutes to go for the EVMs to open. First will be the postal ballot which will be counted, and then it will be the actual votes. So roughly around 8:30 a.m. is when we can expect that to happen. But for the moment, let's bring in the reporters who are tracking the story very, very closely. What is happening at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters? 10 years it has been in power. Are they looking tensed? Has some preparations begun? Is there some jalebi or some mithai or laddus anywhere, Anushka?
Maria, we are seeing that this intense campaigning came to an end, but also we saw that the showdown was continuing between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, while we saw the BJP giving a tough fight and looking for a comeback after 27 years. We saw Congress fighting for resurgence and Aam Aadmi Party fighting for survival. Also, now we are seeing that during the first term, Aam Aadmi Party won with 67 seats. On the second term, Aam Aadmi Party won with 62 seats. But now the Aam Aadmi Party had a quite tumultuous year. This time around, they were, all of the senior leaderships of the Aam Aadmi Party were in fact jailed on the charges of corruption. Several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders were also in fact, they had to face a tough time during this
show to our viewers
term.
What exactly is happening at the Aam Aadmi Party office.
Certainly, Maria, I'll ask my camera person to in fact pan the camera and also show you the visuals here. The stage is set. We are seeing Karyakartas are coming one after another, and we are also seeing all of them exuding confidence that they are in fact going to win this battle. Now, remember when the exit polls prediction came, it predicted that the BJP is about to make a comeback, but also Aam Aadmi Party leaders rejected the exit poll and said that this is a fake narrative that is being said by the BJP, who are trying to in fact poach the Aam Aadmi Party's MLAs. Will also show you around, what kind of a scene, what kind of a glimpse can be, seen here at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders we saw in the morning, they went to the temple to take blessings. Also, we saw some of them saying that they are quite confident that Arvind Kejriwal is going to be next Chief Minister. Atishi, who's the incumbent Chief Minister, has said that. And also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party people who are in fact quite confident that their welfare schemes and their developmental work is what the people of Delhi have voted for. Now it's about 8 o'clock, and we are seeing that the counting will be started now. Also, we are seeing people of the Delhi who decided on 5th of February the results will be coming, and we will get to know as to what Delhi has decided. But also we are seeing both the party, that is the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, are fighting closely, while the Congress is looking for a resurgence this time around. Back to studio, Mara.
Thank you so much. We'll keep coming to you. We have here in the studio Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist, Sujata Pandey, political analyst. Amitabh Tiwari, stakes are high, could not be higher than this, because it is, after all, the showcase capital of the national capital, of one of the fastest growing economies. So is it really that showcase capital is going to be decided today? it's not just about those who cast their votes. The entire country is watching these 70 seats.
Yeah, so it's now you can say it's the sixth battle between brand Modi and brand Kejriwal. You can
That's
say.
right.
It's 3-2 in favor of brand Modi as of now. But the Aam Aadmi Party has been winning the state elections and has been equaling the record of the BJP or Prime Minister Modi. So the question is, how much dent has the BJP's narrative of this corruption allegations, Liquorgate scandal, Sheesh Mahal allegations have dented the credibility of Arvind Kejriwal? That's the primary or the key question which could decide the fortunes of these elections. Because see, Delhi has a high middle class population base compared to other states. And unlike the rest of the country where the middle class traditionally backs the BJP, here in the Vidhan Sabha election, a majority of the middle class backs the Aam Aadmi Party, fascinated by its anti-corruption plank, transparent funding, public participation in decision making, fresh perspective, ideas, etc. So now we have to see whether brand Kejriwal holds on to its fort, whether the Mahila, the minorities, the middle class continue to back him as they do, and that could well decide the fortunes of these elections.
Okay, so let me go to Gazali now, who's joining us from the Kalkaji Counting Center. It's 8-3, so the counting has begun, Gazali.
Yeah, certainly. The counting has begun and so is the movement here. You can see the party supporters for all the parties, for Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. They have all lined up here, anxiously waiting for any such info from their candidates, because Al-Kalama from Congress and Atishi as well from Aam Aadmi Party, they have both gone inside. We have not seen Ramesh Bidhuri, who is also the candidate for the Kalkaji Assembly constituency. This particular counting center also serves counting for the 4 constituencies besides Kalkaji. It is also for Okhla and other assembly constituencies. And before getting inside, we managed to speak to Atishi as well as Al-Kalamba. They both said that perhaps they're confident of their victory. Atishi said that Arvind Kejriwal will be the chief minister for the 4th time. For Al-Kalamba, she is also saying that she is very confident that people will choose her as the representative for Kalkaji Assembly constituency. And Maria, this entire contest, as you rightly pointed out, is like everybody is keenly watching it, especially for Aam Aadmi Party. It's a high stakes battle. Till yesterday we saw the kind of allegations and counter allegations, and we have also seen that how their resources from Punjab has been engaged in this entire campaigning. And experts also point out that perhaps the outcome of this result will have some reverberation in Punjab's politics as well.
Yes, that's right. And we can see all reporters outside the counting center, and that's where the focus is at the moment. So if I were to give some data to the viewers, in around 5,000 trained personnel will be overseeing this entire counting process. In each assembly constituency, 5 randomly selected VVPATs, which is voter verifiable paper audit trails, will be checked to ensure transparency. So Election Commission also preparing itself from an impending charge or preemptive charge which will be coming in from any of the political parties. A word from Aswarya Jain, who joins us from the BJP headquarters. A big day certainly for the BJP, I would say, Aswarya. They have been out of power in Delhi for 27 long years.
Well, and after almost 20 to 25 years, we are witnessing such kind of excitement at the BJP state unit, at the BJP state headquarters at Pandit Mark. Let me show you quickly the visuals of the BJP state headquarters. A big screen has been installed over here, and there has been massive cutouts which had also been installed. A lot of media personals who are gathering out here, and Vishnu Mittal, BJP leader, also joining with me. Let me have a quick word from him. सर बिग डे एक्साइटमेंट लगभग 20-25 साल बाद इतना एक्साइटमेंट हम लोग बीजेपी के मुख्यालय पे यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं. कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है आप लोग आज?
100% कॉन्फिडेंट है और दिल्ली की जनता में भी खुशी का माहौल है, क्योंकि 26 साल तक दिल्ली की जनता ने जो देखा है, पहले 15 साल कांग्रेस और 11 साल आम आदमी पार्टी, दिल्ली की इतनी बुरी हालत कर दी है. दिल्ली देश की राजधानी है, दिल्ली कूड़े का ढेर बन गया है, दिल्ली में डेवलपमेंट के नाम पे कुछ नहीं हुआ, पोल्यूशन में दिल्ली के लोग जीने को मजबूर हैं, पीने को गंदा पानी मिल रहा है, तो उसी के खिलाफ दिल्ली की जनता ने वोट दिया है, मोदी जी पे भरोसा किया है।
विष्णु जी जल्दी से बताइए कि आपने तो जमीन पर काम किया, इस पूरे इलेक्शंस में झुग्गियों पर खास तौर पर काम किया, वो कौन से ऐसे सेक्शंस हैं जिनका वोटर स्विंग हो सकता है इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी से बीजेपी की तरफ, और आपको लगता है कि ये सेक्शन, ये फैक्टर्स हमारे तरफ जाने वाले हैं?
देखिए 100% एक तो दिल्ली के झुग्गी के लोगों ने भाजपा को वोट दिया है, क्योंकि झुग्गियों की ऐसी हालत अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कर दी है, आप कभी जाके देखेंगे तो वहाँ पे नालियां सीवर जाम पड़ी है, कूड़े के ढेर लगे।
The first lead has come in and this is for the Aam Aadmi Party. So at 8-8 is when the first leads have come in. It is for the Aam Aadmi Party. Sajjan, a word on this and then I go back to Aswarya.
Yeah, I mean, let's wait, I mean, kind of as happens in every election, let's wait up to, say, 10-11 and thereafter we'll have a clarity. But nevertheless, this time kind of, when it was almost 2 weeks back, it seemed that Aam Aadmi Party, despite the downward trend, is maintaining an edge because of the demographic factor, because of its schemes. But as the election started moving closer, certainly there were kind of reports that BJP is trying to get some more momentum. And there are two things, and that's my personal view. If you talk to the people who were more on the ground, they still think that the demographic age may be there or it may be a bit closer. But when the exit poll comes, and the benefit of the exit poll is that it is the latest kind of a sentiment mapping from the people, and it's giving a clear edge to the BJP. So therefore, let's wait up to 10-11, because being the smaller constituency, it would be easier to get the train by 11.
So it's 8-9, and there is one lead, another one which has come in. This is postal ballot, ladies and gentlemen. This is for the Aam Aadmi Party. Going back to Aswarya. Aswarya, what is the preparations at the BJP office in Delhi?
Well, Karyakartas are also expected in a short while from now at the BJP headquarters, because the exit polls clearly predicted that it would be BJP Sarkar this time in the national capital. A double engine government is something that the BJP leaders are also expecting, looking at the exit polls that had paved way for them. But huge posters and cutouts being installed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, BJP President JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah at the BJP state headquarters. A lot of media personals are over here as well. And leaders have started arriving early this morning at the BJP state headquarters. Let's wait for almost an hour or so as to get a much clearer picture as to where these results will turn around.
Fast,
But
very
Janata
fast.
Party top
It's
leadership
just a
very
matter of
confident
70
the promises that
seats.
they have done.
Not many, not too many. And it's 4 for the BJP, 1 for Aam Aadmi Party. It's postal ballots very, very early. It's 8-10 only. Sujata.
So I think this election will set the barometer for the upcoming political climate in this country, especially with the Bihar election, and then you have in 26 you have the Bengal election. If BJP wins, it will end their dry spell of 30 years, and it will finally establish that BJP has been able to broaden its base of Hindutva and now to a socially, economically deprived section, which supposedly was not something that BJP could forte on. Yes. So now this would change. If AAP wins, then I think Delhi would now get synonymous with Arvind Kejriwal model of governance, as how Pradhan Mantri Modi's model of governance is synonymous with the Gujarat model. It will also put Arvind Kejriwal as an alternative to the Rahul Gandhi, I would say, in the India bloc.
More leads coming in. BJP 5, Aam Aadmi Party 1. Very early, nothing much to say on that. From which part of Delhi are these numbers coming? That remains to be seen. In all, 6 leads which have come in so far out of 70. Remember, the halfway mark in the 70-member assembly is 34. Go ahead.
This is largely postal ballots. I would assume postal ballots would be less than 1% of the total votes in Delhi. But there is an interesting trend here, is that in the recent polls we've seen that in postal ballots BJP has been trailing across states, most of the states. Here it's leading. It's also primarily to do with that the central government and the state government employees proportion is higher. Also, this could include the senior citizens. So the tax break, the disenchantment of the middle class with Arvind Kejriwal, the 8th pay commission, all these things could potentially give an edge to the BJP, perhaps slight edge in the postal ballot things. But we'll have to wait till, as Sajjad is saying, around 10:30ish is what some
The
early
picture will-
conclusions
yes,
could be made
yes.
on
You
the
know what,
results.
Maria, what is interesting? I'm only interested to know kiski jalebi banegi or kiske laddu nahi, because this
Yes.
should not happen in Haryana.
In fact, those visuals that are coming in out of a counting center where postal ballots are being counted even as we speak. So we have early trends, very, very early trends, ladies and gentlemen, of 8 seats in which BJP is leading in 6, Aam Aadmi Party in 2. Let's bring in some more guests who are joining us on this special broadcast. Nitin Tyagi, BJP spokesperson. We have Ashpreet Kadial of the Congress. Nitin Tyagi, of course, it's too early. Perhaps even the BJP will be careful, because as I've been speaking to some BJP leaders, they are saying that don't jump the gun. We have had celebrations in the past and we have got celebrations wrong. So this time around, we'll ensure that the celebrations begin at the right moment.
Definitely, celebrations should begin at the right moment, but you should be prepared to celebrate. We have worked really hard, and all the volunteers, all the Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party have truly pushed themselves beyond their limits to win this election, and we are very confident of winning this election. And Arvind Kejriwal ji, with his whole gang of PC warriors, I think he has not been able to create a false narrative that he has always been trying to do that. And his politics of creating fear in the minds of public, his politics of coming out with false promises to the public, I think people are able to see through it. And we are very confident of coming up on top in this election.
Okay.
And,
Ashpreet Kadial, at the moment, let me take your reaction. It's 8:14 and the Congress seems to have got one lead in the postal ballot.
Well, see, number one, it's been 27 years since the Bharatiya Janata Party saw power in government, and it will take another 27 years for them to see power. Second of all, we all know how massive the anti-incumbency was against the Aam Aadmi Party, given the massive failures they had in the last couple of years. The report card of the Aam Aadmi Party, everyone knows, the sheesh mahals, the liquor scams, their entire leadership going behind bars, spending 5 to 6 months, getting their bills rejected again and again, and then ultimately getting it. And then orders like you can't go to the same office, can't go to the secretariat. And then the kind of outrageous allegations that were leveled, the kind of outrageous statements that were given. I think there's a bit of introspection also that's needed, saying that the Yamuna River is being that Yamuna is being poisoned, and then saying that a government is involved, then defaming Punjabis by the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, and then bringing down the level of politics by leaders like Mr. Ramesh Bidhuri, who said that if we win, we'll make the roads like the cheeks of Priyanka Gandhi, which is utterly obnoxious, and the Bharatiya Janata Party did not do anything about that. So let's not bring down the level of politics just in order to win, because at the end of the day, democracy should not lose.
Aam Aadmi Party has been in power in Delhi. The question is, will they get another term? Will Arvind Kejriwal get another term? That's at stake. And what is the future of Aam Aadmi Party post today will be decided as well. But it's rather a peculiar situation, Amitabh. Every time we look at elections, we talk about, battle for survival for one party or the other.
No, see, essentially, for Congress, of course, it's a battle of relevance, because the party has not been able to open its account. If it does not open its account even now or in this election, then it could be relegated to clearly the 3rd position or the 4th, 5th position. Now somebody else could take over as the 3rd party in Delhi, because you have a crucial Punjab election also. So you have to see that Congress has been ceding ground to the Aam Aadmi Party. Then Gujarat could be troublesome for the Congress party, because in Gujarat, Aam Aadmi Party has already made inroads into the Congress vote bank. For Aam Aadmi Party, I would not say it's an existential crisis, because let's say even if they lose, the party by its structure is capable of spreading its wings across the country, because it's not a regional party. It's not born out of a regional movement. Parties like TMC, DMK, TRS, they are confined to the perimeter of their state. Aam Aadmi Party can spread its wings nationally, and its leader speaks Hindi. So it's able to connect to a larger populace.
Yes, to the North India.
To the north and even Hindi belt. See, and even in Western India like Gujarat or Maharashtra, people do understand Hindi, correct? It's only problematic in the southern part or maybe the northeastern part of the country. For BJP, again, it's a small state, correct? So if they lose, they could play on the game that it's a small state, nothing matters, it's a half state rather, correct? But it's a battle for prestige because 3 times in a row, a brand which has been
Winning
the
Lok Sabha
topmost,
polls.
winning Lok Sabha polls, defeating all brands at the top of the ratings, is not able to defeat a smaller brand in a small state. So that will be put to question. And like Sujata ji said, it will then be a Gujarat model of governance versus a Delhi model of governance. 2 very alternate models, but they have their own pockets of influence in different parts of the country.
And Sujata, you know, the difference between 2020 polls and this one is that Arvind Kejriwal also had won municipal elections in 2022. So for all the practical purposes, he could not have really continued to pass the blame and indulge in this. Okay, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing in postal ballot is what we are being told now. It's 8:18. I'm just watching the time, the clock, as much as we look at those numbers. It's 6-6. It's even Steven between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party right now, even as Arvind Kejriwal is trailing from his New Delhi constituency. So, you know, the larger question then is that it can no longer have that fig leaf that it does not really control Delhi, if you have the control of municipality.
So that is why, Maya, what happened is when they won MCD, they celebrated, but they did not understand that it could become the reason of, you know, the entire blame game that they've been playing all throughout. What I call is a typical topi transfer, that you know, the LG is not allowing them to function, and then there are sewer problems, there are road problems, there is dirt accumulation, then all that Kude ka Pahar and all of that.
So Parvesh Verma is leading, in fact, from New Delhi constituency. A word on Parvesh.
I think he would be able to
pull it through.
You know, Arvind Kejriwal, because you know, these the constituency. If you see the New Delhi constituency, there is a middle class. There is also government officials, which definitely benefit from the budget and the 8th pay commission. And then BJP has been camping in those juggis. You know, the RSS has been, the Vistaraks have gone there. So there is a split of the juggi voter, which was a core voter of the Arvind Kejriwal.
That's right.
So it is, and you see from the frustration, from the body language, from the theatrics that
too early to talk about the body language, I would say.
One thing is interesting in New Delhi. It's one of the few constituencies where the number of voters have declined. There's a 20,000, around 20,000 voters have reduced. Who are these voters? Have the government voters moved to a new location because of the construction of new quarters? Then the proportion of the poor and lower class increases in that seat. That's very tricky. I think it's just one of the 2 seats where the voting number has reduced.
Okay, so 9 for the BJP, 7 for Aam Aadmi Party. That's the updated lead. But, you know, New Delhi constituency, a fascinating battle playing out. Congress veteran and heavyweight in Sandeep Dixit versus Arvind Kejriwal versus Pervesh Verma, who did not get the Lok Sabha tickets, but the BJP chose to field him in these elections, and he also went all out and he campaigned rather aggressively, Amitabh.
And precisely, if you see, they were kind of initially, the trend was that, sorry, that even if AAP would be able to this time retain, there were some of the constituency, and New Delhi being among them, that perhaps therein it may be a scenario, and it's still too early to say that maybe Aam Aadmi Party won't be doing as bad as is expected, but the top leadership may lose their seats.
But if Arvind Kejriwal loses, this election is a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal.
Precisely.
And Aam Aadmi Party is a very personality-driven party.
That would be the curse of Shiela Dixit, you know, I mean, kind of.
I don't know about the curse and all that, but it's, you know, this election was fought on the face of the Arvind Kejriwal. But if he loses its face, the party loses its face, the things that he said, and his model also loses its face. So I see it as a,
interestingly, let's not forget that when the Lok Sabha elections were fought, it was the same Mr. Kejriwal who had said that if you want me to continue in jail, then make Aam Aadmi Party lose. But if you want me to come out, then ensure that BJP
and they lost all
that
7
Aam Aadmi Party wins all 7 seats.
No, but what Sajjan is hinting at is that there could be a West Bengal kind of a situation
Exactly.
where you are cornered into a tight contest and you might lose, but your party might eventually win the state. So what happens? So Mamata Banerjee still became the chief minister.
She lost from Nandigram, but
Uttarakhand Chief
but
Minister.
thereafter, I mean, kind of.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister.
Yeah.
Pushkar Dhami lost, correct, the elections.
I mean, here.
And then he became the CM.
Yeah, here more than Kejriwal, I think stakes are for Aam Aadmi Party for a reason, because what Amitabh ji was saying, that Aam Aadmi Party, one of the reasons that why they are able to expand or at least have a significant presence, 13% in Gujarat, then forming the government in Punjab and lots many areas. Because see, you can be a party into one state. When you go to the other state, you are confined to that territory. But when you are ruling Delhi, you know, everywhere you go across India, and you say, आप Delhi में, you come to Delhi and you see what we are doing, you see the education. I mean, that way Kejriwal used to flaunt. So for Aam Aadmi Party, and here I think I have a different perspective, it's very existential to retain Delhi, you know, because showcasing national capital, you know, as an experiment, as an alternative model of governance. So even if you go to the Gujarat and you start flaunting Delhi model, you go to Punjab, even in Himachal initially there was a traction. You lose Delhi, then you lose the locus standi.
And,
you know?
and it's also said that, you know, in politics, if you lose the roots from where it all started,
Absolutely.
what are you if you are not able to win the state
Precisely.
from where you start?
That's what happened with Congress. When it lost Uttar Pradesh, slowly and steadily it started losing all the Hindi belt.
It's far closer
You know?
than we think right now. It's 9-9.
And that's why this election will be more consequential than existential. I don't know about
Absolutely.
existential, but then consequential for sure, because it will have a consequence
Amitabh,
in Punjab
a word
also.
on this, because we are looking at 8:23 now. It's 10-9. BJP in double digit, but this is of course very, very early.
See, it's a close contest. I mean, even when exit polls were predicting the directionally that BJP is leading, there were some exit polls, I think 2 to 3, who have said that the Aam Aadmi Party could win with a decent enough mandate. That's why you see the poll of polls were at 41-27, something like that. So this is again pointing to a very close contest, a very high profile contest which has been contested not only at a presidential level between Kejriwal and Modi, but also at a seat by seat level, very high pitched campaign and a contest.
And very localized election.
Very localized.
And everybody kept on talking about the big face. I mean, who has the BJP fielded? Who is it, Kejriwal versus who? That question. Despite that, if the early trends are showing this, then there would be lots to analyze by the end of the day about BJP getting its strategy right. But for the moment, let's bring in Arshpreet Kardial and also Nitin Tyagi, who continue to be with us. Arshpreet, of course, you are still at 1. The needle hasn't moved for the Congress party. Let's not forget that there was a great degree of remembrance and at the same time nostalgia for Shiela Dixit when I was traveling in Delhi. Delhi voters did talk about Shiela Dixit and her model of governance and how it did ensure them good water, good electricity 24/7, and things were much better than what it is now.
Exactly. Now, when the elections were happening, people were time and again saying that we all remember the model of governance that was brought about by Shiela Dixit ji. The roads, the bridges, the garbage was in control, the pollution was in control.
No, but could you have, my question is something else. Could you have worked enough to ensure that nostalgia converts into seats?
Of course, we have worked very hard. Now, there's one difference between us and the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party tom-toms a lot. They work less on the ground and they tom-tom a lot on the media, a lot on the social media. They are 24/7 over advertising, marketing and branding. And on the other hand, the Congress party is all about work. We're not brand as much, we're not display as much. We believe in working as actions speak louder than words. And at the end of the day, people should win. The democracy should win. And here we have seen in the last couple of years, the Aam Aadmi Party has made a lot of promises. If they could not deliver it then, Mr. Kejriwal admitted it on an interview that he could not clean the Yamuna despite promise. He could not give clean water in every household. He could not make the roads of Delhi like the roads of Europe. And he has admitted, so why would people of Delhi give him another chance since he has admitted to failure? And he is someone who spent 6 months, and we all remember what the Supreme Court said when the bail of
going back to the reporters who are joining us from the Delhi BJP office, what's the mood like on the ground? Kalkaji, another fascinating battle which is playing out between Alka Lamba versus Ramesh Bidhuri versus Atishi, who is the Chief Minister of Delhi. But a word on BJP office. What's happening there, Ishika? You spoke to Mr. Sachdeva earlier today. He would be going ahead with prayers.
In fact. Well, yes, certainly, today we are seeing, Maria, that the BJP is actually prepped up. In fact, today we are reporting from the Delhi BJP office, and let me show you around that. First, you can see the number of screens that they have put up here, all to witness the counting with all the Karyakartas here as well. And you can see the number of, the screens that have been put up for that. And certainly, you can see the cutouts of rather the big faces or the kingmakers if BJP wins today. So you can see the preparations have already been done at the BJP office, because today what we are getting to know that the Karyakartas, the big leaders will be coming here, and we continue to show you the visuals here, and of course how the intense campaigning happened. So all the big faces of that, be it PM Modi, be it Amit Shah, be it JP Nadda, all of that has been put out here, because remember here that this place has been buzzing since the time the campaign started. And how was the BJP campaign? What were the big issues? Well, all of it is summed up in the poster wall that they had made. You can look at, the poster wall that they had made, talking about the CAG report, the Sheesh Mahal Rao, the liquor policy scam regarding, the women. Certainly, that was also a big factor. So BJP has prepared this poster wall also that continues to be here at their office. So BJP says that they are very much confident that all of these issues will be highlighted in the minds of the voters when they had voted, and it will be reflected in the mandate also today. So certainly the corruption allegations were also a big, a defining factor, but remains to be seen whether or not will it be reflecting in the mandate. But BJP is very much confident this time for a comeback. Over to you.
A comeback after 27 years, but the nature of campaign, nature of strategy, Sajjan, a word on that. So here, perhaps when the Prime Minister addressed the first rally in Delhi, he addressed the big question, the elephant in the room, whether all the freebies will continue or not. Right. So he said everything will continue, and plus there would be a top-up. So 2,100 rupees plus 400 rupees extra, which will be there, and free Bijli, free Pani will continue.
So, say, BJP's strategy has been on the plank of Aam Aadmi Party. They were not into denial or ridicule. So, one, it was assuring the poor voter, and that has been the BJP's core concern, because since 1998, if you see, while middle class have been voting for the BJP, be it Shiela Dixit or Arvind Kejriwal, it's the lower middle class and the poor segments that in assembly election used to vote to the Congress and now Aam Aadmi Party. So, BJP had to win the war of perception by assuring the poor voters that BJP is not against the freebies. This is one. Two, also, there was not much difference besides that Prime Minister led the campaign in Delhi election. Like 2020, 2015, in fact, like 2020, there was no face. Party did not try to project or even float, and there was no whisper campaigning that A, B, C, D could be the face. There was nothing except in the same direction. Both Aam Aadmi Party and BJP were promising the freebies and, as you said, top up. If at all, assuming if BJP, despite everything, despite no novelty, manages to come back into the power, that would be primarily on account of the anti-Aam Aadmi Party, because we do not say, yes, Prime Minister Modi led, but you see BJP leadership, BJP faces, sort of the state unit, there was nothing which was indicating that they were really aggressive. And yet if BJP is coming back, so despite their organizational investment, primarily we have to concede that perhaps Aam Aadmi Party did not only lose the middle class support base, but it also alienated a section of the lower middle class and the poor segments. So primarily it would be, if incumbent loses, anti-incumbency vote, wherein BJP would be the default beneficiary, which it incast on account of.
Yes, because it was a very negative campaign.
Exactly.
You were not really projecting an alternate idea for Delhi.
Exactly. So it was nothing sort of a pro-BJP. It was people, you are angry with the Aam Aadmi Party, and you think BJP is best suited, to be rewarded, because Congress doesn't have the kind of interaction among the electorate.
Okay. Shiela Oberoi of the Aam Aadmi Party joins us. Shiela Oberoi, how is the Aam Aadmi Party viewing early morning trends? It's 8:30 now.
Hello, Maria. Today is a very important day, and today the Delhi Assembly polls result will be declared. And we have full faith and that we are forming government with full majority. And once again, like in last 10 years, we will get blessings of Delhi people. And Delhi people they have voted for the politics of honesty and work, the work done under the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal. And we have not fought against one party. We have fought against the entire corrupt system. This time, it was good governance model versus corrupt system, where the policies are being made to support the big business tycoon friends. And
it's 21-21.
It was
so
only
even Stephen again for the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Okay, so even while I was speaking that, BJP has gone up by 2 seats. And if you look at the difference from 2020, BJP up 20 seats in postal ballot, Aam Aadmi Party down 22 seats in the postal ballot. Postal ballot, of course, so I will not say much on that. Go ahead, Shiela. Finish your point.
The counting has just started, so
yes.
These are the initial results.
Yes.
And this time, it was a very different election. It was Arvind Kejriwal on the one side and the other parties, BJP and Congress, as well as the other agencies, whether it is ED, CBI, Delhi Police, Election Commission on the other hand. It was only Arvind Kejriwal ji who could fight against the entire corrupt system.
So the question of level playing field, the same charge is coming here, Amitabh. I mean, nothing new. We have heard this in election after election. And again, let's not forget that when UPA was in power, it faced the same charge from the BJP that there is no level playing field. But I'm talking about the BJP campaign here. Let's look at that. It was a negative campaign, but I would also say that this was a campaign meant to, take that sheen of brand Kejriwal. Because they knew that if Kejriwal's image is dented, then they would have a chance in Delhi.
Yeah, because see, the Aam Aadmi Party's base vote is what? Around 20-25% in the Lok Sabha. But it gets around 54-55% in Vidhan Sabha. This 30% is clearly a leadership vote, which Kejriwal is pulling voters from Congress Party and BJP in a Vidhan Sabha election. So if you're fighting this election, you needed to dent brand Kejriwal. So that's why this liquor gate and Sheesh Mahal were raised to show that brand Kejriwal has weakened and he's deviated from his path or from his earlier stance that he would not take security, he would not live in a palatial house sort of a thing. So they were targeting at that. Once that happened, but BJP's campaign here has also changed over this last month. This was just the initial sort of campaign. Once they realized that this is not perhaps working amongst the poor and the lower class, then they started talking about continuance of the schemes because Aam Aadmi Party's narrative is or was that the BJP would stop the schemes if they come back to power. That was a powerful narrative which Aam Aadmi Party had. So the Prime Minister himself had to come and say that the schemes will be continued. That's number one. And number two, it will be topped up. See, the biggest weakness of Aam Aadmi Party in this campaign has been that they were not able to transfer a single installment of the Mahila Samman Yojana. That is what is very intriguing to me. They had allocated a budget of 2,000 crores, but they did not transfer.
Unlike Maharashtra. Yeah, unlike Maharashtra. So, so here is someone, Shiela, that brings me to that question. That BJP is saying that we delivered in states. If we promised we delivered, it's not freebie per se. But in case of Aam Aadmi Party, you made that promise of 2,100. It's your government in power. Why didn't you pay a single installment?
First of all, the spokesperson is talking about the campaign done by BJP.
No, he's not a spokesperson,
Let me tell
he's an
you,
analyst.
that was a negative campaign. They have done an electoral scam. They were buying votes and they were misusing their power. On the other hand, when the complaint was filed against them to the Election Commission did not take any action at that time. So they bought, maybe they have bought votes by distributing money, by distributing different household things. But BJP is very overconfident and definitely this time Bharatiya Janata Party again, even after 27, 28 years back, the Delhi people have already rejected them, and this time also
Okay.
Bharatiya Janata Party
Charu
will not
Pragya
rule.
of the BJP
And
joins us.
you're talking about fulfilling the promises. What about the 15 lakhs which they promised to transfer into the bank accounts of the
So, you know, we
citizens
will
of
wait
India?
for,
What
we will
about
wait
those
for
promises?
all
What
this.
about
You know,
Bharatiya
your
Janata
reaction,
Party
BJP's
talking
reaction in
about
just a bit. But Tanushka is joining
could
us
not
from the Aam
deliver
Aadmi
those.
Party headquarters. I want to understand what's happening at the AAP office. I've covered Aam Aadmi Party from the times that they started, from the Anna Hazare movement. We have seen that enthusiasm, euphoria around Mr. Kejriwal's brand of politics, how he was this outsider who completely disrupted politics of the country. And now, what are you seeing there? The Jhadu, how is it looking?
Well, certainly, Maria, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have started arriving here. We talked to Jasmine Shah, we talked to Anurag Dhanda. Both of them have echoed that this was the toughest battle that the Aam Aadmi Party had to fight. Now, I'd like to show you some glimpse of the Aam Aadmi Party office and what all is going around here. I'll request my camera person to pan the camera and show you the visuals. We are seeing that the stage is set. All the leaders are arriving one by one, and several of the arrangements have been made here. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they will be winning with a comfortable margin this time around. They have also said that this was not just a fight against political parties but against a corrupt system. Now remember, during the last leg of this term in Aam Aadmi Party, it was quite tough for all the senior leaderships. We saw several of the senior leaders who had been in fact jailed on the corruption charges, and also we are seeing right now Aam Aadmi Party is in fact saying that they are about to win this election with a comfortable margin. We did see that this was quite an intense and sometimes hostile campaigning that went on. We also saw that the Congress was fighting for resurgence. The BJP was in fact trying to give a tough battle, and also the Aam Aadmi Party's fight for survival. Today is the day when people will get to know what Delhi has decided.
Okay.
But also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party had to face quite a...
Okay, we will come back to you. Charu Pragya of the BJP joins us. Charu, what's happening?
Maria, good morning. I'm at Delhi BJP and the office is buzzing with activity and positive energy. We are waiting to finally see the day when this Aapta will be swept out of Delhi. Delhi has been waiting for this day for a very long time, and the early indications are showing that it will be exactly as we had predicted for months, because here is a political party that has literally gone back on every single thing they said to the electorate in Delhi. They've done a U-turn everywhere. They have done scams, they have filled up their own pockets, and the situation has been dismal. Delhi deserves far, far better, and they're about to get it. Interestingly, all three of the tallest AAP leaders are trailing right now, starting from Arvind Kejriwal, and then Atishi, and then Manish Sisodia. Also interestingly, Aam Aadmi Party is already finding things to blame for their loss. So thankfully, they've not started on the EVMs yet, but they're talking about their candidates being approached. They are talking about complaints being made. Again, they have not backed any of this up with any proof. In fact, we've not even heard the names of the 16 candidates who have apparently been approached. And when the Delhi Anti-Corruption Bureau tried to investigate this, they were turned back. No details were given to them. So all of this is indicative of a massive loss coming Aam Aadmi Party's way, and I'm waiting to
We'll wait for that. Charu, we'll wait for that. It's 8:40. It's only postal ballots. Perhaps now we can tell our viewers that the counting of EVMs have begun. So the counting of EVMs have begun very early in the day. In next few minutes, around 10:30 is when picture will be clear. So we can say it's picture abhi baki hai. So wait for your thoughts. Lots to analyze, lots to contemplate, lots to think about. That how did the BJP in particular manage that answer when it is about face versus face? They completely said we will not be getting into that domain. When it is about Arvind Kejriwal versus who, repeatedly that question was asked during the course of the campaign. BJP refused to engage on that issue. We have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, what's the mood on the ground? You are at Gold Market and Delhi is looking bright and sunny.
Yes, exactly, Maria. I am at the Gold Market Counting Center at the New Delhi, where the New Delhi constituency, polls, booths, ballots are being counted at the moment. It is 8:41 right now. We're 40 minutes into counting. Of course, it's only begun at this point. And high stakes battle here, right at the booth where I am at this counting center. Saurabh Bhardwaj, the candidate from Greater Kailash, had gone in earlier, and Sandeep Dixit, the main contender from this New Delhi constituency seat from the Congress, has also gone in a while back. Remember, this is the seat which is facing a very stiff and very tough triangular contest between former Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, and Pervesh Verma from the BJP, and of course Sandeep Dixit from the Congress. So it'll be interesting to see, how does the New Delhi constituency seat also fare. And definitely, the Aam Aadmi Party is looking for a hat-trick, looking for a third term here. The BJP, on the other hand, is looking to make a comeback after around 27 years in Delhi all across.
Okay.
So while the Congress, of course, in the last assembly elections has only gotten around 2 seats, so they're also looking to, make some sort of a dent this time.
Okay.
But this is, of course, it's very heated up today. It'll be interesting to see how the results start rolling in.
Okay, and what happens by the end of the day? What happens in the next 2 hours? That will decide the fate of Delhi and in many ways the entire country, because is Delhi really that showcase capital of that India wants to put on the map to tell the who's who visit India, the heads of various countries who visit India? That's the big question that is going to be answered today. Amitabh, a word on Arvind Kejriwal. From the New Delhi constituency in 2020, he had won that seat by 21,687 votes, and we are looking at 843 now, and he is trailing vis-a-vis Mr. Parvesh Verma. Parvesh Verma, another very interesting political figure now, from being one of many BJP MPs in Delhi to not being fielded to now taking on the Chief Minister.
Yeah, so that is a strategy which BJP used in Madhya Pradesh, where they fielded many of their MPs to contest in Vidhan Sabha elections. See, Arvind Kejriwal has got a fight for the first time on this seat after 2013, if you say, when he defeated Shiela Dixit. Now, what is happening there is that Sandeep Dixit has also run a very shrill campaign because he wants to probably partake the legacy of her mother, and he feels that Arvind Kejriwal has tarnished the image of Shiela Dixit, which was largely development, but in the last leg, she has been branded as a corrupt leader, not being able to deliver on the promises. 2G, not 2G rather, CWG scam, etc. So he is contesting a very fierce battle. Now, triangular battle, what happens is that with the number of votes reduced, you don't know which candidate is taking over the votes of which party. Now, if Sandeep Dixit is able to make significant dent in the vote share of Aam Aadmi Party or Arvind Kejriwal, then the BJP obviously has an edge, because the BJP's core vote is higher than Aam Aadmi Party's core vote across the state.
Okay, Amitabh, one question that I have for you. We talk about the difference between the Lok Sabha and the assembly elections. There is a visible shift. Aam Aadmi Party is at around 24-25 in the Lok Sabha. They go up to 51-52 in the Vidhan Sabha. Is it about the floating voters? No, but we know about the split verdict. But what exactly is the 30% vote?
No, see, essentially what happens is that, again, the base vote is 24-25.
Okay, so the BJP at 845 has crossed the majority mark, which is 36 in the leads, which is coming in. Let's be clear, this is trends and very, very early. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very early. It's 37 for the BJP. They have made a gain of 30 with regards to 2020 results. Aam Aadmi Party down by 31. They are at 26. But it's not really much of a gap between the two sides. It's 8:45. Still, I would say first round in most constituencies, very, very early. Yes, Amitabh.
Yeah, so essentially, again, the base vote of Aam Aadmi Party is 20-25, BJP is 35-40. So you can say whatever Aam Aadmi Party is getting is traditionally the Congress vote. So it's an anti-BJP vote, let's say, what Aam Aadmi Party is getting. What BJP is getting, the original anti-Congress, now let's say anti-Aam. So that makes it just 65%. So 30-35% voters are not aligned to any party ideologically. because again, middle class is not ideologically aligned to any party. It keeps on shifting from one party to another depending upon the category of the election. Now, Aam Aadmi Party, what I call is, depends upon a borrowed vote. It borrows voters from Congress and BJP who have voted for it in Lok Sabha election, in the Vidhan Sabha election. On brand Kejriwal, some may be voting because they are beneficiaries of central government for BJP in the Lok Sabha, but they are beneficiaries of the state government schemes here.
So what kind of schemes do you think the middle class would be getting?
From
Aam Aadmi Party.
No, the middle class is also getting 50% subsidy on the electricity bills above 200 units, correct? The free bus travel for women, some of the middle class are using it, but largely it is poor and lower socio-economic class section.
My question now to Sajjan is that if these numbers actually hold, and if this is how it continues for the next 2 hours, so it's clearly not a cliffhanger for the capital. It's a clear verdict which is coming in for the BJP.
Yeah.
But the question is that did the elections shift on 1st of February? When Nirmala Sitharaman inside the Lok Sabha announced that big tax relief for the middle class.
Yes, certainly. I mean, if you see the 1st February, certainly middle class inclination was already there. The question is about further consolidation. And it's not only a question of who we consider as the middle class, because if you see on the ground, there are also a significant section of the electorates in Delhi who in their own perception consider themselves as the middle class. Yeah, I mean, that's a very interesting thing, your self-perception. So many times you take a cab or something and you talk to the person, and depending upon their background and maybe regional identity, they will identify themselves as belonging to the poor or the middle class. So this is one. Two, what also contributed, if this number holds true, it's like a parallel of 2012 UP elections, wherein Mayawati was the incumbent. So while Congress therein also did not have much traction, but Rahul Gandhi in Bhatta Parsol and many other, they all collectively along with the BJP contributed to the anti-incumbency sentiment. Primarily it was the Samajwadi Party which became the best bet.
Yes.
So in this election also, see, we have been talking about how much vote Congress could get away from Aam Aadmi Party base. That's not important. The question is, both Congress and BJP collectively targeted in a synchronized way around the same issue of corruption and failure of governance, the Aam Aadmi Party. And therefore, certainly Congress contribution should also be assessed, not the voting percentage that it split away from the Aam Aadmi Party base, but also the contribution to the anti-incumbency move.
Amplification of the anti-incumbency
and wherein the voters, sense of disillusionment amplified, but they chose BJP, as their alternative. Okay. So that is why,
Okay, so let's have that visual a little bigger on the screen. I think those are the visuals of Pervesh Verma. Parvesh Verma earlier in the day praying in one of the temples in Delhi. If it actually turns out that he manages to defeat the Chief Minister, will fortunes turn completely for him? What will this mean for Parvesh Verma in particular? Charu Pragya, all of you have worked very closely with him, in Delhi, and we would often speak as reporters, Charu, that Delhi unit was a very disjointed unit. But if BJP manages to pull this election through, then that will also become a falsehood, that it's not really a disjointed unit, or perhaps all the pieces came together for this election because they understood how important it is for the party.
Maria, I don't think we have ever been a unit that's disjointed in any way. And what we have this time is the added burden on all of us to contest this in the best possible way, because Delhi has been suffering. Whichever way you look at it, the budgets have been siphoned off, CAG reports have not been tabled, there are discrepancies in finance everywhere, there is trouble with just finding decent air to breathe and water to drink. That's the state at which Delhi is today. And when the state sees that that Modi's guarantees have worked fabulously at the national level. When the state sees that all the promises that have been made to all the other states BJP has a government in, Delhi wants to catch up and catch up fast, and that's, I think, one reason why we are seeing such a huge trend of the votes following BJP's way. I'm not calling out the election just yet, but we have been confident of winning this for all of these reasons, because we deliver whatever we promise on, because we make sure that there is no siphoning off of funds in the name of welfare schemes like Aam Aadmi Party has been doing, and we are in fact in a position now where we've pledged that Aapda needs to be swept out. I think that's where it begins in Delhi, because the way we've seen mismanagement and misgovernance, that needs to end. And why shouldn't it? Because Delhi is the capital of India. Our country is doing so well. We are thriving in all parameters. We are performing brilliantly on
the
every
last,
other parameter.
For 30 minutes is the Congress number. It's still at 1. That seems to be not moving. So, Aam Aadmi Party should be at least taking relief in that when it is the opposition space perhaps, or too early again, I'm saying with a lot of caution, a lot of health warning, it's 8:52. These are, perhaps even the first round of counting would not be over in most of these seats that we are looking at. But the leads have come in of 65 seats out of 70. The BJP is at 37, up 30 seats from 2020. What is turning out is that the big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party at the moment are trailing. Be it Atishi or Mr. Kejriwal himself, they appear to be trailing. So that's certainly a matter of concern for the Aam Aadmi Party. Shelly, 30 seconds and then we move on to others.
See, everybody knows that in last 1.5 years, Aam Aadmi Party has faced a lot of challenges. And even after overcoming all those challenges, we have fought really well. And we don't do politics for the vote bank. We try to fulfill all our promises, whether it is good governance model, good education, good hospital, free bijli, pani, policies for elderly people, policy for women. And definitely we have full faith. It is just a start. It's just a wait and watch situation. And after a few hours, after a few minutes, definitely we'll get to know the reality. And we have full faith that Delhi people has voted for us. And we will be forming government with full majority. And once again, we will be getting the blessings of the Delhiites. And Delhi people have trusted us in last 10 years. And we have fulfilled all their promises.
Yes, but one thing is clear that for 10 long years, yes, Charu, quickly.
Can I just quickly interject?
Go ahead.
Very quickly. So, you know, when Aam Aadmi Party keeps talking about the difficulties they have faced in the last 1.5 years, who did you have to blame for those difficulties? You were the ones who made a very sketchy liquor policy which you had to take back. You were the ones who were siphoning off funds. You were the ones who got into making sure Delhi Jal Board sank, literally sank. You were the ones who were carrying out scams in the name of mohalla clinics. So you have nobody to blame but yourself. And you should not keep complaining about a difficult time because you only faced what you did. You know, you were reaping the fruits of what you sowed.
Okay, let's move on. This will continue. BJP. Okay, Gazali is now joining us from Maharani Bagh constituency. In fact, polling center, the accounting center, that's where counting is going on. Gazali, can we tell our viewers which stage of counting is on? How many rounds done? It's too early, it's 8:55 only, but is one round of counting over?
Yeah, one round is over, but there is no clear information coming out of the counting center that how many rounds have been, how many rounds are over. Even the Aam Aadmi supporters are tight-lipped after the television channels have started showing the trends that Atishi is trailing here. And particularly not just for the Kalkaji seat, this counting center serves the counting is happening for 4 constituencies, including Okhla as well. A very tightly contested seat right now for AAP's Amanatullah Khan. So these 2 seats are something for which the Aam Aadmi supporters are lined up here. They're waiting for every update. Atishi went inside, Al-Kalamba is inside, Manish Sisodia is also coming just a short while back, to say half an hour ago.
Okay.
So we
so
can say that
the gap between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party has increased. It's 15 15 seats. It's 15 seats now between the two parties, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. We were talking about the Kalkaji seat. Kalkaji is witnessing a three-way contest. Gazali, just wait for a moment. Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has Atishi, the chief minister from there. It's Alka Lamba of the Congress and also Ramesh Bidhuri of the BJP. The constituency in all has 1,94,515 voters. In 2020, BJP's Dharambir Singh got defeated at the hands of Atishi by 11,393 votes. But the gap between the two sides, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, is increasing. And it seems that the BJP is only consolidating, but it's only first round which has got over. A word, and before we take a quick break here,
yeah, certainly.
Because it's, if the gap is only increasing, 25,
gap
41.
is increasing, and also, I mean, while there was a clear thing that Aam Aadmi Party was facing the anti-incumbency, I mean, trends continue, it shows that, I mean, the anti-incumbency only kept on increasing, you know, and it defied the class logic which was there initially. And therein we see that, I mean, kind of a concert. So, one interesting thing is that it was not just the BJP, RSS and lots many other affiliate organizations outreach among the voters. I mean, Congress outreach also contributed to BJP's kitty by amplifying the sentiment. So, certainly we see that now, as you see, if the gap is increasing, and thereby anti-incumbency that was visible only intensified, you know. So, this is primarily a anti-AAP vote, which BJP became a beneficiary of.
And interestingly, you know, this is a seat where the women voters outnumbered men. And Sikhs were, I mean, the demography of Sikh were supposed to be backing Atishi. Yeah. So now I'm
a woman chief minister.
Yeah, a woman chief minister.
If the woman chief minister is not getting support of that 2,100 rupee scheme of the Aam Aadmi Party,
that itself speaks, yeah.
Explain.
Also, she was not, and Maria, she was not asking votes on the name of her work. She was asking for Kejriwal. So people just really, I mean, though she was the woman chief minister, and then Delhi should have been proud of with so much, burden of this lying on the woman voter and women voters being the X factor in this election. I did not see any campaign which highlighted Atishi or her work for the woman particularly also. It was all around Kejriwal and 2,100 rupees. But when it comes to freebie, we are forgetting that Congress also matched the freebies. So when everybody's manifesto looked the same, the freebies looked the same, I think the clock, the needles get stuck on the credibility. Ki kisne diya hai? And I think this is where the AAP made a mistake, where they could have dispersed amount, whatever 2,100 while they were in government. She is still the CM of the Delhi state, but she did not do that as they did it in the Jharkhand for Maya Yojana or in the Maharashtra for the Ladki Behan. Even in Madhya Pradesh, because Ladli Behna scheme was going on. So here it felt like कि पता नहीं करेगा नहीं करेगा, and when Prime Minister comes in the picture, he says 8 March को आपके account में पैसे आ जाएंगे.
Yes, on the Women's
Day.
So
credibility between the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal versus Narendra Modi, you have no match.
See, as I said, and from day one I have said, this Mahila Samman Yojana is not going to work for the Aam Aadmi Party because you have not transferred the money. Wherever it has worked, people have transferred 3 to 6 months of installments.
That's right.
And then it becomes a promise versus promise. And then it becomes the question of who has fulfilled this promise. Your Punjab government has not. You have not, despite creating a budget of 2,000 crores. But Congress has in Karnataka, BJP has in Maharashtra, MP, JMM has in Jharkhand. So why were you not able to transfer? So that is one of the key weaknesses. Maybe the LG would not have let it happen, but that would have earned brownie points for the Aam Aadmi Party. Why did they not recommend the file to LG? That is something I am totally lost about. This is a crucial piece of strategy which the Aam Aadmi Party has missed in this election.
Absolutely. Let's bring in Aswarya Jain, who is joining us from the BJP office. Ashwarya, 9 a.m. and the BJP only consolidating its position. They are at 42, up 35 from 2020. And, as the Home Minister had said much before the entire furore started, he said, Chunav to abhi shuru hua hai. And that time it looked like does the BJP really have the strategy? And let's not forget that was said famously before 1st of February. Did the 1st of February, that announcement that came from Finance Minister, changed the elections for the BJP? Early moment, but yes, let's talk about it. What are you seeing at the BJP office?
Well, and this is a place where all these strategies had been planned by the Bharatiya Janata Party top leadership. We saw multiple times BJP President JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah himself arriving at this very office, which is at Pandit Pant Marg, the BJP Delhi state headquarters. And there was a war room that was set up. 352 Bharatiya Janata Party workers worked day and night for the strategic planning and how the polling will go on. Certainly, it is now going in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the clear message had been given by the top leadership, and we have been speaking to the top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party that still wait and watch, because 1 hour or so is very crucial, and till that time there should be no celebration. Of course, let me show you the glimpse of what the BJP state headquarters is currently looking like. A lot of people starting from the main gate of the BJP state headquarters at Pandit Pant Marg are entering. The leaders have already started arriving in at the Pandit Pant Marg state headquarters early this morning, and they are glued to the television screens for these early trends. But as I said, the messaging has been clear that they should wait till the final picture doesn't arrive. No celebration till that, because Delhi elections are very neck to neck. Of course, the BJP leaders are very, very confident of winning this time, pulling this time off and coming back to the power after almost 27 years. And therefore, the reason perhaps a temple run since morning has begun. Now, Vendra Sachdeva also is at Hanuman temple, and from there he will be coming back to the BJP state headquarters. Pervesh Verma already, we saw those visuals of him going to the Hanuman temple, and that's the kind of tradition that the BJP leaders usually follow. So, where will this trend that we are witnessing right now will continue for the next 1 or 2 hours and will give a way to BJP to form government is something that would be very interesting to see.
Right, Aswarya, thank you so much for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. So a great degree of caution on the part of the BJP as we look at these numbers. For all those who are joining us at the moment, we can tell them that the counting began at 8 a.m. It's a high-stakes battle for Delhi, a prestige battle for the BJP, a battle for existential, or should I say survival for the Aam Aadmi Party, and a battle for relevance for the Congress Party. We have Professor Sandeep Shastri joining us, Neerja Chaudhary joining us, Sujata continues to be with us. Professor Shastri, 9 a.m., very early, but in early trends, very, very early trends, it looks like that the pollsters may have got it right.
Yes, and we have now the trends from all the 70 seats. The direction of the result seems to be what the exit polls projected, though of course as of now the intensity of victory is not what was projected in the exit polls, but then maybe that is too early to say that. We will need to wait till 10:15. And what's important is, while the Aam Aadmi Party may be leading in 26 seats, all its three big leaders are trailing and consistently trailing from the beginning.
For the last 1 hour.
And sorry?
For the last 1 hour.
Yes,
Counting began at
so
8.
That would be a matter of alarm. And the 26 seats they are leading is actually those seats where you have a significant presence of the economically less privileged. So that, I think, is sending another interesting message that the security, the economic guarantees that were given seem to be having some impact, and at least in some segments of the voters, it is seen in the trends that we are now witnessing.
Okay, so if we look at the picture of Delhi, and I'll ask the producer to put that on full screen, Juhi, let's look at the full picture of Delhi and try and analyze that with Neerja Chaudhary. Neerja, this is how Delhi is looking at the moment. It's 9:05, very, very early, but it is saffron all the way.
I think though 9:05 early trends, the trend is very clear. And you're right, it is the way the exit polls predicted, which means the exit polls caught a desire for change that was prevalent in all parts of Delhi. I agree with Mr. Shastri that, you know, the poorer sections have stuck by Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party and sworn by what they have done. But even amongst the poorer sections, I think people have shifted because you cannot be leading in 43 or 44 seats without other sections having shifted to the other side. And I think overall they felt it's not it's not anger manifesting itself. It is that you did not do enough for us, and maybe after 10 years we need change. And I hope that BJP also in power at the center may be able to put in resources and do things which are big ticket.
Yes, and also a message that they do not want a government which passes the buck, which indulges in constant blame game, and is at constant loggerheads. They want a functioning government.
I think that is more it. Loggerheads is what people were afraid of.
हमेशा लड़ते रहते हैं. That was the message.
हाँ, लड़ते रहेंगे. अगर आम आदमी पार्टी आ गई, अच्छा किया हम लोगों के लिए, लेकिन लड़ते ही रहेंगे आगे जाके. और बीजेपी नहीं करने देगी. ये भी एक feeling थी. Therefore, bring BJP in. It's a very pragmatic voter that's coming to the fore increasingly.
An unpredictable voter which is saying that when the Delhi metro stops, at the moment 9-7, it is 44 for the BJP, 25 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 1 for the Congress. And this is early trends, ladies and gentlemen, for all the viewers who are joining us. Very, very early trends, but it's showing that the exit polls may get it right. In another 1 hour, the picture will be clear.
But while you said it's an unpredictable voter, it is a very assertive voter.
Assertive voter. And the same voter which is capable of defeating powerful leaders, like they did with Shiela Dixit, the darling of Delhi.
As I said on your show last night,
yes,
the ultimate victor today will be the voter of Delhi.
But Delhi has always been the demanding electorate. I mean, if I want it, if you give me that, I'm going to vote for you. But you know what is interesting, and I see that as Aam Aadmi Party was once known for its booth management, people who were working voluntarily, yes, you know, without any interest. I think over the period of time where the Arvind Kejriwal's, you know, the reputation getting dented and credibility being in question, they have lost that. Even and RSS, 50,000 meetings, yes, 30 district, 173 nagars, with Starbucks all across, and going and doing these drawing room board meetings. I think that we should not forget that they are doing a Maharashtra in Delhi once more.
Okay. Neeja ma'am, I'm going to come to you because let's get in Bobby Badal of the Aam Aadmi Party and Anirudh Pratap of the BJP and Supriya Shrinate of the Congress Party. Supriya, I'm going to begin with you. How is the Congress Party looking at these numbers? Of course, very, very early trends. You know, I did sense a lot of nostalgia for Shiela Dixit on ground. Every time they would talk about Arvind Kejriwal, they would often say that Shiela Dixit would not fight with the centre.
Thanks very much for having me on the show, and it's a good evening to all your viewers and my fellow panelists, firstly. I think we fought this election in a very, very spirited campaign. I heard someone say that ultimately the winner is the voter of Delhi, and I would concede to that. And I do believe that at every level, anybody who takes the voter for granted, anybody who believes that, you know, filibustering and arrogance can see them through the day, has been shown their place today. So I do believe that AAP has a lot of lessons to learn. As far as the Congress is concerned, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to do a lot of ground exercises. We need to do a lot of block building. We need to do a lot of our own cadre management. Much better than before, I would say. I'm sure the final tally of voter share will come soon, and I think our performance will be better than before. But of course, nowhere to where we have been. You are absolutely right. On the ground, there's a lot of nostalgia for Shiela ji, but nostalgia doesn't see you forward. And I do believe that we have a lot of exercise on hand. But as far as these early trends are concerned, I think the voter of Delhi has spoken decisively, and the voter of Delhi is saying, I am not going to give in to filibustering. And I think political arrogance of any kind will be punished. And I think that's what is happening with the incumbent government here.
The question is, does it really humble leaders? Bobby Badal, does it humble Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party? Too early. I would not be sitting in judgment over now because it's 9-10 only, but it's consolidating for the BJP.
Ma'am, actually, if you see the heart of the Aam Aadmi Party volunteers, we are very proud of Mr. Kejriwal. The way he has fought this election and the way the party is still in a strong position. And let me tell you, if Delhi police and EC had done their duty, there would have not have been any contest here. So we have seen an election.
But Mr. Badal, my question is that this is the same Delhi police and the election commission which did its duty, and you won 67 in 2015 and you won 62 last time around. So where did the election commission get right then and go wrong now?
No, allow me.
Yes.
After Haryana and Maharashtra, the problem started. The BJP thought it will manage elections. It will not earn the mandate. It will not earn the mandate. It will steal the mandate. The Congress, of course, yesterday only, they have done a press conference about Maharashtra voters being more than the Maharashtra population. So I think this election was badly managed, and Delhi, the BJP tried everything. So I think Kejriwal stands very tall today.
Okay, Mr. Kejriwal stands tall, and the BJP, despite these numbers consolidating in their favor, is appearing to be weak. That is the reading of the Aam Aadmi Party, Anirudh Pratap.
I think we should wait another 1 hour.
Absolutely, we are waiting.
और मुझे लगता है कि केजरीवाल जी को अभी एक ऑडियो आ रहा है कि नहीं जा रहा है?
जी बोलिए
जी केजरीवाल जी को अभी 1 घंटे तक इंतजार करना चाहिए, क्योंकि उनको वेट करने के बाद 1 घंटे के बाद ईवीएम पे ठीकरा फोड़ना है इनको कि कितने वोट टर्न आउट इधर हुए, कितने वोट उधर टर्न आउट हुए। क्योंकि एक बहाना इनको, जो स्क्रिप्टेड स्टोरी कल से चल रही है, 3-4 दिन पहले से भी इन्होंने कहा था 10% वोट इधर उधर होगा, तो सिर्फ 1.5 घंटे वेट इसी करना चाहिए कि ईवीएम पे कब इनके ऊपर ठीकरा फोड़ना है। और हम लोग तो इन्जॉय कर रहे हैं बीजेपी मीडिया पवेलियन में बैठ के डिफरेंट चैनल पर डिबेट करके। बस टैली आपकी देख रहे 44 हो गए, 25 आम आदमी पार्टी है।
Okay, let's bring in Neerja again. Neerja, 44 is how it is looking, up 36 for the BJP. They have crossed the halfway mark. So it's not really a close election or a close contest. If these numbers actually consolidate and convert into actual results, it would mean that Delhi voter has voted for change. They do not believe in continuity, and more than anything else, it's a referendum on Mr. Kejriwal. What happens to him now?
I think the AAP leader is right when he says the Kejriwal, Sisodia, they have fought back valiantly, no doubt about that. From the time that they came out of prison, they've been doing padyatras, door-to-door campaign. It's not that they have not fought back. And earlier you were saying, you know, the BJP has an organizational heft. Now, Aam Aadmi Party's organization, while booth level management has been there in the past, is no match for the BJP's organizational strength. Not only the organization, the RSS that you talked about, the thousands of meetings that they've held, as in Haryana and in Maharashtra. But if the mood at the ground level begins to shift, then these things don't work beyond a point.
Yeah.
And it's the mood of the Delhi wala that shifted. And somewhere either fatigue or let's try change, or you know what we say, the double engine sarkar will work better, they will get resources. And a voter, as I say again and again, turning much more transactional and what am I going to get out of it? So I think, and there is also a tendency, as in 2024 Lok Sabha election, थोड़ा सा झटका दो इनको, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं होने दो. So also I think, yeah, they are not wiped out, but they have certainly been given a jolt.
Maria, to extend that point, I think there is a constellation of factors which seem to have worked in favor of the BJP. The fact that the Aam Aadmi Party was in power for 10 years and a anti-incumbency against them, a fatigue with the government, the fact that the BJP launched a very aggressive campaign in the Delhi elections, and that also to some extent appealed to the voters that maybe it's time to give a chance. And I would also endorse the point that Neerja made, that while the Aam Aadmi Party's leaders may be trailing, I think we need to also look at the larger picture. We have had many cases in the past where parties have done well and their leaders have lost. You see, so
Nandigram, classic example. I mean,
West Bengal.
Yes, Mamata Banerjee losing.
Even Uttarakhand.
Even Uttarakhand.
That's right.
So I think the leaders losing their individual seats is a byproduct of local factors, and which has to be seen independently of the Aam Aadmi Party also falling from 60 plus to 25 as the trends today show. So I think both are a byproduct of different factors. The party not doing well in Delhi and its key leaders losing. I think separate set of factors are accountable for both these developments.
Okay, so let's move, region-wise. And Professor Shastri and Neeja Chaudhary, please jump in on this. If we were to look at, the South Delhi, in all 12 seats, the BJP leading in 9, Aam Aadmi Party in 3, which essentially means Aam Aadmi Party down by 9. So South Delhi, it certainly doesn't look very promising, and South Delhi is the region which has the New Delhi constituency.
Correct.
Which is Arvind Kejriwal's constituency, and also this is the region where one would say that all the VIPs live.
The government officials also.
The government officials live. Yeah. So that's where the 8th Pay Commission comes into play.
The budget comes into play.
The budget comes into play.
The Valmiki Samaj comes into play.
The Valmiki Samaj comes.
And all these seats were won by the AAP last time.
Yes, all the seats were won by
them.
Absolutely. The South Delhi entire region was won by the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's move ahead and go to West Delhi now. 11 seats in all. We are looking at Aam Aadmi Party at 2. BJP at 9, Aam Aadmi Party down by 9. So again, this is the place where it was full-on number for the Aam Aadmi Party. Again, they are down. West Delhi, a word on that, Neerja?
Yeah, West Delhi was in earlier years a bastion of the BJP, the heart of BJP support. In the old Punjabi Khatri, post-partition people who came. And so it is turning back to BJP. To me is not surprising. It's the first area that would turn back to the BJP. And of course the whole middle class factor that's worked in South Delhi, in New Delhi, also here. The middle class has turned away pretty solidly against the Aam Aadmi Party.
I think Delhi has voted decisively, as it does all the time. There is no confusion. I think voters had made their mind completely that, okay, we gave 10 years to Kejriwal, now let's change the government, see what's not been done. Because I think, here we become very class status company, okay, middle class and then the jhuggi jhopadi and the upper class. But I think the problem of road, the problem of sewer, the problem of this kude ka pahar is a constant reminder of things not being done on your face. While you're going to office, while you're going to your work, while your children are coming from. So I think that has really...
Living in Delhi has
NCT is actually
it's an everyday struggle almost. I mean, you are navigating through this traffic, there is a problem of sewer, there is a problem of water. I mean, you're struggling.
And you're thinking, is baar isko vote nahi denge.
Yes, okay, so let's bring, yes sir.
I think it's a question, as we have always been saying, of 3 A's. The aspirations of people.
Absolutely.
The anxieties of people.
Yeah.
And of course, the attitudes of parties and people.
And the
so
anger.
you see a combination
and
of
I
all
would
these
say
things.
Anger.
Okay,
and this translates sometimes into anger and
Outer
anguish.
Delhi now. And Outer Delhi has 19 seats in all. BJP at 11, Aam Aadmi Party at 7. And Congress is opening its account here. 1 seat that it's getting, it's in Outer Delhi. Supriya Shrinate, a word on it? Supriya, if you heard me.
Look, I did. I've been hearing the analysis, and I agree with some parts of it. I don't think anybody can take governance lightly, and I don't think anybody can take governance for granted either. I think that's what AAP did. You can keep building models, and people are going to break them, which was classic with India Shining, which was classic with 400 Par. I do believe, as far as the Congress party is concerned, a lot of this result has to do with the spirited campaign by the Congress party. I mean, today the Aam Aadmi Party is suddenly waking up and talking about how we did a press conference. You were the first to ridicule us when we actually asked the question that how did the number of voters in Maharashtra exceed the adult population of Maharashtra? You questioned us. You questioned us when we said that how did the exact number of voters get added in 5 months like they did in 5 years in Maharashtra. So there are lessons for political parties to learn in this election, and I think AAP will learn a lesson of humility. You can keep calling pot shots at whether it's the Congress or the BJP. You can keep fighting with the government at the center or the LG. The reality is that when it comes to governance, and you raised this point with me earlier, Maria, about Shiela Dixit, and one of the most famous anecdotes about Shiela Dixit is that she had gone to Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji for some work, and tempers flew high, and that meeting was going to end, and she simply just said, "Aap chai nahi pilayenge," and got everything done. So I think it's a matter of you choose your battles to fight. You can choose political battles, but you don't choose governance battles. And as far as Delhi was concerned,
I agree with you, Supriya.
And I think that is the problem.
That certainly is a message, because Shiela Dixit did walk that extra mile in order to ensure that the government of Delhi functions and people of Delhi get that relief repeatedly. She used to work in complete, sync with Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee and the Lieutenant Governor at that time as well. So let's get in Ishika now, joining us from Hanuman Mandir. That's where Vendra Sachdeva is. Ishika has been speaking to Vendra Sachdeva regularly during the entire election campaign. Vendra Sachdeva there to offer prayers. He is the Delhi BJP chief, did play a role in ensuring that the Delhi unit stays intact and works in complete sync, I would say. Ishika, what are you seeing? Okay, we'll patch again with Ishika. So these are the visuals coming in. Please go ahead, Sujata.
What amazes me is that Congress constantly has been talking about Shiela Dixit and her work. But the way they ditched Shiela Dixit, after allegations were laid on her, I think they made her a scapegoat, and the party and a third-term chief minister party did not even bother to back her up. Even Sandeep Dixit, for a very long time, he was just sidelined. And you come and in this election you have this sometimes hot, sometimes cold. You had no strategy. Even imagine Ajay Markan's press conference being cancelled, and then once the India Alliance played on you, where all the Akhilesh Yadav and TMC started supporting Aam Aadmi Party, you started saying, okay, now let's.
We will talk about Vendra Sachdeva now and the role of the BJP state unit and also of the RSS. But Ishika is joining us. Ishika, what are you seeing?
Well, currently we are at the Hanuman Mandir here at Connaught Place, a very iconic place that has certainly played a very crucial part if we look at the political journey of many leaders here. Currently, Vendra Sachdeva, the Delhi BJP president, is here offering prayers, certainly expecting that whatever the exit polls showed becomes a reality today for the BJP. We are showing you the live visuals here from the Connaught Place. You can see Delhi BJP president Vendra Sachdeva here offering prayers here. Now, BJP says that it is very confident that the drought of certainly around 27 years will be ending today. So certainly one last step, that is offering prayers and expecting that the expectations today turn to reality ahead of the big mandate here, because we have seen all the leaders are going for a temple run today. Remains to be seen how it is going to impact, but certainly you can see that Vendra Sachdeva, if we talk about, he himself had said that he would not be contesting this time, because he has been given the responsibility of making sure that this time BJP wins. So if that happens, certainly he will also be emerging as a kingmaker today. So certainly big responsibility on his shoulders as well. Remains to be seen how it is going to pan out in the coming hours. But as of now, we currently show you the live visuals here. You can see at the Connaught Place temple, you can see Vendra Sachdeva offering prayers here. BJP saying that corruption this time, they are very confident, will turn out to be a defining factor. The allegations regarding the CAG report, be it the environment cess tax, or be it in fact, the Sheesh Mahal row, all of that will be working today. That is what they believe that the voters would have voted for. So it's certainly live visuals that we are showing you on our screen. So certainly remains to be seen, will it be in the favor or not, but early trends certainly motivating the BJP cadre here, and that is why we are seeing that the leaders also seem to be quite confident this time of, of BJP making a comeback. Over to you.
Okay. Vendra Sachdeva very unassuming, but, it was about Nirja. That Delhi unit, which clearly was disjointed, had faced a lot of questions, was kept together, and that was a challenge. So Vendra Sachdeva may not be in the running for the chief minister, but he is definitely an organization man.
Yes, and he must be given due credit for it, for heading the party in Delhi and taking it to this kind of number. Absolutely. Though, as I say, the entire national BJP put its weight behind with all its resources. The RSS put its weight behind completely in this campaign, and they had the benefit of that. So that is something neither the Congress had, nor the Aam Aadmi Party has, nor any of the other regional parties have. Very interesting question would be to ask Supriya if she is there.
Yes.
Why is that the Congress did not take the space of Aam Aadmi Party? Why was, against the Aam Aadmi Party, why is it that the BJP has taken that space? Even though there is a whole legacy of Shiela Dixit.
Supriya?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to answer that question, and I'd also like to answer some very irresponsible comments made by, I don't know if it's a BJP, I actually don't know who made that comment, whether it's some guest on your channel or a BJP spokesperson. But I do believe, and I said it to begin with, I do believe that we need to work on our cadre. I don't think we have an organization strong enough that could have been an alternative to the Aam Aadmi Party. And I think that's where the BJP scored over us. I have no qualms in admitting that.
Okay, a quick update. We are looking at 9:30 now, and the BJP is at 50, up 42 from 2020. Aam Aadmi Party further down. If these numbers hold and translate into actual results by 10:30 a.m., then it is a landslide victory for the party which has not been in power for 27 years. Please go ahead, Supriya.
No, the only simple point I was trying to make is that I am honest and candid enough to admit that our organization wasn't strong enough to perhaps offer an alternative. But the reality is that our spirited campaign did expose Mr. Kejriwal greatly. And I also think there's a lesson for a lot of people who choose sides during elections. I have no qualms in a lot of our alliance partners choosing to stand with the Aam Aadmi Party. But I think this is an ideological fight. And Aam Aadmi Party's ideology, if you ask me, was compromised for a while now. They did not know what do they stand for, who do they oppose, and which is why you're perhaps also seeing the results that you are. I do believe that there is I'm sure that they'll look to fight this another day. But as far as we are concerned, there are big lessons for us. And the first lesson is that we have to rebuild our organization, something that we
Supriya, a word now coming in from Vendra Sachdeva, Delhi BJP chief. Let's cut across.
देखिए, अभी जो रुझान है वो हमारी आशा के अनुरूप है, लेकिन परिणाम आने की हम प्रतीक्षा करेंगे। मुझे बार-बार इस बात को कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है कि दिल्ली में हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत जुनून और शिद्दत के साथ काम किया है और जनता ने भी भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। जनता को भ्रष्टाचार और विकास का मॉडल चुनना था, तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व को सलाम किया है और ये जीत हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व की, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के काम की जीत होगी, जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है। निस्संदेह हम दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएंगे।
सर, जितने बड़े नेता आम आदमी पार्टी के वो चुनाव हारते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। केजरीवाल भी पीछे हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया भी पीछे हैं, मुख्यमंत्री भी पीछे हैं।
देखिए, हम सुबह से एक बात कह रहे हैं कि हमने दिल्ली का चुनाव दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर लड़ा है। हम अरविंद केजरीवाल से बार बार भ्रष्टाचार की बात पूछते थे, शीश महल की बात पूछते थे, शराब घोटाले की बात पूछते थे, टूटी हुई सड़कों की बात करते थे, सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो की बात करते थे, गंदगी की बात करते थे, गंदे पानी की बात करते थे, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल
Okay, so 50 is what we are looking at. It's 9:30. All the three heavyweights of the Aam Aadmi Party, from Manish Sisodia to Atishi, who's the present Chief Minister, and Aam Aadmi Party Chief and the face of this election, that is Mr. Kejriwal, are trailing. We are looking at 9:30. The numbers are only consolidating for the BJP. So what happens now? How many rounds do you think it would be over, Professor Shastri?
I don't know of the exact rounds, but I think, as we have been saying since morning, by around 10:30, the picture would be clear. And if these trends hold, I think our
10 o'clock.
by 10:30 that should be clear. And I think what is seen now is a visible and very clear and very emphatic endorsement of the BJP by the voter in Delhi. And it's not a wipeout for the AAP as some people thought. They would be a responsible opposition, hopefully, with 19 to 20 seats. And the fact that their three major leaders are trailing is again a huge setback for the party as it dons the role of an opposition at the state level.
May not even become the LOP. You know, if he loses, then he doesn't even become the LOP, forget the CM. That is definitely not.
And I'm looking at 1993 results. That was the last time the BJP came to power, Nirja. They had won 49 of 70 seats. This is becoming better than that, if it actually moves upwards of 50 now. And they had polled around 42.8%. If we are looking at a number of 50, it means BJP's numbers in Delhi, the voter percentage would be in the range similar to their Lok Sabha numbers.
Yeah,
upwards of 49, perhaps even 50%.
It could be, depends on the tightness of the race.
Tightness of the
race. It would definitely be above 45, 46.
47.
And if the margins are huge, it would be 49 plus, as you said. But I would suspect it is in the range of 46 to 40.
So that means they have been able to hold the 30% swing voters, which used to vote them in the Lok Sabha, but not in Vidhan Sabha. Now they've been able to hold
that. That is the critical part.
And they only needed 10%. So if they hold that, then because they were not like, you know, the 38%, they had the vote share even in this.
Okay. Aswarya, since Aswarya has been tracking Parvesh Verma all through this entire campaign. He spoke to him multiple times and he's joining us now from the BJP office. Aswarya, Parvesh Verma did not get tickets in the Lok Sabha. He was certainly disheartened, but he makes a comeback on this as someone who manages to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party patron. If that happens, of course it's 9:30, we are going with a lot of caution, but that will be the story of a leader then. He has come out of the shadows of his father, the late father.
Certainly, and that would be the biggest story of the Delhi elections. It was huge allegations that was leveled by Arvind Kejriwal in the entire election campaigning that we witnessed during the Delhi elections against Parvesh Verma for distributing money, for distributing funds. Multiple times the Punjab Chief Minister, the Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi went to the Election Commission, complained against Parvesh Verma. But all that happened during these odd 30-40 days in which Parvesh Verma categorically told to us multiple times that these are baseless allegations. I'm fighting for the survival. I have been, doing work for my people out there without being on any post, and it is my people that I wanted to serve more, and therefore the reason perhaps the entire BJP leadership stood by Parvesh Verma. Multiple campaigns were done by the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Roadshows were conducted for Parvesh Verma as well, and door-to-door campaigning, and specifically those cluster area where Parvesh Verma reached out to, which was a hardcore vote for Arvind Kejriwal that always had went on to Aam Aadmi Party's favor. That had also now swung, and therefore the reason perhaps Parvesh Verma is now leading as far as the initial trends are concerned against Arvind Kejriwal. It was a triangular fight, of course. Sandeep Dixit was giving a tough fight as well, and therefore the reason perhaps Congress was, much enthusiastic after Sandeep Dixit's that campaigning, but that went low at the end of the campaigning as well. So if there would be votes that would be divided amongst the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, of course the BJP will get edge. And Parvesh Verma, when asked by me that are you the next Chief Minister's space, he clearly stated that this is a wrong question. You should ask the top leadership whether they will give me a chance or not. But of course, being a former MP from Delhi and a son of a Chief Minister, all eyes would be on him if the top leadership decides and banks on his face.
Okay. We have Shreya also joining us. Shreya, what are you seeing at the moment? How many rounds of counting is over is the big question, because directionally it looks like that the BJP may just have got Delhi right.
That's right, Maria. I am in Maharani Bagh right now, and this is where, votes are being counted for all the major constituencies, be it the Kasturba Nagar constituency, the hot seat, Kalkaji Assembly constituency, Okla, and also Jangpura. We know Kalkaji and Jangpura are very important constituencies for Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen in the yesteryears, these seats have been the stronghold for Aam Aadmi Party, but right now, as we can see, Aam Aadmi Party, big guns are trailing, and we have seen the exit polls have spoken, and now the voters have already decided the fate of the political future of the national capital. We can see Mr. Manish Sisodia, the sitting CM Atishi, they are all trailing, and the 2 rounds of voting have been done already. 2 rounds of counting of votes have been done already. We know Okla is also a very interesting constituency. There is a triangular fight between Aam Aadmi Party, BJP and the AIMM, but we can see BJP leading, in all the 3, in all these constituencies, and out of the 36 MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, we can see only 9 of them that are leading. And if we talk about the overall scene, as you were saying, BJP is clearly turning the tide in the national capital.
It's only consolidating for the BJP. They went down slightly to 47-46, and they are back again at 50, with the 3 prominent leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party continuing to trail for the last 1.5 hours. Harsh Malhotra, who's a Union Minister of State for Transport and also a Delhi BJP MP, has spoken to Aswarya. Let's listen in.
Well, I'm rightly being joined by Union Minister Harsh Malhotra. Sir, आज बहुत बड़ा दिन है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी 26 सालों तक सत्ता में नहीं थी. 27 सालों का लगभग वनवास था. आज खत्म होने वाला है.
बिल्कुल, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से दिल्ली में सरकार बनाएगी.
किस तरीके से पूरा कैंपेनिंग रहा और बड़े-बड़े फेसेस को उतारा गया, और जो इनिशियल ट्रेंड्स बता रहे हैं, कालकाजी हो, नई दिल्ली हो, पटपड़गंज हो, सब जगह भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे चल रही है. बड़े फेसेस उनके पीछे, क्या वजह रही?
ये उन लोगों का, आम आदमी पार्टी का बैड गवर्नेंस है, उनका पूरे 10 साल का करप्शन है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अन्य राज्यों की सरकारों का विकास का मॉडल है. अन्य राज्यों में गुड गवर्नेंस है. पूरे देश में आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो केंद्र सरकार काम कर रही है, 140 करोड़ जन को कहीं ना कहीं मोदी जी की योजनाओं ने छुआ भी है, वो लाभान्वित भी हुए हैं. ये जो क्रेडिबिलिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनी है, जिसके कारण से आज दिल्ली के लोगों को लगता है कि इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भी मौका देना चाहिए.
हर्ष जी, एक आखिरी सवाल. कल बहुत बड़े क्लेम्स किए गए केजरीवाल जी की तरफ से. 15-15 करोड़ रुपए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ऑफर किए हैं, ऐसा बोला गया है. एसीबी की टीम भी पहुंची, इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है. इन क्लेम्स को आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
उनको झूठ बोलने की आदत है और वो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हैं. खिसियानी बिल्ली खंबा नोचने के अलावा कुछ नहीं करती है, और वो जानबूझ के, उन्हें पता था कि वो सत्ता से बाहर जा रहे हैं, इस कारण से अनर्गल बातें कर रहे हैं, और कुछ नहीं है.
बीजेपी का चेहरा कोई
कमल का फूल.
That was Union Minister Harsh Malhotra clearly stating that it would be the top leadership who will be deciding on the Chief Minister's space, but it is also the promises that the Bharatiya Janata Party did and the frustration that people had on those work that was earlier promised by the Aam Aadmi Party but not been fulfilled, and these results clearly indicates towards that, and Bharatiya Janata Party top leaders now clearly believing that it would be BJP Sarkar this time in the national capital. This is Ashwarya with journalist Azam for NDTV in Delhi.
It's 9:40 and the numbers are consolidating for the BJP. It stands at 49, having gained 41 seats. Aam Aadmi Party at 21, down 41 from 2020. Congress at 1. They have made 1 seat gain, which is the seat, it's coming from outer Delhi. So when it is about South Delhi and even West Delhi, it appears a clean sweep for the BJP at the moment. By 10 a.m. perhaps these numbers will consolidate further, but it doesn't look great for Aam Aadmi Party. It's a huge concern, particularly for the party which had its roots in Delhi. So if you lose the roots, as we say it famously in Hindi belt, that अगर आप अपनी ज़मीन को छोड़ देते हैं, अगर ज़मीन आपके पास नहीं रहती है नीरजा, then what is future then?
I think, we've been saying it's going to be an existentialist crisis. At one level, Aam Aadmi Party, if it faces defeat, will face that. But the BJP may now not need to break the Aam Aadmi Party if it has a clear majority, which is what many felt, that if it was close enough numbers, it would be tempted to have an Operation Kamal. But politicians have to swallow many a bitter pill during their careers. And Aam Aadmi Party, Kejriwal has had it good so far. 2013, 12 में party बनाई 2013, he had the largest single largest party. Dream run, and 1567 out of 70, 62 out of 70, a national party status in just over 10 years, which has not happened to any party that comes out of the womb of a movement. So he's done well, and a model which is called Kejriwal model, but people want more. People are not satisfied. It's an aspirational India.
Yes,
so
an
they want
aspirational
change.
India, the 3 A's that Professor Shastri just spoke about. An anxious India, and which doesn't like the attitude of the leaders as well. So 3 A's that are shaping this election in Delhi. An aspirational Delhi saying that they can defeat strong leaders. Just as they defeated Shiela Dixit 10 years ago, they are looking at defeating Arvind Kejriwal today. C.R. Keswan is joining us of the BJP. C.R. Keswan, how is the BJP viewing this number as we stand at 9:45 a.m. now?
Good morning, Marianne, to all your panelists and your viewers. These are early trends, but very, very welcome trends, and we are very hopeful that these trends will hold. 2 takeaways from these very, categorical trends. First, I think the people of Delhi have reimposed their faith and reiterated their trust in Modi ji ki guarantee for a vibrant, Viksit Delhi. And the second thing is the people of Delhi were extremely angry with Aam Aadmi Party because the Aam Aadmi Party had betrayed them for the past decade. The people of Delhi had witnessed a decade of deceit, drama, dishonesty and deception. And I think the Aam Aadmi Party bankrupted the government and failed the people on all fronts. So I think today, while they have reposed their faith in Modi ji and ensured that the BJP and blessed the BJP to come back and govern after a long period of 26 years, the people of Delhi have also vanquished the virus of AAP. And I think the people of Delhi, the 1.5 crore people of Delhi, also realized that while India was undergoing a transformational change under Modi ji's leadership, Delhi was being left out. And I think one poignant movement which stood out, probably connected with the voters of Delhi, was when the Prime Minister apologized to the people of Delhi. And, he had said that he apologized to people of Delhi and especially the senior citizens because Ayushman Bharat and the free healthcare treatment available to senior citizens from the central government was being blocked by AAP. And AAP, the people of Delhi knew that AAP, no scheme, whether it was, pension, whether healthcare treatment, nothing was coming through, and all they were bothered about was intoxicated with power. All that we could see was our government riddled and synonymous with scandals. And see what happened, have we ever seen a more bizarre government in the history of Indian politics, where the Department of Delhi, 2 departments of Delhi, issue public notice saying what the Aam Aadmi Party was claiming was fraudulent and they were trying to mislead voters. That is how, bizarre this government was. And the High Court, time and again, the people noticed, was coming down heavily on this government. The High Court had said, when the Aam Aadmi Party refused to implement the healthcare free health treatment scheme, they said, you don't have money, you virtually made the state bank, the Delhi government bankrupt, and why are you blocking the scheme? And then with respect to the schools, I remember what the High Court said. They said, it's in a total mix. The schools in Northeast.
To Ramesh Bidhuri.
को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं है। देखो, ये कालकाजी की जनता का डेवलपमेंट को लेकर अगर उनको चाहिए डेवलपमेंट होगा तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी की वो विदाई करेंगे। वो मैं कोई किसी को लीड देने वाला नहीं हूँ, ये कोई रेसलिंग नहीं है, ये कोई कंपटीशन टेस्ट दे के हम आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, ये जनता के आशीर्वाद का है। कालकाजी की जनता आशीर्वाद अगर देगी तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी को लौटना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आतिशी ने पिछले 5 साल में क्षेत्र में केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में कुछ कराया नहीं है। और अगर इन परिस्थितियों में भी केजरीवाल को लोग अगर वोट देते हैं तो वो वर्ग जो देश में विकास, देश की तरक्की चाहता है, तो वो लोग वास्तव में इस बात को लेकर व्यथित होगा। लेकिन मेरा 100% मानना है कि इस बारी आपदा जा रही है और भाजपा आ रही है दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर।
बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरा आप होंगे?
ये बेकार की बातें करने का लाभ नहीं है। हम सेवा के काम करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। न तो केजरीवाल हमारे बारे में तय करेगा, न कोई और तय करेगा। हमारा पार्टी नेतृत्व है और हम किस व्यक्ति का कहाँ उपयोग होता है उस हिसाब से राष्ट्र के निर्माण में कौन कहाँ बढ़िया काम कर सकता है। हम जैसे पहले 3 बार विधायक रहे थे तब कौन से तब विकास सेवा की, 2 बार सांसद रहे हैं। हम राष्ट्र के विकास के लिए, क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए, लोगों की सेवा के लिए राजनीति में हैं। मोदी साहब के 11 साल का टेन्योर और गुजरात का 12 साल का टेन्योर देख लिए। सेवा सेवा मोदी साहब ने सेवा की है। हम एक ऐसी विचारधारा के लोग हैं, सेवा करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं, मुख्यमंत्री मंत्री बनने के लिए राजनीति में नहीं है।
All right, Ramesh Bidhuri, they're very carefully saying it is bakwas ki baat. And I think that's the right reaction one neta will give when it is about the BJP. If your name is floated, then your chance is over.
I think we have seen the surprise element in the politics of the BJP in nominating people to various positions. And if you look at the choice of chief minister, save the case of the Maharashtra chief minister, all the other names were names which were not being discussed in the media. So I think everybody who thinks that they have a chance in Delhi now would be a little cautious in making sure that their name is not out in the public domain.
Yes.
But New Delhi seat has a particular history. Whoever wins
Yes.
from that seat becomes the chief minister and that party comes into power.
No, but interesting. It's
But then BJP,
yes.
but BJP is known to, defy the odds. So,
Absolutely.
So you really don't know.
Okay, Bobby Badal, you joined us at 9 and you were sounding dismissive of all political parties and of course dismissing and questioning the level playing field as well. Now how do you look at it even as we build up to 10 a.m.?
Ma'am, let me put 2 or 3 points on the record. First of all, I am very thankful to you. My personal hero Neerja Chaudhary ji, you have put on the show. She's written a beautiful book, How Prime Ministers Decide. So thank you for it. And secondly, I want to tell you how Kejriwal Saab has impacted the politics of this country. He has changed the discourse from caste and communal things to schools and hospitals. And he also built the fastest growing national party in the country. So I think this election, you cannot just write away Kejriwal. Congress can pat itself on its back so that it has helped made a BJP government in Delhi, which I'm not sure it is too early today. So, but we see it as a challenge that the Congress and the BJP were talking in the same language. And Kejriwal ji has openly fought for Delhi people's rights, and we will continue to fight for Delhi people. Delhi voter is very, very sensible voter. So I think this will not impact us in a very big way. Kejriwal is not only the face of the party, he is the soul of the party. And his stature has only grown the way all parties were together and only Aam Aadmi Party was left fighting the deep pockets of the BJP, the big finance, electoral bond, 7,000 crore party, which targets the leadership of another party, uses the politics of hatred, uses the politics of fear, and uses the politics of religion. So I think for us, this is a test
Supriya, before we build up to 10, a word from you on what Omar Abdullah has tweeted, or lado sab aapas mein. That's what very cryptic response coming in from National Conference Chief and also, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister.
No, I just have one thing to say. The onus of making AAP win it cannot lie with the Congress. The Congress is going to look at fertile political bastions and will try and wrest them over. I mean, Delhi is a place where we've been in governance for 15 years. It is not हमारे सर पर थोड़ी ठीकरा आप फोड़ सकते हैं और हमारी जिम्मेदारी थोड़ी है आपको जिताना. हमारी जिम्मेदारी है खुद से अच्छे से चुनाव लड़ना, एक spirited campaign करना. Wherever you need to be called out, you will be called out. So I think this whole attempt of the Aam Aadmi Party or anybody for that matter, political analysts at large, to say that or even our allies to say आपस में लड़ो. I think all of us assess our political bastions. We fight the campaigns that we need to fight. I mean, by that logic, Mr. Kejriwal went to Goa, he went to Gujarat, he went to Haryana, he went to Maharashtra, he went to Uttarakhand, and in Uttarakhand and Goa, actually the vote share difference between us and the BJP was exactly the number of votes that the Aam Aadmi Party got. I mean, these are not arguments that I will respond to, but it is not the responsibility of the Congress to fight elections so that somebody else wins. The Congress is going to fight elections to ensure we win or we rest our political bastions, and I think that's what we're doing. We can't be blamed for it, can we?
No, I tend to agree with you on that because, you know, every political party has to look at its own interest. But what is the future of India bloc then?
Look, the India bloc as a whole has come together to stop the BJP as far as elections 2024 were concerned. Even though the SP decided to support AAP in Delhi, SP and B together fought a by-election in Milkipur. I don't think the India bloc is in question here. I think political parties are not NGOs, and nor are we. Political parties assess the political situation on the ground. We have to respect the cadres of a certain state, a certain entity. Delhi wanted to go all alone, and we did, and I think we did the right thing. The reality is that Aam Aadmi Party's lies and its filibustering had to be called out, and I think we would have failed in our duty if we had not called out a party which was in governance for 11 years. The problems of Delhi don't cease to exist just because of the India bloc. I think the future of the India bloc is in stopping the BJP, and it was a very successful and is a very successful proposal, a very successful experiment. 400 पार का नारा था, 240 पर India bloc ने रोका BJP को. So I don't think the future of the India bloc is in question. You look at how we stand together in parliament, and that bears testimony to the fact that there's a larger rationale, the larger motive of why we are together. And then, of course, state elections will be fought, assessing each other.
So let's put both Neerja Chaudhary and Sandeep Shastri on the screen now, because both of them have a question for Supriya. Professor Shastri, observation.
I think Supriya ji's point is well taken. The India coalition's challenge, I think, is after the Lok Sabha elections, the Congress was the object of a lot of criticism because of the continuous losing of elections. But now you have a situation where somebody other than the Congress has done badly, and the India coalition faces that challenge. So I think in challenging the NDA, the India coalition would have to now work out its strategy if it is to survive. And let's remember, end of the year you have Bihar, where again you have two coalitions fighting against each other, and the capacity to win would depend on how strong your coalition is. So I think that question still remains open and would need to be debated and discussed by the partners who are part of the coalition.
My question to Supriya will go a little further. From what you're saying, that alliance was for Lok Sabha 2024. After that, every party takes a call. Is it in my self-interest in a particular state to tie up with A, B, C, D? So you may tie up with the DMK when the elections come. You may tie up with Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party when 27 UP elections come. But that has nothing to do with the India bloc. So does it mean for all practical purposes, India bloc is dead?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we can sit here and prescribe the death of the India bloc. Absolutely not. I think the India bloc stands in unity as far as the politics of the BJP or the hate and the venom spewing politics of the BJP is concerned. But like I said, we are a political entity. I think in the 2024 elections, the Congress did take two steps back to accommodate everybody. But we are also going to look at our political fertile lands. We are going to look at a Delhi. We will look at a Maharashtra. We fought a fantastic election in Maharashtra, and we put the numbers on the table. It's for the Election Commission to now answer. That mandate is really on the radar. It's under the scanner. So I do believe that political parties take conscious political calls. I agree that Bihar is an important election. It's a well-oiled coalition there that we have with the RJD and a few others. I do believe Maharashtra was a good experiment. I do believe Tamil Nadu. But, in Delhi, We did believe that we have our own political fertile land to go back to and to wrest it from Aam Aadmi Party. And I think we did. I agree with the fact that we should have gone alone, personally and otherwise.
But Supriya, could the numbers have been better? Because one concern certainly is that even if you fought alone, that may be a call taken based on a strategy and survival. But did the Congress in that fight actually not become relevant either? You know, a number of 1 in a 70-member assembly, you may have opened your account, but what really is the toehold here?
But Maria, the onus of making these numbers better cannot just rest with the Congress party. It rests with a lot of our other allies as well. It rests with the Aam Aadmi Party as well. I do believe, particularly talking about Delhi, because that's where the mandate is coming from, we were very clear that there's been a government now for 11 years. This government had dislodged us. We were the incumbents. We could assess what the failures were. We could assess the issues that we wanted to raise. And I think keeping that in mind, we took the call that we had to take, that we will fight this election alone. We will expose the Aam Aadmi Party's failures, because I think as political parties, you are answerable to the people. You are not just answerable to a tally on an election day, whether that 1 should have been 10 or you know, that 24 should have been 48. It doesn't matter. I think you're answerable to the people. You're answerable to your own cadres. You're answerable to your leadership, local and national. I think on that count, the Congress took the right stand. So we can keep bothering about numbers, but I do believe the clarion call from the ground was that we fight these elections on our own.
Okay.
I will have to leave for another channel.
Fine enough, Supriya. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Yes, Mr. Keswan, you wanted to come in, please.
I just wanted to say that much is being made about the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party coming into an alliance. One should remember in the Lok Sabha elections, despite them being an alliance, the BJP had a whopping 54.35%. And BJP has won all the 3 past Lok Sabha elections 7-0 and done very well in the assembly election. And the Congress party, if they're lucky, will probably prevent a golden hat-trick of drawing a blank in the assembly elections. And I just wanted to counter what the Congress spokesperson said on Maharashtra. I think Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, the similarities both are delirious and they try to dupe people. In Maharashtra voter list, I just wanted to add, same Rahul Gandhi who spoke yesterday, I mean, he had said in January that about 1 crore of voter list people were added. Then he said in Parliament, I'm talking about being in Parliament, he said the number was 70 lakh. And 2 days back, he says 39 lakh. This is the leader of opposition who lacks any semblance of consistency. And he just shoots off numbers. And people know that in Maharashtra, in terms of the electoral roll, in the 2004, between the Lok Sabha and the Assembly election, 29.5 lakh voters were added. 2009, between the Lok Sabha and Assembly 4 months gap, 30 lakh voters were added. Similarly, in 2014, 29 lakh voters were added. See, Rahul Gandhi and the Aam Aadmi Party's drama yesterday, where they tried to say people were calling them, both are preparing ground to give excuses for the dismal defeat they're going to face today. The voters of Delhi have unequivocally reposed their faith in Modi ji's leadership and Modi ji's guarantee. And I think, be it resuming the schemes for the senior citizens or the healthcare or cabling.
I appreciate your time. Let me get a quick word from Professor Shastri. Professor Shastri, we are looking at 10 a.m. and our managing editor, Nikunj Garg, is joining us on this special broadcast. The word now, because it's only consolidating for the BJP, it looks, it's certainly a picture which shows that the BJP is back in power after 27 years.
Yeah, I think the numbers would stabilize, I think, between 45 and 50. That's what seems to be the range that it would be, which clearly indicates that the Delhi voter has voted for change, decisively voted for change, and brought the BJP back after that long years of being in the opposition. And I think it puts a lot of responsibility on the BJP now, not only being in power now in Delhi, also in the MCD and also at the center. So now there is no escape route to say that this could not be done or that could not be done, because all 3 levels of government are with you.
Probably that is what the voters want. Probably that is what the voters want.
There is another question. You know, this is also a referendum on Rahul Gandhi's 2 vote bank, which he was trying to regain, Muslims and Dalit. With the numbers that AAP is getting and with the numbers that BJP is getting, looks like both the vote banks have ditched him. So that also
but they ditched him 10 years ago.
So, but that he
they are refusing to come back.
So, no, but Maria, from Maharashtra to, from Haryana to Maharashtra to, New Delhi. He has been banking on these two votes. In fact, he started his rally in Selampur for the very first day. We were trying to get the Muslim vote back. But Muslims, I think they have chosen to back either AAP. I would say, giving by the numbers, they have gone with the AAP. And Dalits have gone to BJP.
I think there's an important point being made here, and I would go back to what Supriya said in her intervention. She said, it's not our responsibility alone in Delhi to keep the BJP out of power. But then,
you were the big
in terms of being the third party, what did you do in the city to be able to assert your presence? Okay. Now, a party which was in power 10 years ago, now to struggle to be able to retain one seat, I think has its own story.
And they have done so only in Outer Delhi.
And also, Maya, that cannot be...
Larger problem there is that probably, I guess, my sense is, Professor Shastri, that, that kind of holding on or clutching on to a certain vote bank or wanting to say that, this is not alone our responsibility, all are probably negative thoughts.
Absolutely.
Those are not a positive campaign where you are probably pitching for something, a development model that people are looking for. Nonetheless, Maria, this is a historic day. This is epoch making. One fact, as Shastri pointed out, other fact, nearly 3 decades of BJP's Vanvas, of course, ended at the state level. Of course, BJP, the Delhi voters have always been in love with Mr. Modi. Yes. 7 out of 7 every time. 7 out of 7 every time. In love with Mr. Modi.
Absolutely.
However,
they've been able to hold the swing voter which was coming to them in the Lok Sabha.
21st century, BJP has been in power out of power in Delhi.
Yes,
so and purely on governance model.
So it was in 90s, 98. So
and it was not a Hindutva polarization.
No, certainly not.
So it was a pro-class polarization.
Exactly. We are not going down that road. You don't have to go down that road. After a quarter of a century almost, more than a quarter of a century,
No, Nikhil,
you'll probably go to Gaurav Bhatia,
who's... you look at the whole campaign, it was essentially on local issues.
Okay,
governance.
Okay, Kamaljeet Sherawat is also joining us. Delhi BJP MP. Ms. Sherawat, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Of course, okay, we'll try and connect with her. But before that, Ishika, Delhi BJP office, she's joining us, and she has been tracking this election relentlessly, Ishika, almost trailing the Delhi BJP chief, Mr. Sachdeva, on a daily basis.
Like a shadow.
Yes, like a shadow. And how does it look right now? I mean, is the BJP now more or less settled in its head that they are forming the government and hence celebrations must begin?
Well, in fact, currently, Maria, I am at the Delhi BJP office, and let me tell you that it is buzzing since morning. We'll like to show you the visuals directly. You can see that the leaders have already started coming here. You can see that a lot of Karyakartas also gathered here. In fact, just a moment ago, we witnessed that all that sweets also have started coming here. So certainly, BJP looking quite confident today. We are also trying to show you, the screens that have been put up here so that, they can in fact keep a track themselves regarding, the counting that is happening today. So certainly here, we are trying to show you the very, very colorful visuals that, we are witnessing at the Delhi BJP headquarters here. Here, certainly the BJP, they continue to say that all of those, corruption allegation, be it the Sheesh Mahal controversy, be the other, in fact, the liquor policy scam. Ma'am, you are present here. Is the BJP confident today that, for 27 years, they'll this time be making a comeback?
Absolutely. It's going to be a wonderful comeback, as you can see. And finally, people of Delhi, voters of Delhi can see through this man who has absolutely been a charlatan. And they know him for who he is. He has made so many false promises. He lies more often than not. And so you can see the result of that people can see through him. And something that I predicted many years back, and I ran away from the party when I saw. I was the first one to leave Aadmi Party, the first one to join India Against Corruption, even before it became a party. So I said this 10 years, 9 months back. This is what these people are all about. It's scary what the actual character is like. And now people can see it. You know, you talk about pani half, maaf. जब पानी साफ ही नहीं हो तो आप क्या देंगे लोगों को?
Ma'am, but in your campaign this time, we saw, you took the corruption allegations rather. It was the highlight. With the liquor policy scam, do you think it will turn out to be a defining factor today when the mandate...
Yeah, it is one of the defining factors, but the lack of civic amenities. Like I told you, water became a big issue. The heaps of garbage that you see around became a big issue. I actually went to Sangam Vihar and many JJ cluster areas, and women told me that instead of giving ek sharab ki botal par ek aur sharab ki botal, give us milk, give kids milk and another. They would have done better. So definitely sharab and sheesh mahal are huge issues. But the complete lack of amenities that you see is a huge factor.
So as you currently heard here from the BJP leader, they continue to say that, certainly the corruption allegations have been a highlight of their campaign, but they also say that the civic amenities, that the people on the ground are not getting, that will be one of the major reasons that today the Aam Aadmi Party government will be voted out of power. So certainly BJP here quite confident this time that they will be making a comeback. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thank you so much for joining us. Nikunj, let's start the conversation with
yes,
Kamalji Sherawat.
Kamalji Sherawat, BJP's MP, that 7 out of 7 score for Mr. Modi. One of them, very erudite lady from the largest constituency of Delhi. Mrs. Kamalji Sherawat, welcome to NDTV.
Thank you.
And what are your initial thoughts, ma'am? क्या लग रहा है, कैसा लग रहा है आपको जैसे नंबर और आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं? What are you thinking? What are your initial thoughts in your mind right now?
दिल्ली के जो हालात थे उसमें ये नंबर कोई सरप्राइजिंग नहीं है, क्योंकि जो ज़मीन पे अगर आप कभी भी गए होंगे, जो हालात राजधानी दिल्ली के इन्होंने बना दिए थे, पानी की हालात ये कि अगर हम टैप में जाएं तो पानी आ नहीं रहा, गंदा आ रहा है, और अगर भगवान थोड़ा सा पानी दे दे तो जल भराव की ये सिचुएशन थी, हर तरफ वाटर लॉगिंग हो रही थी। दिल्ली को बेसिक फैसिलिटीज़ के लिए भी तरसना पड़ गया। इससे भी बुरी बात ये रही कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पूरे देश के लिए आयुष्मान कार्ड दिया, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में लागू नहीं होने दिया। अपने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक की दुहाई देते रहे। दिल्ली की जनता को लगा कि खुद तो कुछ करना ही नहीं है, अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी भी अगर करना चाह रहे हैं तो ये उनको रोक रहे हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली ने डेवलपमेंट और सोशल वेलफेयर पे इनको फेल किया। तीसरी बात, जो दिल्ली के अंदर इनकी ईमानदार की छवि लेकर ये आए थे, वो छवि ऐसी तार हुई, क्योंकि जहां देखो शिल्ट निकालने के मामले में इनका पूरा एक एसीबी की जांच चल रही है कि 80 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने नालों की सफाई पे लगाए, जबकि नाले यूं के यूं भरे हुए हैं। तो तीनों तरह से दिल्ली को पीछे पहुंचाने में, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन के हिसाब से दिल्ली को कोई काम ना करने देने के लिए, और करप्शन, ये तीनों ही मुद्दे दिल्ली की जनता समझ चुकी थी। मुझे नहीं पता कि कैसे मीडिया टीम या आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग इसको जज नहीं कर पा रहे थे, लेकिन मेरी आपसे पहले भी बात हुई, मैंने तब भी आपको बताया था कि दिल्ली में इस बार पूरे बहुमत से आएगी, क्योंकि दिल्ली की जनता विकास चाहती है, दिल्ली की जनता सोशल वेलफेयर चाहती है, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट भी उसका इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट है। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात ये रही कि देश के पीएम ने जो इतना बड़ा देश है उसको 11वें नंबर से 5वें नंबर पर पहुंचा दिया। सोशल वेलफेयर स्कीम, चाहे वो अन्न के लिए हो, शौचालय के लिए हो, उज्ज्वला के लिए हो, आयुष्मान भारत हो, किसान सम्मान निधि हो, दोनों को बराबर साइमल्टेनियसली लेकर वो चले, और दिल्ली दोनों में फेल हो गई। तो ये जो रिजल्ट आया है ये अनएक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है, ये ही एक्सपेक्टेड था। जो आदमी जमीन पर गया है पिछले 6 महीने में, उसने इसको सेंस किया है, उसने इसको जज किया है, और इसीलिए मेरा डे 1 से था।
जी, आप रिप्रेजेंट करती हैं, उसका मैं जूही को बोलूंगी वो मैप अप करे। इस पिक्चर को देखिए मैम, 11 सीटें हैं, 8 सीट पर भाजपा लीड कर रही है, आम आदमी पार्टी 3 पर लीड कर रही है, -8 है। यहाँ पर यह भी साफ तौर पे ये दिख रहा है कि जो प्रॉमिस था आप लोगों का कि व्हाट प्राइम मिनिस्टर हिमसेल्फ सेड कि जो स्कीम्स हैं वो कंटिन्यू करेंगी और उसके ऊपर टॉप अप होगा, तो आप लोगों को एक क्या फियर था अगर वो जो बार बार अरविंद केजरीवाल बोल रहे थे कि शायद भाजपा आएगी तो स्कीम्स रुक जाएंगी, वो नहीं हुआ?
मारिया जी, इसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात है कि किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को सोशल वेलफेयर स्कीम देना मैंडेटरी उसका ऑब्लिगेशन है, उसको करना ही चाहिए, और वही प्रधानमंत्री जी कर रहे थे। आयुष्मान भारत अगर मैं आपसे बात करूं, पूरे भारत में लागू है, दिल्ली में अगर लागू नहीं हुई तो कितनी तकलीफ दिल्ली वालों को थी। प्रधानमंत्री अंशरी योजना, एक राशन कार्ड पे जो अन्न मिलना चाहिए, दिल्ली के 90,000 राशन कार्ड का कोटा खाली पड़ा रहा, इन्होंने 10 साल में वो दिया नहीं। बुजुर्गों की पेंशन 2015 से लगाई नहीं। और स्कूलों की अगर आप हालत देखें तो दिल्ली के अंदर 1034 स्कूल हैं, 1034। आउट ऑफ दिस सिर्फ 340 के अंदर साइंस है, सिर्फ 700 के अंदर प्रिंसिपल है। तो कोई एक पैरामीटर, चाहे वो डेवलपमेंट का था या वो सोशल वेलफेयर का था, केजरीवाल हर पैरामीटर पर फेल रहे।
कमल जी,
बल्कि इन्होंने वो किया जो दिल्ली एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रही थी।
कमल जी, ये तो हुआ पास्ट और आपका कैंपेन। दिस इज योर पास्ट, दिस इज द पास्ट फैक्टर फिगर्स एंड योर कैंपेन पिच. Now, what the Delhi obviously is looking for is a change, and a massive change. You live in Delhi, I live in Delhi, most of us live in Delhi. Yes. We all know that the situation on the ground is something that not only the voters of Delhi, but people who come to the city, people who come to this great city from outside, diplomatic corps, many others, want to change. Now, how are you going to bring in that, foster in that change is the key question, Kamaljeet ji.
दिल्ली को कैपिटल बनाने के लिए एक बहुत बड़े चेंज की रिक्वायरमेंट है। इस बात की जिम्मेवारी को हम ओन करते हैं, और दिल्ली की जनता ने जो हमें वोट दिया है, मैं आपके माध्यम से दिल्ली की जनता को कहना चाहती हूँ कि आपको 6 महीने के अंदर ड्रास्टिक चेंज नज़र आएंगे, और आपको जैसे जैसे दिन बीतेंगे अपनी वोट के ऊपर आपको गर्व महसूस होगा कि हमने सही वोट दिया है। ये हमारी कमिटमेंट है और हम इसको करके दिखाएंगे।
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us early morning on NDTV. It's 10:11, and we can tell our viewers that it's consolidating for the BJP. Of course, it would be around 3 or 4 rounds of counting, which would be over. 8 a.m. is when counting began. How is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters looking at the moment? Anushka is joining us live from there. Anushka, what can you tell us?
Well, certainly, Maria will like to show you the visuals from here directly. First, we can clearly see that the stage is set, but all the chairs are empty. There is an absence of action here, lots and lots of people, and we can also see a very tense environment, because what the initial trends is showing is that the BJP is leading, but also we are showing you the visuals here. Most of the Karyakartas here had in fact started sloganeering, but also we saw that the excitement is somewhere, now looking like people are now getting tense over here. We also did manage to talk to 2 of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, that is Jasmine Shah and Anurag Dhanda. They said that this time it was the toughest battle here in Delhi, because Aam Aadmi Party was not just fighting against, contesting against 2 parties, 2 major political parties, but also the Aam Aadmi Party was fighting against a corrupt system. Now, we are also looking that they have said, and in fact also they exuded quite confidence and have said that Aam Aadmi Party will win by comfortable margins. But what we are seeing here is that people are quite tense because of the initial trends that is showing that BJP is leading. But this is an initial picture, and we are showing you the visuals also from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. There are people huddled here. The chairs are empty, but also the screen is set here for the people. Also, we are showing you the visuals also from the Aam Aadmi Party. But certainly we can see that the Aam Aadmi Party had a quite tumultuous term this time around. Several of the senior leaders were facing corruption charges. Also, when we saw the campaigning, when it did happen, it was quite intense and sometimes hostile also. But also, we see big showdown happening between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. What we are seeing, what we are looking at the initial trends, this looks like a battle between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP solely. Congress was fighting for a resurgence, but we are seeing that right now the odds are not in Congress's favor. We're also seeing BJP, who is about to make a historic comeback according to the initial trends. BJP is set to make a comeback after 27 years, but also Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they had to fight against the whole corrupt system, be it EC, be it ED, be it CBI. Everybody was after Aam Aadmi Party, and that is why this was quite a tough year for Aam Aadmi Party. Now, people are also banking on the fact, and what the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying is that people will vote for development, and that means Kejriwal will come back in power.
Okay, Anushka, hold on to your thoughts. 10:15, 11, 10:15, and welcome to this broadcast, Sajjan and Rashed here in the studio. We are looking at Congress at zero now.
That was expected.
They're not even opening their account.
We thought they're improving their tally. I told the desk. I thought they were improving their tally.
I mean, no voter wants to waste his or her vote. You know, that is the basic fundamental psychology.
But you can't go down to zero.
No, I mean, you can't go down from zero.
From zero. That is what I'm saying. So it was a very confusing and I would say a self-harm strategy on the part of Congress to have gone for this. As
That's the correct word, actually, self-harm strategy.
Absolutely, as Omar Abdullah has said. So basically, it's Omar Abdullah is directing his anger or frustration at the Congress party. Because this was not a very well thought out. If Aam Aadmi Party was bad, then why did you fight with them in the Lok Sabha election? So either 6 months ago, they thought that he's not corrupt, or after 6 months later, you were saying he's corrupt. So therefore, there was a conflicting signals. And I think Rahul Gandhi was misled. Perhaps Mallikarjun.
How long will we continue to say Mr. Gandhi was misled, Mr. Gandhi was misled? How long will
it happens in all political parties?
As the leader
it
of the
in
party.
all political parties, particularly.
No, but sir, Mr. Kidwai, please tell me one thing. I have a question to ask you. You have been a long-term watcher. Yeah. I just wish to ask you one question. You have been a long-term watcher. How long will we continue, or a kind of narrative or a kind of thought, or some observers will continue to peddle this line that the leadership has been misled? I mean, how long, for Christ's sake? I mean, the leadership has to take charge. How long as the leader I can be misled?
No, that was not a thing. It was for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to have asserted he's a Congress president. He could have gone public. What I'm saying is, look at Naveen Patnaik. He was also misled by a bureaucrat. So there is, being misled.
No, but he has been misled once.
Yeah, but very costly. You're a regional party, you're misled once, you're gone.
No, but he ran a government for 4 terms, 5 terms, and then they lost power, which is quite natural in a democracy. Look, my point is that leadership of a political party or a news channel or a FMCG product or a newspaper has to take charge of their product.
My friend, political strategies are not foolproof. When the Congress fought, unitedly, and Sajjan would vouch for that, the Congress got 37 seats more in Lok Sabha because of alliances. If there was no alliance, Congress tally would have been similar to 14 and 19. I'm saying, and this is the gamble. This is what maybe...
And what happened after Lok Sabha, wash out after.
It takes two to tango. Then you can say what was Aam Aadmi Party doing in Haryana?
Let's move on. Let's get in the guests who are joining us at this hour. Mohan Kumar Mangalam of the Congress Party is with us. We have Tom Vadakkan of the BJP and Sunny Ahluwalia of the Aam Aadmi Party. Zainab as well joining us this morning. Zainab, first to you. When we look at these numbers, it's clearly that the BJP is all set to come to power in Delhi. Lots being talked about how did they get their strategy right in the absence of a dominant face, because repeatedly Aam Aadmi Party kept on building this narrative, it's Kejriwal versus who. And somehow they maneuvered and did not really engage with Aam Aadmi Party on that issue.
So Maria, I was with you on 5th of Feb, on a show. Mohanji was there, Rashed was there, and I had in that debate also said that this is the weakest election Aam Aadmi Party has fought, and it is advantage me. And I didn't know that it will be such a big advantage. I mean, the numbers are very telling. It's a big comeback for BJP after 27 years, and it shows that what for them. Reality of the matter is that BJP caught the pulse of people. They understood.
Connect with Zainab in just a bit as well, and fix our network. But Mohan Kumar Mangalam of the Congress Party, Nikunj, you have a question for him.
Well, yes, the same question that I was discussing with Mr. Kidwai here. Mr. Kumar Mangalam, the fact of the matter is that how long can this be said that the Congress Party's leadership was misled, and that the result is not a result of the Congress Party's leadership's thought, but it went wrong and in multiple directions because there were multiple pressures, and that's why we could not come to a cogent way forward. How long can that be said?
So I don't agree with Mr. Kidwai on his assessment of the Congress Party leadership being misled. I think what the Congress Party is looking for in this election is to start rebuilding. And if we end up with, let's say, the same vote share as we got last time, then I would consider that a defeat. We'll only know that at the end of the day when polling is over. I'm hoping we'll get to double-digit vote share. And this election serves as a good fillip for us to start rebuilding a party where we ruled Delhi for 15 years and quite well, frankly, until the Aam Aadmi Party actually unseated us. And most of the Aam Aadmi Party's vote bank actually is the traditional Congress vote bank. I come from a state where we lost power in '67, the state of Tamil Nadu. And via alliances for the last almost 60 years now, we have never been able to regain our base back. We've only been on the margins via the alliance, enjoying maybe 2 or 4 or 5 MP seats or some MLA, double digit in MLA seats.
Can you please
but that has never let us, that's never let us actually come back to power. And this will not happen until the Congress party takes a clear call, which I think I'm glad we have in this election, to start rebuilding from base. So I would be happy if the BJP wins this election. For me, it's more important that
BJP
we
now.
actually
Tom
Vadakan
would be happy if BJP wins. I mean,
Tom Vadakan of the BJP is joining us.
Yes.
Tom Vadakan, the question certainly is that BJP seems to have got it right. What do you think worked for the party? Do you think it was about the 1st February budget that was the turning point, or was it Prime Minister Modi's public rally where he said वो सब रहेगा जो freebies है वो continue रहेंगी उसके ऊपर से भाजपा देगी?
And also the unending and enduring appeal, particularly with Delhi voter. Let's not forget, it's always a 7 out of 7 for Mr. Modi.
That's right.
Always 7 out of 7. So that is looks like an unending and enduring appeal of Mr. Modi in the city with the urban voter. That you can't, dismiss. There was the change of gears that used to happen hasn't happened this time. That's it.
Well, the fact of the matter is, first, we have to begin with thanking our voters who have supported us. This is the mandate of the people of Delhi, who have suffered for 10 years. Civic amenities, we all live in Delhi, pollution, your water situation, and there are 37 water filtration centers, out of which only 17 were functional. And they made the charge that, Haryana was poisoning Delhi water. What a charge. You want to win elections or you want to kill people? Now, these are all things that people of Delhi will never forget. Prime Minister has led this party from the front. This is indeed a referendum, not only for the Congress, against the Congress party, against ABDA, and also the India Alliance. The fact of the matter is, Prime Minister Modi's guarantees are holding. We have delivered, and that delivery is the promise that we made to Delhi, and we will keep it. The point here is, it is time that ABDA realizes and does some retrospection of what they have done and what they have led Delhi into. A big hillock all over Delhi of garbage. Have you ever seen any capital city, whether the state capitals, in this condition? They have been corrupt. They have built, when the COVID was on, they had built their Sheesh Mahal, and it's now going to be a museum. So these are factors that have led to a situation where people of Delhi have believed in Prime Minister Modi's promises and his leadership, and he will guide us through. And I'm sure this double-engine government will work and will deliver miracles to the people of Delhi.
Tom Vadakan, thank you so much. Continue to be with us and thank you for that quick analysis of how the BJP is looking at these numbers. Even as we look at 10:30 a.m. now, numbers consolidating for the BJP. It's looking at a capital comeback. Sajjan, come in now. Amit Shah, while I was interviewing him, has famously said that चुनाव स्पष्टता से लड़ा जाता है, which is essentially clarity से लड़ा जाता है, and चुनाव का लक्ष्य जीत होता है. That the ultimate aim of an election is victory. BJP seem to have got all its strategy right. Right from starting a negative campaign, relentlessly countering Arvind Kejriwal, to 1st of February appeal through the tax relief, and then Prime Minister's own speech, the opening speech where he said all the reliefs will be continuing and then more will be coming your way.
Yes, I mean, but we should remember that in 2020 also, BJP fought the assembly election quite spiritedly,
Yes.
and Amit Shah was leading from the front. But that time, brand Kejriwal and brand Aam Aadmi Party, that still was a potent brand. Now in 2025, what worked in favor of BJP primarily, all the, Prime Minister Modi's image and BJP's strategy, organizational strength, everything works when you have a sort of a ground situation of anti-incumbency working against the incumbent. So that is why I think this time also
that may not be that may not be right. You see, look, the brand AAP and Mr. Kejriwal is dented, but to say that the strategy of the opponent, see, the BJP when it comes to elections is a formidable foe.
Exactly,
it's a formidable foe.
It is.
That is the job of a formidable foe, that you will make your strategy work irrespective of the strength of the party.
And the shift,
and in some cases, your foe may also be a formidable foe, but you are overpowering that foe.
See, one of the distinction is that Aam Aadmi Party is not Congress. If you see the character of Aam Aadmi Party, it's quite a cadre-based party in a different way. They are quite committed, passionate, and have a ground reach. But what changed in BJP compared to 2020 was that in 2020 they had a pan-Delhi narrative, But this time they made it quite, granular. Micromanagement, and this is a shift post Lok Sabha election. If you see, now it is BJP which is contesting assembly elections quite on a local issue, be it Haryana, seat by seat.
That is why I feel what Sajjan is saying. See, the BJP has cracked that code called, how to win elections. Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. It's all pragmatic, practical approach and lots of heads-on.
But that's always the case, isn't it?
No, always the case. But BJP always had the optimum vote percentage in Delhi Assembly.
Yes, which was
now they are
26,
taking it to
27,
over. You see, what is the difference? It's not Aam Aadmi Party is getting wiped out. It's not like Maharashtra verdict or anything. You see, why BJP is being more successful, because it is coming closer to its Lok Sabha vote share.
Exactly.
And Aam Aadmi Party 42-43% vote share is huge. And
absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. That when it comes to elections, BJP is a formidable force.
Absolutely.
That's what I've said.
And anti-incumbency is, it's just being chipped in. So if it is this kind of tally, 42-28, in 28 seats, it's not losers argument, but it is not that the Aam Aadmi Party is getting wiped out.
Oh, that's not nobody's case. That's nobody's case.
Absolutely. So as Sajjan is saying, it's a well-fought election, but BJP had an advantage of projecting something that, you see, regardless whatever you do for Aam Aadmi Party, they are not able to function because by law they cannot give you anything.
But
so it is the Lieutenant Governor's.
I'll just add one point. That advantage Congress Party also had in Haryana. BJP was ruling for 10 years.
Here I am referring to what Arun Jaitley used to say, the tyranny of the unelected. So here you have a
tyranny of the unelected.
Yes.
And do you think that also played out? Because
Absolutely.
Arvind Kejriwal made that announcement of 2,100 rupees for women without ensuring that it is delivered in their account. Which was in complete contrast to the what the BJP did in Maharashtra. Yeah. When they are in power, they ensured that Ladki Behan goes directly into the account for the first 3 to 6 months.
You said it, Maria, and more so, the Delhi government gave front page added to the advertisement saying that it's not. Then the BJP took U-turn saying that no, we'll give it this. So I'm saying there is a lot of the realpolitik, all the Devri culture and all you're saying. It is not, this is not to malign the BJP because of it's their victory day. But what they have done is, they have perfected, the art of the possible.
Art of the possible, and despite not projecting a face, so it's also primarily an anti-incumbency vote.
Absolutely.
Because BJP...
That's difficult to digest, but let's see how it plays out. That's difficult to digest because look, the fact of the matter is that why did that anti-incumbency vote not work against the BJP in Haryana or in other places where they are in
because
power?
It had Congress. When it's Congress knows how to lose an election.
Well, many can say that we are picking out our favorite pieces of the argument. Let me go to my reporters, very dear to my heart. As always, both Tanushka and Gazali standing by at the most active places right now. The heart, that's where the heart is beating at the election counting center. Tanushka, coming to you first, describe for us what's going on, how many rounds are complete, how many votes have been tallied, who leads, and how many seats are being counted at your counting center.
Well, yes, I'm currently at the Gold Market counting center for the New Delhi constituency, wherein round 4 has been completed. So 4 rounds have been completed of voting here, wherein, and also, of course, this is a very important seat which is facing this contest between 3 very, top guns. Arvind Kejriwal, former Chief Minister of Delhi, who is taking the lead at this point in, round 4 of the counting. He has taken the lead by 7,949 votes, and he is ahead of 223 votes by his competition here, Parvesh Verma from the BJP, and he's also, of course, a very strong contender in this seat. And we also have Sandeep Dixit in the fray from the Congress. However, he's trailing behind both Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma. There are, some BJP party workers here. I'm showing you the visuals. They've gathered here. Why? Because the RK Puram candidate from here, Anil Sharma, is in the lead as well from the RK Puram seat. Other than that, what we also know is that this counting center is also counting the votes of the Greater Kailash constituency, wherein the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing and Shikha Rai, BJP's candidate, is in the lead. Shikha Rai is in the lead by 2,583 votes, and Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing by the same number of votes. The total share that Saurabh Bhardwaj right now has is that of 8,792. However, what's very important from this seat that I'm bringing you is that Kejriwal is still in the lead even in round 4. So it'll be really interesting to see. It's neck to neck right now between Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal and Pervesh Verma from the BJP. As it has always been, even in the campaign days, it's been very neck to neck between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Back to you.
You may actually be reporting out for what can be the what could have actually been the chief ministerial contest, and what can still turn out to be the chief minister's seat. So you are actually at the nerve center, actually at the hottest place right now in the national capital. Keep your eyes firmly glued on. Keep updating every small bit of information that you get. Continuously supply that information to the desk. And
for the moment, let's cut across to Gazali, who's speaking to Alkalamba.
निकला और ये साइलेंट रहा। इसका अभी तक ईवीएम खुलने तक कोई पार्टी कुछ नहीं कह पा रही कि क्या रहेगा। अब ईवीएम जैसे ही खुलेगा तो कालकाजी बोलेगा।
तो कालकाजी बोलेगा, क्या बोलेगा? आपको क्या लग रहा है? क्योंकि कई आरोप ये लग रहे हैं कि शायद कांग्रेस इतना एक्टिव हो रही है तो बीजेपी को इसका
नहीं। देखिए, कांग्रेस दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर एक्टिव हुई थी और दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर हम लड़े। जिसने मेरी दिल्ली बर्बाद की है उसकी बर्बादी का दौर शुरू हो रहा है।
किसकी बर्बादी का दौर शुरू हो सकता है?
ये तो अभी पता लगेगा आपको कि किसने दिल्ली बर्बाद की और कहां किसको जो है उसका फायदा और नुकसान होते हुए देखेंगे।
So this was Alka Lamba. She's saying that the real game will begin now because the EVM pertaining to this locality of Kalkaji will now open up. The assembly constituency for Kalkaji, the counting is on. 4 rounds have been done. She has just left. She said that she'll come back yet again. She's not leaving the counting center and she's hopeful for making a comeback in the electoral politics by winning or representing or winning the elections from Kalkaji. Meanwhile, we are just getting very complex reactions here. We are getting 3 kind of results. One, what we are getting from the EC website. The other, we are getting from both the parties. The AAP supporters claim that they are leading. The Congress supporters saying they are leading, and the BJP supporters are also saying that they are leading. And at this counting center, I'll show you there are 4 assembly constituencies for which the counting is happening. Kalkaj.
Gazali, that's the reward of a reporter. That's the reward of a reporter. Every bit of information coming first to the reporter at the nerve center at the correct place. That's the reward of a reporter on the ground. Nothing can match that.
Okay, Manoj Tiwari, a former BJP chief of Delhi, is speaking. Let's listen in.
खाता खुलने का तो मुझे भी कहीं से दिशा नहीं दिख रहा है।
Right, so a brief reaction coming in. Yes, let's go back to Gazali. Yes, Nikunj, you have a question for him.
No, my question to you, Gazali, I'm sorry we had to interrupt you there in between. I'm sorry, but my question to you, Gazali, was that you said there are multiple claims, counter claims that are being made by the party workers, and then there is Election Commission's website. But tell me something that only you can tell us today, Gazali, and that is whose body language is more upbeat? Is it the BJP workers' body language that is more upbeat? They think they have scaled it, they have scaled the peak. As I said to Maria, history is being made here today. History is being made here after nearly 3 decades. BJP's political exclusion from the capital at the level of the capital's governance ends here. So is it the BJP workers who are completely upbeat, or is it the AAP workers who are still hanging to the hope with a slender thread? What is the mood there?
I'll just tell you an incident and you can gauge the fact that Manish Sisodia, who is fighting from Jangpura, and Atish, who is fighting from Kalkaji, both candidates arrived here in the morning. but we could not see that kind of, what we had seen in previous elections, that since morning you'll see all kind of celebrations happening. You won't find any celebrations happening. The crowd is here, the AAP supporters here, the BJP supporters are also here, but none of them are celebrating as of now. That shows the kind of neck-to-neck fight it is going on, because after every round, we have claims and counter-claims, as I suggested, and then there are people who are saying, I'll just tell you that we spoke to one supporter of Aam Aadmi Party who had come for Amanatullah Khan, who is fighting from Okhla seat, which is also a keenly contested fight. He said, कि अभी ओखला वाला जो area है, उसका EVM नहीं खुला है. So everybody is claiming that from their area or the locality where they have voted, that EVM has not opened up.
Has
so
become
certainly
sort of a magical, magical mystery or a magical wand. EVM khulna.
We hear so much of that, EVM khulna. But we will come back to you, Gazali, in just a bit. But let's bring in Sajjan and Rashed, who are here in the studio. We also have Mohan Kumar Mangalam, and Zainab is continuing to be with us. Zainab, it appears that people of Delhi have sent a message that they do not want a government which is at constant loggerheads, one that is looking for excuses, and one that is not looking for solutions.
Absolutely. The people of Delhi were sick and tired of the constant, bickering when it came to, the LG is not allowing us this, the bureaucrats are not helping us with that, the files are not going forward. And even if there was a grain of truth in it, the fact is, Aam Aadmi Party had lost its sheen. I'll give you a small anecdotal example. I have family who lives in GK, and you were just, one of your reporters was just mentioning Shikha Rai. The truth is, the parks there that are made, Shikha Rai would personally come and check those, although she was not the winning, she was not the sitting MLA there, Saurabh Bhardwaj was, but she would come there, she would bring Bansuri Swaraj there, and it was a big thing for the people of those small colonies, who appreciate the fact that there's actually, on-ground work. Another thing that worked in BJP's favor was RSS and the foot soldiers, the Swayam Sevaks. There was a lot of house-to-house campaigning. There was a lot of, work that BJP put in convincing people that we are going to give you better governance and better welfare compared to Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party just stuck to one theme, which is confrontational politics and playing the victim. It worked. If you remember, in the first term of Kejriwal ji, when there was black ink thrown on him and all of that, that gave sympathy to Arvind Kejriwal ji. People were sympathetic towards him because he had that aura of a Aam Aadmi. So people felt, yes, he's a victim. He's being bullied by the big guns of politics. But what has happened is Kejriwal ji has now converted himself just like any other politician with all, with all the paraphernalia of a big politician, be it the car, be it the Sheesh Mahal. These things actually worked against him. So when he showed himself as a victim, the image that he had now constructed around himself was of this big national
Zainab,
politician.
we will be coming
People
back to
didn't
you.
buy it anymore.
Give me a moment, Zainab. Sunny Ahluwalia of the Aam Aadmi Party is joining us as well. Sunny Ahluwalia, it doesn't look too good for you.
And Mr. Ahluwalia, I must ask you one question, The fact of the matter at this point in time is that it looks like that you have fought a decent battle, but the BJP has overpowered you in the battle in your home turf, from where your party, this party which was the latest and the last party in this country to be born out of a movement, was born. And many people, Mr. Ahluwalia, I still remember, I was one of them, I think Maria was also there. We have actually covered that movement. We have covered that movement day in, day out for days together, hours, days together. There was a generation of voters who are now 29, 30, who are now working class voters of Delhi, which in the first election did not even know the name of your candidates, and the party just voted for the symbol. Many observers, Mr. Ahluwalia, in the recent past have been writing that the hopes of that entire generation were dashed by the conduct of the Aam Aadmi Party, because you became just another political party, and those people, those youngsters of 18 years old to 35-year-olds at that point in time when we were covering that movement, thought that you were the real harbinger of the change in Indian politics.
Still now, there is a lot of time left and we are only 5 seats away. till now, there is a lot of time left and we are only 5 seats away. If 5 seats come here and there, all the result will be changed. Number 2, we all were professionals. I am a doctor by profession and I joined Arvind Kejriwal because of the only one reason. And that was when the movement started against the anti-corruption. Now, what is the problem with the BJP? Now, BJP has also came on the same pitch. First, they used to say that they are giving free remedies, they are giving free to this. Now, they are also agreeing that social welfare scheme is important and it must be given to everyone. In Delhi, the election have changed right now. Why it has changed? Because first they used to talk about polarization. Now they have changed their stand and they have come to the local issues which we wanted, which we started. We said that people should have good education. Now they are also saying the same thing. We said there should be good health services to the people. They are saying the same thing. And the Delhi people were scared that whenever the BJP will come into power, free electricity, free bus service, everything will stop. But the Prime Minister has to say, Amit Shah has to say that we will continue with the same services which were provided by the Aam Aadmi Party. So one thing is very clear, we came to provide a social welfare schemes to the people and in that we are successful. Second, we wanted to stop the polarization kind of politics. We are able to do that also. Still now, they were saying Arvind Kejriwal is not leading, they are trailing. Now Arvind Kejriwal is leading, Manish Sisodia is leading, and we are standing on the same table. There has been undeclared emergency in our nation. And what is the reason behind it? The Bharatiya Janata Party say, we need double engine sarkar. What is double engine sarkar? That means they need a dictatorship. Why can't a federal democracy be present in India? Wherever they lose their election, they try to rule it from governor, lieutenant governor. They like to do these kind of things. On the other hand, what Aam Aadmi Party says, Aam Aadmi says that we should focus on the human resources. We should focus on the people. And this is our aim. And successfully, for the last 10 years, we were successful to do that. And in coming elections also, in coming election results also, you can clearly see,
that
that BJP has also come down the same
some
scheme.
relief for the Aam Aadmi Party. At 10:41, Arvind Kejriwal appears to be leading. What is the margin of lead? We'll try and get that detail for the viewers. But Pervesh Verma is now trailing. Aswarya is joining us from where Mr. Verma himself is. Aswarya, if these numbers actually look that the tables have turned back for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, it certainly appears that there is something that is going on here. Perhaps we are not able to catch that at the moment.
Well, certainly, and since the time the candidates were announced for the New Delhi Assembly constituency, all eyes were on this particular seat because it was a triangular fight between Pervesh Verma, Arvind Kejriwal and Mr. Sandeep Dixit, and a very close contest is being fought. After third round, what the information is something that we are learning. 343 votes Arvind Kejriwal is leading with, and certainly it is Parvesh Verma who was leading in the upcoming in the initial two rounds. He is now trailing. So we are right now present at his residence only. He confirmed to us this morning that he will speak, but let's wait for the results. And that's what the messaging from the top BJP leadership was early up in the morning, that let's wait till the final results doesn't arrive, don't celebrate too much. And that's where Parvesh Verma's picture comes in place. A very tough battle, but Parvesh Verma is glued to the television screens and he's watching these results very closely. He's direct in contact with the with those officials and the Bharatiya Janata Party workers who are there at the polling station as well. 343 seats is something Parvesh Verma is trailing after 3 rounds, is something that the information we are getting.
Round 5 is what we are being told by our research team, Ash. It says that Kejriwal is still leading at 10,294 by 386. That's the gap between him and Parvesh Verma, who has so far polled 9,908. So that margin isn't really much. Remember, last time around, Mr. Kejriwal had won by 21,687 votes. And certainly that's the Chief Minister's constituency. That's how it is often described.
Absolutely.
From Shiela Dixit to Mr. Kejriwal, New Delhi constituency is the Chief Minister's constituency, and it's a bellwether seat.
The most prestigious. I like that term, Mr. Kidwai.
Yeah, and Nikunj, you see, if Parvesh Verma defeats Arvind Kejriwal, he will be a contender and a contender for chief ministerial post. More importantly, you look at that vote share, and vote share is very interesting. And my friend Sajjan, he knows numbers better than me. He's from data science. I'm from political science.
You know, he's been holding to a contrarian view, and I like contrarian views.
Absolutely. So, Nikunj, you see here, as per this, there's 49% BJP and 44% Aam Aadmi Party. So, Aam Aadmi Party is not losing in a big way. It is only a chip of a middle class vote that has moved from Aam Aadmi Party that used to come during assembly election, not in Lok Sabha election, and going back to Lok Sabha election thing for the BJP. So that is a very crucial factor. It is not that all segments of society have left Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal is still getting. What is the point?
Overnight, Mr. Kidwai, in any case, all sections of society
44% vote is very significant, and the Congress has become very insignificant. So what they had in the past, 4.5%, they are there on 5%.
Yeah, so I mean they have improved the tally, by the way.
No, this is not an improvement, because when you take this kind of gamble, again what Omar Abdullah is saying, if they had fought together, there are no ifs and buts in politics, things would have been perhaps different.
But Mr. Kidwai, you know it better than us. Yeah. You know it better than me. That 2 plus 2 doesn't always come to 5 in politics. Na?
Yeah, but in Lok Sabha election it has shown. I have to keep saying.
Anyhow, I must get my friend Sajjan here in the conversation. Yes. You have a contrarian view about the numbers as they are reflecting right now, and you have been constantly pointing out towards a keener, closer contest.
Precisely. I mean, that's precisely because, I mean, of the ground thing that I still hold that while there was anti-incumbency, intense among the middle class, and the poor segment was also not enthused, there were complaints. Going by the voter psychology, it's very difficult to assume that the poor vote base, which is a tangible beneficiary of the schemes, even if it's complaining about the sewage, garbage, all sort of a thing, abandoning the incumbent which has been delivering and then jumping the gun, that is something that I'm still holding on. So I'm not now questioning the direction will be changed, but what I am saying that perhaps I may go wrong, certainly because most of the exit polls predicted otherwise, that the gap would be a bit closer, maybe 40-30 something, or a seat here and around.
Okay, Sajjan, just
a fair point.
Yeah, just a moment, because let's ask Juhi to put that data on air about the vote share and the shift from 2020. That will give us a bit of clear picture, and that is, just look at this number now, vote share. 49% to the BJP, 44% to the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP has made a gain of 10%. They were at 39%.
And loss of 10%.
Yeah, and it's the loss of 10%.
And Congress, as it is,
a huge gap.
Exactly.
And in what clearly is a bipolar contest here now.
And Maria, it's not just about the class. It's also the swing voter primarily comes from the Purvanchali voters.
Yes.
Purvanchali. So it's Paharis and Purvanchalis. Paharis have been consistent in both assembly and because last time Manish Sisodiya in Patparganj, when the Uttarakhandi votes is in significant number. So Uttarakhandi voter, but this time it seems that the Purvanchali voters in a significant way who otherwise constitute the lower middle class to the poor segment. But in Lok Sabha, so they chose to, a section of, it seems, them chose to trust Modi and BJP, and that is where Northeast Delhi, North Delhi, wherein you find.
So I may say that nothing has changed from what happened 6 months ago. BJP 6 months ago was at 51%.
Yes.
Now, if this number actually holds, it is at 49%. So Anil Antony, come in on this now. A 49% vote share is similar to what happened 6 months ago when the BJP won 7 on 7, polling 51%. Anil?
Thank you for having me in the show. This has been a day Thank you for having me in the show. This is a very decisive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. We are still only 5 rounds into counting. We are very sure that by the day the counting is over, our margin will be even higher. These results, yes, if you are looking at vote share, it is similar to a Lok Sabha performance. But you look at Delhi, always there was a perception that there is a difference in the voting pattern during the Lok Sabha and the assembly elections. And that is what we saw in the previous 2 elections. But this time the people of Delhi have spoken, and after the resounding victory we had, our 3rd state victory in the Lok Sabha elections. One thing that we saw in many of the state elections, whether it was Maharashtra, whether it was Haryana, and now in New Delhi, everywhere is that people are now saying that they want progress, they want development, they want double engine governments. They know that for the next 5 years it is going to be a very strong Bharatiya Janata Party led by a Prime Minister in the national stage. And we are creating a lot of projects as well as policies that are meant to reach out to masses, to empower them and for growth. And people are saying that they would like state governments that is also aligned to that vision, and they would like double engine governments. You look at Delhi specifically, there are other reasons also, like the Aam Aadmi Party. Historically, it came many years back as an anti-corruption crusade. It was telling that it was against VIP culture, it was against Parivarwad. It stood for good governance. But in the last 10 years, everything we have seen from the Aam Aadmi Party and their governance is exactly opposite what they are saying. A few months back, almost every minister, including the chief minister, was in jail. They are convicted by different courts. Some of them are having grave allegations. They said that they are going to make Yamuna into something similar to Thames, but now it has become a toxic dump yard. This was a state where even 10 years back, when India's GDP was a $2 trillion economy, Delhi was a state which had almost 10,000 crores of surplus. Now it has become almost a deficit state. Then when Mr. Kejriwal went to jail, Sunita Kejriwal was trying to emerge as one of the faces of the Aam Aadmi Party. During the Lok Sabha elections, the Aam Aadmi Party
celebration shots coming in from AAP workers. What is the trigger for that AAP workers are celebrating with such great enthusiasm and zeal, Mr. Ahluwalia? Or do we have any reporter who can put it in perspective?
No, things are very clear. In the initial 5 rounds, the result is not far. The difference, according to what we are showing, is 36 and 34. So if the BJP is saying that we are leading, they are leading where? So it's hardly the difference of two seats. And in 2 seats also, we are recovering soon. So definitely, you will see that even in Arvind Kejriwal ji is leading, and things will be clear very soon, and the results will be clear, and Aam Aadmi Party will form government in Delhi for the 4th time.
Mr. Ahluwalia, yes.
Yeah, Sajjan, I'll again come back to you, my friend. The interesting point you made that, and this is amongst the bottom of the pyramid voters, it's a difficult kind of a shift to make all the time. Where you have a guaranteed welfare stream, not one or not two, but a stream flowing into your coffers, and still you choose. Obviously, this result, see, look, I am not a psephologist and I am not a number cruncher. But the result tells me something, that it is very, very comprehensive and very, very convincing. I am not calling it overwhelming, but I am saying very, very convincing shift of voters from AAP to the BJP, which means that, as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, Maria, that the enduring love affair, enduring image of Mr. Modi and the BJP, and Mr. Modi and Delhi, is actually coming to the fruition and coming to the salvation of BJP finally after 3 days.
And this also shows that BJP's reach
is their biggest guarantee.
No, BJP's reach among the poor voters, the landscape is increasing, because Delhi has been out of bound for BJP as far as assembly election is concerned. Now it seems that while middle class obviously was the consolidated bloc, BJP convinced, be it Purvanchalis, be it Uttarakhandis, or be it others, but the lower segment voters economically. So which means that BJP's subaltern outreach in terms of the caste as well as in terms of the class, is expanding.
That subaltern outreach, Mr. Kidwai, is a very good point he makes. Look, subaltern outreach also worked for BJP in so many ways in Maharashtra.
Yes.
Subaltern, it was that only that finally nailed the
I think that is where I have slightly disagreed with Sajjan. I think it's there. You see, Aam Aadmi Party has bashed the BJP booth by booth, block by block, vote by vote. Where the Aam Aadmi Party has faltered, it was beyond them actually, is the middle class, the chartered accountants.
Why was it beyond them?
Let me come to it. Let me come to it, because they were voting for BJP in the Lok Sabha and they were voting for Arvind Kejriwal in the Assembly. And that 5, 6, 7% vote has tilted the scales. It's very simple.
No, but Mr. Kidwai, that was as the Chief Minister of Delhi, as a man who's himself from middle class, who's an income tax officer.
He's Agarwal. Wait. Agarwals have not voted for him.
Mr. Kidwai, let me not go to the caste. Let me not get to the brass tacks.
And it's all about caste.
Let me not get to. No, it's no more about just about.
It is.
No, that landscape is changing. We'll come to that later. Let me not get to it. Let me not have a quarrel into that point. Let me not.
It will never change. In India, people don't
vote. Let's not forget, 8 months down the line,
in India, people don't cast their vote. They vote for their caste.
That's an old dictum, Mr. Kidwai, according to you.
Yes, people vote their caste.
That dictum is behind us. All I'm saying, Mr. Kidwai, is that, it was well within Mr. Kejriwal's reach, like Mrs. Shiela Dixit previously displayed.
Yeah.
Mind you, that was on display in this very city, in this national capital of ours. When she died, most of the major newspapers said the maker of the modern New Delhi died. Why?
Why? Because Churchill lost.
Yeah,
after winning World War.
But
mandate is not.
But the fact of the matter is, what Mr. Kejriwal could have done in terms of infrastructure, what Mr. Kejriwal could have done for middle class constituency, many neutral observers would say he certainly turned his face away from that.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. I think I would say Mr. Kejriwal played his victim card. Bit too much. Overplayed it. Yeah. All the things. But for me, most important part of this election, regardless of the outcome, is that Mr. Kejriwal is holding on to a large number of vote share. Normally, elections, Shiela Dixit, when she lost badly. Congress got 24% vote. Then they got 4%, 2%, 5% vote. Kejriwal is holding on to 44%. This is very commendable in the given circumstances.
Okay. Very commendable, says
Anil Antony continues to be with us. Anil, okay, we will go to Anil Antony. We are looking at 11 a.m. now, and it's very clear that people of Delhi have chosen the BJP, and they have decided that when it comes to the national capital, they do not want any multiplicity of agencies. They do not want any chaos between the state government and the central government. They want complete coherence and in-sync functioning, which was not happening for the last few months and years. Sajjan, that will be a fair assessment.
Precisely. Now the direction is not under question. It's just about the margin and the tally.
Absolutely.
To which you stick to your guns and maintain that it will be a convincing number for Mr. Kejriwal, as Mr. Kidwai says. That's commendable.
It won't be a humiliation. Put it other way around, kind of.
No, but what does it mean for a party? What does it mean for a party whose emergence is from this city-state?
And from the middle class.
From the middle class.
Yeah.
And the middle class has shifted very clearly, partially, I would say. And that has happened post the budget. I think one of the needle shifting moment was the budget day, where finance minister, during the later part of her speech, went ahead and made that announcement. We cannot take away from that the BJP strategy was playing out at multiple
Maria,
levels.
you are saying, the auctioning of vote has taken place and it's the better bidder has won.
No, I would say, Mr. Kidwai, no, I would also not agree with Maria's formulation. I would say that there was an inflection point that day. There was an inflection point, probably convincing the voters, but at the lower end of the spectrum, that BJP is giving them a more respectful package for their work. But I would say that the middle class voters have been now deserting Mr. Kejriwal, if not in droves, then slowly, bit by bit over the years. And middle class voters in the city were convinced that Mr. Kejriwal thinks that it's only the freebie politics that he needs to dabble in to hold on to his power. And that convincing did not happen overnight. It happened over a period of time. Might be finance minister's stroke was the final inflection point.
Yes, and also, when a movement which turns into a party until it enjoys the normative edge, a middle class, rational, a different vision, anti-corruption. Now you see with Aam Aadmi Party, all the normative edge it used to have, of a new vision, of anti-corruption, it lost all the plank, So that is why it was holding on to the ground precisely because of the freebies and the facilities it was providing to the poor. Since the demographic weight of the poor is more, and that has been keeping the BJP out. So my assessment of a conservative estimate, contrarian to the most of the exit poll scenarios, is precisely based that when demography is weighing in favor of a freebie and the facility kind of a politics, even if the party loses the normative weight, middle class abandons it. That's a crisis. Normative weight you have lost. That happened with the CPM after Nandigram and Shingo.
That's what I'm saying. It has been happening over a period of time.
Exactly.
Happening over a period of time. It cannot happen overnight particularly in a homogeneous city like Delhi.
I would go a step further. You see, the democracy is undergoing, not only India, elsewhere also, a lot of change. The whole concept of, the middle class is very self-centered and self-obsessed. That the political science theories of Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, or the maximum, happiness to maximum number and all is on a trail worldwide. Not in Delhi alone.
Mr. Kidwai, even the bottom of the pyramid and top of the pyramid are very self-centered people. Why are you abusing my middle class viewership?
No, not my.
Why are you abusing my middle class viewership? Middle class people are as less self. They are probably most altruistic people. because they're highly educated people. The middle class is the most altruistic people, most selfless.
Well, we can go on arguing. You see, who's the one who produces, who's the one who works hard.
But that is a classical theory that is probably being appended now.
Not that.
If we have reporters,
service class or the intermediary class is, is doing that, a beneficiary of both sides. So anyway, in nutshell, what I'm saying, not to take away anything away from the BJP. What BJP is able to do, they are able to hold on to their core voter of Lok Sabha in the state assembly, and that's the long and short of it.
Okay, hello viewers, it's 11 a.m. and the picture is more or less clear. There is no picture abhi baki hai anymore, and it's clear that BJP is forming the government in Delhi. The 27-year long vanvas seems to have ended. Lots have worked for the party. The people of Delhi have given a clear mandate for change. And at 11 a.m., we can also say that Arvind Kejriwal's own battle playing out in New Delhi seems to be getting a little tricky here, because Pervesh Verma of the BJP is now leading at 11 a.m. Roughly around 7 rounds of counting over, 4 to 5 more rounds to go. But if the chief minister or the convener or the face of the party loses, what does it mean besides him losing the state? Sajjan?
It's a massive loss of face.
I mean, not only massive loss, it's a sort of poetic justice what he did to the Shiela Dixit. I mean, Congress may have been unpopular, but by any measurement, Shiela Dixit personally,
yes.
I mean, the way she was defeated, I mean, sometimes electorates are also ruthless, I mean, relentlessly. And therefore, I think it would be a poetic justice. I mean, no one would be more...
In the old times, Sajjan, when war was to take place, conventional war, the moment, the king or the person, commander was this thing, and it would have end of the war. But again, Mamta also lost, but her party won.
Yeah.
Biju Patnaik also lost in the old time,
yes.
and but the Kalinga Congress had won. So there are a lot of things are there. I mean, I'm just saying that, see, it's a well-fought election and a better party that had a lot of preparations in terms of booth management, in terms of vote issues, in terms of projection.
And AAP's showcase is always retaining power in Delhi across India. If they lose Delhi, it would be difficult to continue the forte.
And from the fact that, as I said, that the genesis of this party is in this city.
Yes.
We have all covered that.
Remember, Praja Rajyam party, it started off so well, and then it's nowhere.
Yeah. It's the genesis, it's the bedrock of their politics.
Precisely.
And that bedrock crumbles, everything goes for a toss.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try and get some reporters now who are joining us. Shreya is joining us, and she is tracking the Kalkaji fight. She is in fact outside BJP's Ramesh Bidhuri's residence. Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has fielded Atishi, the Delhi chief minister from that constituency, and she appears to be trailing at the moment. In 2020, Atishi had defeated BJP's Dharambir Singh by 11,393 votes. An interesting battle playing out there. And where is Ramesh Bidhuri, Shreya?
Well, of course, I am inside Ramesh Bidhuri's house. He's a seasoned MP, and of course, we can see his family members, his relatives are also here. They're tracking the counting of votes. We will shortly meet Mr. Bidhuri. He's upstairs. He's having his breakfast, and he has given us time. We will get talking to him shortly. But before that, let's get talking to some of the people here who are very enthusiastically tracking the counting of votes, because today is the D-Day and we know how important Kalkaji constituency is. It is one of the hot seats, considering our sitting CM is going to be fighting against seasoned politician Mr. Ramesh Bidhuri. Sir, क्या लगता है इस बार क्या होने वाला है? मेजॉरिटी हम देख रहे हैं कि बीजेपी लीड करे, आपको क्या लगता है?
बीजेपी लीड करेगी, बिल्कुल लीड कर रही है बीजेपी। 42 से 50 सीट आएंगी बीजेपी की।
और रमेश बिधुरी जी का क्या लग रहा है, डेस्टिनी क्या होने वाला है कालकाजी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से, जो कि आम आदमी पार्टी का स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड रहा है?
रमेश बिधुरी कम से कम 20,000 वोटों से जीत पाएंगे कालकाजी विधानसभा से। 20,000 वोटों से।
क्या क्या तैयारी करके रखे हैं आप लोग?
ढोल नगाड़े सब।
ढोल नगाड़े पटाखों से स्वागत होगा जी। बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल जीत होएगी जी। 20,000 से ऊपर से जीतेंगे।
इतिहास बन जाएगा जी। इस बार इतिहास बनेगा। ढोल बोला सब तैयार है।
और आप लोग जो ये ट्रैक कर रहे हो काउंटिंग ऑफ वोट्स, क्या लगता है केजरीवाल जी तो अभी आगे चले गए, मनीष सिसोदिया जी भी आगे चले गए?
पीछे हो गए, अभी पीछे हो गए, केजरीवाल भी पीछे हो गए, मनीष सिसोदिया भी अभी पीछे हुई है। हाँ, ये सब पीछे हो गए अभी।
तो आप लोग कॉन्फिडेंट हो कि मतलब बीजेपी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री?
कॉन्फिडेंट है, मेहनत करिए चुनावों में, हमने जाके मेहनत करिए, घर घर जाके वहाँ मिले लोगों से, हमने वोटें गिरवाई है, वहाँ वोटों वाले दिन गए, पूरा वो मेहनत किया, अपनी मेहनत पे विश्वास है हमें, मेहनत पर, मोदी जी के काम पे विश्वास।
रमेश जी के साथ बात कब होगा सर?
बस अब से 15-20 मिनट बाद आपसे बात चालू हो जाएंगी।
Okay. So as you heard from the people, they are quite confident that the BJP is going to form the government in the national capital after 27 years of drought. And we know that in the recent past, Mr. Bidhuri has been in some troubled waters because of the kind of comments that he made. But as you can see, the voters have made up their mind. They have decided the fate of the national capital. Although we see some of the leaders of Aadmi Party, especially Mr. Manish Sisodia, leading from the Jangpura constituency. There we are seeing the anti-incumbency factor is not playing out as much, but in the rest of the constituencies, majority is swaying towards BJP. The polling booths are saying that the BJP is going to come to power in the national capital after 27 years. We will try get talking to Mr. Bidhuri in a very, very short while, and till then we will have to wait with our bated breath until he comes and meets us. And then of course, as you heard from the people here, they are quite confident that BJP is going to secure maximum votes with the majority, and they are here
live from
all
there,
set.
and a very broad spectrum of commentary coming in from my young reporter there from Shreya, and covered all flanks, comprehensively spoken, covered all flanks, spoken to the family members also of Mr. Bidhuri, who are sounding very confident, saying he will win by more than 20,000 votes. Controversial Mr. Bidhuri now there. Shreya, let me also now go to our other panelists and reporters joining us.
In fact, Ishika is joining us and she's speaking to Mr. Manoj Tiwari. Ishika, over to you. We'll connect with Ishika in just a bit. But Pradeep, 11 a.m. and it looks certainly very good for the BJP. You were part of the communication strategy, the media team. Okay, just hold on to your thoughts, Pradeep. Ishika, over to you.
Yeah.
Ishika, if you can hear me.
Well, certainly today is the big day, and in fact, BJP certainly seems to be very confident. And joining us live right now is the BJP MP Manoj Tiwari. Sir, आपने campaigning बहुत की. इस बार आप confident है कि आप ही आ रहे हैं इस बार सरकार?
जी, हमको पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी के साथ सरकार बनाने जा रही है। अभी भी जो स्क्रीन पे मैं देख रहा हूँ, 42 सीटों पे बीजेपी आगे है, 28 पे आम आदमी पार्टी आगे है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भी पीछे हो गए छठे दौर में, आतिशी जी भी पीछे चल रही हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया जी अभी थोड़ा आगे हो गए हैं, मगर हमें आशा है कि ये सीट भी हम जीतेंगे। तो ये सब कुछ इस प्रकार से दिखा रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल्ली के लोग आशीर्वाद दे चुके हैं।
सर, आपने बहुत सारे मुद्दों को हाईलाइट किया अपने कैंपेनिंग में। क्या लगता है सर कि कौन सा मुद्दा सबसे ज्यादा जनता से कनेक्ट करके ऐसे अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहा है?
देखिए, मेरा मानना है ना, दिल्ली की जनता को अरविंद केजरीवाल ने धोखा दिया। साफ पानी देना था, शराब बांटना शुरू कर दिया। दिल्ली के गेस्ट टीचर्स को, दिल्ली के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर्मचारियों को, इन सब लोगों का जीवन दुश्वार कर दिया। बस मार्शलों को नौकरी से निकाल देना, दिल्ली के बुजुर्गों का पेंशन रोक देना, दिल्ली के गरीबों को आयुष्मान योजना नहीं लागू होने देना। हम पहली कैबिनेट में, सरकार बनते ही भगवान की कृपा से जो कुछ हो रहा है, पहली कैबिनेट में आयुष्मान योजना को हम लागू करेंगे। अभी देखिए, सौरभ भारद्वाज भी पीछे हो गए, जीके से। तो ये सब कुछ इस समय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गारंटी के पीछे दिल्ली खड़ी है। मोदी की गारंटी मतलब गारंटी पूरी होने की गारंटी, और उसके साथ खड़ी हो गई है दिल्ली की जनता कि अब हम नरेंद्र मोदी जी को डबल इंजन दे करके ही अपने दिल्ली का कल्याण करेंगे। इसमें सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा साफ पानी का, टूटी गलियों का, सीवर का खराब होना, और ये सब हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है जिसको हमें 5 साल के अंदर करना है।
सर, आपने कहा कि मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता भरोसा करेगी, लेकिन अगर जनता भरोसा करती है तो फिर सीएम फेस कौन रहेगा?
वो हम लोग फैसला कर लेंगे, वो आ जाएगा। बहुत अच्छा सीएम मिलेगा, जो 15 साल का भी रिकॉर्ड है कि 15 साल फुल फ्लेज सरकार शीला जी चलाई थी दिल्ली में। अब एक बार सरकार बनेगी तो आप विश्वास करिए कि हम 20 साल तक चलाएंगे, ऐसा सीएम आपको मिलेगा।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि आपने कहा कि एक बड़ा मुद्दा साफ पानी भी था, यमुना की भी आप लोगों ने काफी बात की। अगर आज बीजेपी की सरकार बन जाती है तो हम माने कि 5 साल में यमुना साफ हो जाएगी?
100% हम जमुना जी को इस स्तर पे ला देंगे कि दिल्ली के लोग शाम सुबह जमुना जी पे जाने की प्लानिंग करेंगे, जमुना जी में डुबकी लगाएंगे, जमुना जी में एक से एक बोट चलेगी, और जमुना जी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टूरिस्ट स्पॉट होंगी, और लोग जमुना जी को पीपल फ्रेंडली पाएंगे।
अरविंद केजरीवाल को भी इनवाइट करेंगे फिर डुबकी लगाने के लिए?
निश्चित रूप से, अगर वो दिल्ली में रहे, पंजाब नहीं भागे, तो उनको भी हम लोग निश्चित रूप से डुबकी लगवाएंगे उसी जमुना जी में जहां वो बार बार झूठ बोलते रहे और बोलते कि ये अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जो कहा था ना कि जमुना जी पर वोट नहीं मिलता, जमुना जी का शाप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लग गया है।
So in fact, this was Manoj Tiwari ji with us, who was certainly saying that this time the BJP is very confident that they will be making a comeback, and certainly the issue of Yamuna politics is going to be the highlight, and that is what he says that the voters must have voted on. Over to you.
Thank you for getting us another news maker of the day. We will keep coming back to you, so continue to be with us. We have Neerja Chaudhary right here in the studio, Amitabh Tiwari joining us as well. But before I go to them, a word from Pradeep Bhandari, who was managing the communications department in these elections. Pradeep, 42 is what BJP is standing at the moment, a gain of 34 from 2020.
Well, Maria, what has happened is historic, and it is historic because Delhi has voted Prime Minister Narendra Modi's governance. Delhi has also given a befitting response to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his misgovernance. The important aspect here, Maria, is that if you analyze our campaign was completely focused on the civic issues of Delhi. We were raising the basic issues of residents of Delhi, which was clean drinking water, which was Tuti Sadak, which was Delhi becoming a garbage den under Arvind Kejriwal, and which was Arvind Kejriwal's lies, falsehood, corruption and deceit. And Delhi voters believed in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's commitment and guarantee. It is also very important because historically Delhi has been a tripolar state, and in a bipolar contest, if the Bharatiya Janata Party is defeating the Aam Aadmi Party, despite Aam Aadmi Party having some traditional pockets and stronghold, this also tells you on the ground that there was massive anger against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and people believed in the hope of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And overall, if you look at the entire election was fought on only 3 issues. A, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's credibility and commitment. B, anger against Arvind Kejriwal's corruption. And 3 civic issues of Delhi, which we could raise in our 3 Sankalp Patra, which we released in successive time, which was a precedent in an election. Earlier, we used to release our Sankalp Patra once.
Pradeep, let me ask you a question there. Question there, since you start with Prime Minister Modi's enduring and never-ending appeal. Let me ask you a question there, Pradeep. Thanks, first of all, for waiting patiently. But let me ask you this. It's finally, after 3 decades, 3 decades a very, very long time. As one of my panelists said, this is a new millennium that BJP is coming to power in the capital. It's finally that crucial middle-class vote, and it's finally that the bottom of the pyramid, which has always walked behind Mr. Modi like the Pied Piper, and Mr. Modi's enduring and ever-ending appeal has been able to salvage the day for the BJP. Is it?
Absolutely yes, Nikunji. If you study the difference between 2020 and now, in 2020 we could not get a significant portion of the middle class vote to the polling booth. This time Prime Minister Narendra Modi's commitment, appeal and his complete guarantee helped us ensure that our state units' effort could catalyze to a victory. So yes, we got the middle class to the polling booth, but if you look at the data even in detail, we could make a significant dent in the urban poor vote also. So overall, if you look at it, this time we have got vote from all class segments, all caste segments. Proportion might be differentiated, but the factor for us between now, why did we have to wait for 30 years and now we are able to deliver it, is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that leader which people of the country believe in, and because of which we are will be forming the government in Delhi now.
All right.
Thank you, Pradeep. Very eloquently said. Your psephologist inside you waking up today very firmly and very clearly delineating issues there. We'll come back to you. Ms. Shama Mohammed, also of the Congress Party, joins us. Shama, welcome to NDTV. And what are your opening remarks on the kind of results that you are seeing right now playing out? Would you still like to wait out, or do you think that this is concretizing in the way that it is concretizing in favor of the BJP? Or do you think there is still a chance of your ally, at least in the Lok Sabha, coming back?
You see, what I feel is, for us, it's an important election, and we have increased our vote share. We are not an NGO, let me make it very clear. We're a political party. We get into elections to fight and to win at the end of the day. Yes, unfortunately, what I see right now is there is no positive angle to any of the seats of ours, but at least our vote share has gone up. And I think people of Delhi have recognized somebody who has lied throughout to them. Now, let's understand what is the basis of Arvind Kejriwal getting into politics. It's called India Against Corruption movement. When we were in power, the UPA was in power. He insisted on something called the Lokpal. We passed the Lokpal bill. Where is that Lokpal? You know what exposed him the most? When the High Court asked him to table the CAG report by calling a special assembly. The CAG report says very clearly that there has been a liquor scam, more than 2,000 crore. Now, if he was this incorruptible man who is actually against corruption, he would have called a special assembly session and tabled the report. Because he was involved, that is why he has not tabled the report, and that has exposed him very much. The other thing, you live in Delhi.
So coming back of this equation that there'll be no Arvind Kejriwal also in the India bloc, or there'll be no Congress in the India bloc going ahead, what will be the equation between the two parties after this result?
Mari, you can't put words into my mouth. I did not say that there will be no India bloc or any of that. What I'm trying to tell you is that there is somebody, all right, like Arvind Kejriwal, and I've given the example in another channel of Haryana. The Congress party has always accommodated the allies, whether it's DMK, Shiv Sena, Samajwadi, and also Arvind. Now, in the Haryana elections, they have, when the results came out, 1.5% of vote share. What should have Arvind done? Arvind should have said, you know what? You're our ally. We are not getting into Haryana. We want you to fight and defeat the BJP. We will support you. No. What does he do? I want to fight. We'll also fight every seat. We want 10 number of seats. Now, you have 1.5% vote share. Why would you want 10? He could have sacrificed. No, it's always the Congress party sacrificing for everybody else. So we understood his true colors about his megalomaniac behavior, about him, me, myself, and I. And that also the other day, when we understood what he exactly was, is when the CAG report came. And about a little bit when he went to jail in May, why did he give the baton to Gopal Rai, who's a senior minister of his party, and made him the chief minister, just like Hemant Soren made Champa Soren the chief minister, because you are concerned about the people of that state. But of course, Arvind is concerned more about himself. And I still remember, and I will never forgive him for one thing, he had said, "Kaun hai Sonia Gandhi, ek vidwa." Sonia Gandhi at least has experience. She's been in the party. She knows what it is. Why was his wife called every time? Why was his wife campaigning for Aam Aadmi Party? What was her role? Is she a member of the party? No. So he is so insecure that he did not give a senior leader like Gopal Rai. No, Gopal Rai is nowhere, But of course, He makes Atishi
Shama, I'm going to come back to you.
Very strong words there coming from Shama Mohammed, megalomaniac, and some very unkind cut you are delivering, Shama, to Arvind Kejriwal. We'll come back to you, but nonetheless, a very prolific assessment of the situation between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress done by Shama Mohammed there.
Okay,
let me go to my reporters.
Yes.
Let me go to my reporters once again. That's where the pulse of this election is. That's where pulse of all the elections always is. Not where we sit, but where my reporters stand, young, spirited, enthusiastic. Tanu, coming to you first. What's the scene there? It looks like scales are swinging again back in the favor of Mr. Parvesh Verma, BJP's chief ministerial hopeful.
Parvesh Verma takes the lead in round 7 of the vote counting. His vote share right now is that of 14,464. And Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party national convener, is trailing by 238 votes. So Parvesh Verma, very tough contender from the New Delhi constituency seat, which is the hot seat of this election season, is at this point leading ahead of Arvind Kejriwal from the Aam Aadmi Party. You know, it's a very slim margin. Only a few moments ago, Arvind Kejriwal was leading ahead from this seat. And just now, you know, the tables have turned. Parvesh Verma has taken the lead. From this constituency counting center where I am at in Gold Market, the Greater Kailash constituency seat calculations of voters is also being done, which is from where Shikha Rai, the BJP candidate, is also leading. And Saurabh Bhardwaj from the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing. So as you can see around me, these celebrations are clearly by the BJP workers to celebrate the lead of Parvesh Verma as well as Shikha Rai and also Anil Sharma from the RK Puram constituency seat. Clearly very colourful mood here. It's a very important seat here with a triangular contest between former Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal, Parvesh Verma and Sandeep Dixit from the Congress, who is still trailing very much behind from both the candidates. Back to you.
Tanushka, thank you so much for joining us. We are also being joined by Aswarya, and I can see Gazali standing by. Aswarya, that's where Parvesh Verma is. What are you picking up? He must be having some more data from the counting centers. What is he saying?
Well, I don't know where I'm standing is the residence of future Chief Minister of Delhi, or you know, it would be somebody else, but certainly it is Parvesh Verma who is still inside his residence, glued to the television screens and communicating to the workers who are present at the polling booth after 7 rounds. Of course, Parvesh Verma now leading again with 238 votes. It is Parvesh Verma who is completely silent. They want to wait till the end because it's a hard-fought battle between Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma. We also Arvind Kejriwal levelling allegations during the campaigning of Parvesh Verma distributing shoes to distributing bed sheets, and addition of the voters at his household, 13 to 14 voters were added. Election commission's doors were knocked by Arvind Kejriwal against Parvesh Verma, but at last it is the D-Day what we are witnessing. We will be getting the voice and we'll be getting Parvesh Verma, you know, only after the results, as he has communicated that I will just wait till the end results and only after that I'll speak. But certainly, you know, after 7th round, it is Parvesh Verma back again leading, and now workers also coming in at his residence.
Okay, Ash, thank you so much. Let's bring in Gazali now. Gazali, what can you tell us? How many rounds over? How many more to go?
See, I can report to you about 4 seats here from what we can see from Okhla. Amanatullah Khan is leading by around 10,000 votes. Ramesh Bidhuri after 5th round is leading by around 2,300 votes. From Kasturba Nagar, the constituency, Neeraj is leading by 5,700 votes, and Manish Sisodia from his constituency is leading by 3,400 votes after 6th round. So a mixed response coming out from here. On 2 seats, Aam Aadmi Party's candidates are leading, while Atishi from Kalkaji seat is trailing, and from Kasturba Nagar as well, BJP is leading. So this is why now you will see earlier, just like half an hour ago, there were lesser number of supporters from all the parties. But now I'll ask my camera person to show you that right now the supporters and the crowd is building up, and that is why the police also had to beef up the security here. You will see on both sides of the road, and regular announcements are being made by the police here, by the security officials here, not to raise slogans because section 144 is imposed in and around the counting center. So this is what we are picking here right now. Atishi and Manish Sisodia are still inside the counting center. They haven't left it. We saw Alka Lamba leaving from here, and right now the supporters from Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have gathered outside here, but no dhol nagada as what you are hearing from other seats.
Seats in all there at that counting center. And are you seeing now that it is coming to the hustings? We are almost close to 12 p.m. and it's coming to the hustings. Are you seeing any prominent candidates on the ground there? Their managers, are they trooping in, looking at the final tallies, or is it only just the supporters? Describe the scene for us.
Okay, so I'll just show you the scenes here. Nikalo, isko nikalo. Camera nikalo. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that perhaps this is the time when what you are saying, that this is the time when you should draw the conclusion that where this results are headed. But Aam Aadmi Party says that this is the time when we peak. This is the right time for us to peak, so don't call out the elections now. The results will swing in our favor. No big candidates except the two. Atishi from Kalkaji, Manish Sisodia from another seat, Jangpura. These two are the big faces right now. We haven't seen the BJP candidate over here yet. Supporters have gathered on both sides of the road. If you see on this side, supporters of Aam Aadmi Party and BJP for Okhla seat are celebrating. On this side also, supporters of BJP and Aam Aadmi Party have gathered. But we haven't seen the leaders or the big faces except the 2-3 I named, who are right now inside the center. And at this center, there are 4 seats for which counting is happening. Okhla, then we have Kalkaji, Jangpura and Kasturba Nagar.
All right, Gazali, thank you so much for joining us. A quick recap for our viewers. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party had won Jangpura seat in 2015 and 2020 with Praveen Kumar. I mean, he was the person. The Aam Aadmi Party's broad strategy was that if Manish Sisodia changes his seat from Patparganj to this one, there would be some kind of countering of anti-incumbency, but at the moment it appears it's not to be. But when you look at this seat, it's just a margin of 324 votes, the gap between the party number 1 and party number 2. But New Delhi constituency, that's the constituency to watch out for. Amitabh Tiwari, come in now. 1,229 is the gap between Parvesh Verma and Arvind Kejriwal.
And it seems to be consolidating now in favor of Mr. Verma.
Yeah, it will go down the wire because there's 13 rounds and I think 6 or 7 rounds have been completed. If you see the votes polled by Sandeep Dixit and if you add the votes to Aam Aadmi Party candidate, which is Kejriwal, it's likely that Kejriwal would have emerged victorious. And we'll have to see on how many seats is actually Congress damaging the Aam Aadmi Party. That would be an analysis to be later at a later point of time. At this point, 39% of the votes have been counted. So it's, as you said, the leads are now crystallizing. It could be 40-30, 45-25, whatever. And a very good ticker you're putting is Modi middle class trumps Kejriwal.
We have a brilliant writer on the desk giving out all those lines. Asim is giving out all those lines.
And I would add Mahila.
Nija also had some words.
Yeah, I would add Mahila because Aam Aadmi Party clearly was on the back foot in this election. They could have only won if they got unwavering support from the Mahila community. However, it seems that this Mahila Samman Yojana, since they have not transferred even a single installment in the accounts of the people, that seems to have not backfired.
Or
for
they were
the
unable
Aam
to.
Aadmi
Let's say they
Party.
would have wanted to, but
they would have wanted to, but they have not.
Because that would have
even
worked for
cleared
them
the bill
Yeah.
to the LG. They had approved the budget 1 year back in February. This is a big strategic mistake on the part of Aam Aadmi Party. Even if LG would have deterred, that would have worked in the favor of Aam Aadmi Party. They could have played the victimhood card. So Modi, middle class and the Mahila, it seems, have all worked in favor of the BJP.
So 2% increase in the, polling percentage for the women actually meant women came out to vote more. They were voting for a promise of Prime Minister Modi because they trusted him more over Arvind Kejriwal then?
I wouldn't say the entire chunk of Mahila,
but a significant chunk.
But the middle class chunk of Mahila,
yeah,
I think this time turned towards the BJP. You're right, more women came out to vote. That's also very, very significant. And Mahila has by and large stuck with Kejriwal in the last 2 elections.
25% lead. 60% voted for AAP and only 35% for BJP in 2020.
Oh, that's a significant number.
That settles the poll. That settles the election.
That settles the
Out of 14%, 15% lead, 12% was coming from women.
That's right. That's absolutely
That settles the poll.
But I would say, what's striking me is that the BJP is winning on its own steam.
Yeah.
Because, the Congress has not gained except 1.5%. So I don't think it has been responsible for the defeat of AAP in many constituencies as we thought it would be. But if the Congress had tied up with AAP, then it would have been a very interesting thing to see whether they would have gone beyond. Of course, they would have percentage-wise gone beyond the percentage of the BJP.
But Nirja, in the past also we have seen that in politics 2 + 2 is always not 4
No,
or
but
5.
in this case, this is true. But in this case, the Congress's vote bank is essentially Muslim and the Dalits. And that vote bank would have gone clearly to the Aam Aadmi Party.
The fact of the matter is this. In Haryana elections, and Ms. Shama Mohammed had certainly some very strong words against their former or at least Lok Sabha ally. The fact of the matter is that in Haryana elections, they did not come together. In Delhi elections, they didn't come together. Omar Abdullah is taking a big swipe, big jibe at his own conglomerate allies, right? So, I mean, it's not the BJP's job to put them together or make them fight together. It's their own job, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so news coming in
they're
now.
not clear about what
News
India
coming
stands
in
for today.
that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to arrive at the new BJP headquarters, of course, the ITO one at 7:30 p.m. It's a special day for him. It's a special day for his party. And certainly the message that he will be giving to the Karyakartas, the party workers, will become important. 7:30 p.m. is when the man of the moment arrives. Nirja, a word on the Prime Minister. I mean,
it does a lot. This, to my mind, Delhi victory is even more important than Maharashtra victory.
And it is Mr. Modi's victory in so many ways,
Yeah,
right?
it shows.
Is it right or not?
Yeah, it is. I think, of course, it's equal to urban governance that people of India now want, and I think urban centers really want. But it shows that the Prime Minister's popularity has not waned. It remains.
So then Lok Sabha election results were an aberration.
Not an aberration. I think people of India wanted to give a bit of a jhatka.
jolt.
Even now, people of Delhi want to give Kejriwal a jhatka. This 400 plus and larger than life, आराम से मतलब ठहराव से रहो.
Amitabh, your thoughts on the same question? I would say that the enduring appeal of Mr. Narendra Modi and finally him coming out and actually pulling it off for the BJP. Because look, whatever way you look at it, BJP has tried everything in the past as well. Of course, Mr. Kejriwal stands today more dented and bruised than he was five years back. But still the heavy lifting has been done by the man himself. Would you agree with that formulation or not?
Yeah, see, in this election, when Kejriwal started asking, Kejriwal versus who? And since BJP did not have a leader, Modi had to pitch in. And the fact that brand Modi had got a bit dented helped the Prime Minister. If you see, people were writing off brand Modi after the Lok Sabha election, that it's on a decline or at a peak, correct? And strategically, he took a step back also in Haryana and Maharashtra. But here he has taken full steam because the state unit does not have a leader, does not have an organization to take on Kejriwal. And another point which Maria was making, see, there are 3 leaders who had taken on brand Modi: Kejriwal, Mamata, Naveen Patnaik. Naveen Patnaik lost 2024 Lok Sabha election and Vidhan Sabha election. Now Kejriwal, now the battle shifts to Mamata. Otherwise, most of the battles, individual battles, now Narendra Modi has settled, except for in the southern states where BJP is on a weaker wicket.
You know, I'd just like to add one line here.
Yeah,
Certain people in Maharashtra said this to me, that after the Lok Sabha elections, they felt थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही झटका दे दिया हमने मोदी को, थोड़ा sense of guilt आ गया कि इतना नहीं चाहते थे कि majority भी नहीं आए. Now, how true this is, I don't know. But
people did have that.
And interestingly, the BJP also captured that sentiment. And senior party leaders who were involved in this entire strategy for Delhi did say that perhaps people felt that wo jhatka zyada de diya, that jolt should have been a little more careful one, moderated one. Let's bring in Mr. Ashutosh of the Aam Aadmi Party. Ashutosh, it's more or less clear that this is where it all began 10 years ago. Delhi, as we look at it, that seems to have moved away from the Aam Aadmi Party completely, and experts are of the opinion that Punjab could be next.
No, I think, of course, I would still, like, just looking at the ECI data, there are about 7 seats where the difference is less than 3,000 votes. So I think we should just still wait for an hour or so before the picture becomes crystal clear. Having said that, of course, we respect the mandate of the people of Delhi. If at the end of the day the result stays as what we are seeing, it calls for a lot of introspection, it calls for a lot of internal reflection as to what went wrong. And we'll course correct. This is still a 12-year-old political startup, one of the fastest growing startups in political parties in the country. In mere 12 years of our existence, we formed state governments in 2 states and have MLAs in more than 4 states. So, of course, we'll course correct, we'll internally reflect, but I would still urge everyone to just wait for another hour or so before the picture becomes clearer.
I must say that by the political standards of today, you are a modest man. I must say that. And you are willing to introspect, and you are willing to think about what went wrong in your party. I must say that in the political discourse that we live in this age, you are a modest man. But I must ask you one question, Mr. Ashutosh, before we go to Mr. Nalin Kohli. And that question is that, look, this is where it all began. This is where it all began for Aam Aadmi Party. And it appears, at least at this point in time, that the personal image of the AAP Supremo, Mr. Kejriwal, has at least been badly dented. He stands a bruised man today, just as many years back he did it to someone else, another stalwart, Mrs. Shiela Dixit. Now, when it starts from the top, and when it shakes the very bedrock of, as you say, a political startup, it's never easy to regroup. And BJP politically is not Congress party. It's a formidable foe. I mean, it's not going to be ever easy now for you in the Delhi politics.
You see, the way, just looking at the way the last 2 years went for Aam Aadmi Party, right? All our prominent leaders were jailed in a case which didn't hold any grounds when it came to the Supreme Court. You look at the way the LG stood against us, the kind of ordinances that were passed, all the brute force of the LG and the centre went in stopping the works of Delhi. The investigative agencies, be it ED, CBI, you literally just look at the events of yesterday when ACB stood outside our convener's residence without even a legal notice. So when you look at the macro picture, AAP was not fighting just against the BJP, but it was also fighting against the brute force of the investigative agencies. They were fighting against the election commission. They were fighting against the money power of the BJP. They are fighting against the Godi media. Having said that, as I would say, again, we respect the mandate of people of Delhi. let's still wait for next 1 hour or so before we get what the exact picture looks like. And we will introspect. We will definitely reflect on what went wrong. We'll definitely reflect on how do we recuperate. And don't worry, it's still a 12-year-old startup. Don't write us off. Our obituaries have been written a lot of times, and we have been able to still form government in Punjab.
Not in this manner and vein.
Yes.
Have MLAs
Not really,
in
not
Punjab.
really. Your obituary has never been written. And certainly today is a day that the party should be a little more humble. Nalin Kohli of the BJP joins us. Nalin, what we can tell our viewers now is that 10 Haryana bordering seats, BJP leads on 7, result is awaited in 1. 13 UP bordering seats, BJP leads on 8 out of 12 seats. That's a fascinating detail that is coming in. And after 6 of 13 rounds of counting, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing in New Delhi. And there are 21 border seats. BJP is currently leading on 14 of them. So Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, these are states governed by you. They are also pumping in when it comes to this Delhi victory for the BJP.
No, I think there's another way of looking at it, Maria. It is that people living on the borders can see the change on the other side. And in Delhi, they have much to complain about. Let's really look at the Aam Aadmi Party. It's nice to say of Ashutosh that, we will introspect, we are a 12-year-old startup. But let's also look at the hard facts. Mr. Kejriwal and his colleagues came on the promise of India against corruption. An alternative politics that swayed the imagination of everyone in the city and swept the election results with 67 seats. And this political startup said, we will not take a house, I will not take a car, there will be no corruption, we will ensure that the people of Delhi will get world-class facilities, the Yamuna will be clean, world-class aspirations will be met. What do we have 10 years later? We have not a single promise met. The Yamuna is more polluted. The air of Delhi is worse off. When he was blaming Punjab earlier, now Punjab is the Aam Aadmi Party government, so you are quiet. You have all the subjects, you find blame with the LG. You are in confrontation with everybody. And forget about not taking a house, you build a sheesh mahal. Forget about corruption. The entire top leadership is in jail, was in jail, denied bail for a long time because there is credible questions against them. The so-called right to information activist does not want the CAG report to be tabled in the assembly. BJP MLAs have to go to court asking for it. I mean, where are you? So when the word is used, we are a 12-year-old political startup. Yes, like a startup, they had a dream start. The investors, in this case, the voters gave them a great opportunity, a great run for 10 years. But somewhere, as in startups, the investors have pulled their hands back. As in startups, they are now demanding accountability. And all of it will point out to the Supremo and the huge gap between the narrative he builds and the zero work that happens on the ground. Now, on the other hand, we have, let's not use a startup, but we are a political ideology, an ideology that makes a promise in the form of a Sankalp Patra, an ideology that says we will serve it as a Pradhan Sevak or as a first Karyakarta. We will show you our performance and therefore we get re-elected. Therefore our states are showing that we are moving towards 2047 in a realistic manner. Can the capital of Delhi, India, the capital of Delhi, I beg your pardon, the capital of India, which is Delhi, can it afford to be an isolated, deprived, infrastructurally challenged, lack of governance model city in the middle of a evolving India towards becoming a 2047 developed country? How is it that earlier BJP, Congress, anything could work in harmony and Delhi could progress? Why is it in 10 years there's only been confrontation and excuses? So can a model of bluster continue forever? Can a model of fake promises continue forever? No. This is not about a great political startup. It is about a story gone crazily wrong. That we will select every candidate and we will see not a tainted comes to a party that is fully tainted. And actually, if they want to introspect, they should actually reach out to everyone they threw out of the party who was part of that initial startup and ask for their views today.
Nalin, I get your views. We are looking at 45 for the BJP at the moment. Aam Aadmi Party at 25. BJP up 37. Aam Aadmi Party down 37. But an interesting statistics here. And Amitabh, come in on this. After 1993, this is for the first time that in the history of Delhi, that women voter turnout is greater than men. And 1993 was when the BJP won. And we are looking at, again, women voter coming out and voting in favor of the BJP and ensuring them a state.
Yeah, so essentially around 1% women turnout has been higher than men. And in Delhi, incidentally, has the lowest proportion of women voters across India, only 46%. So that's an important point.
Migrant city.
Yeah, migrant city, families back home.
Yeah.
You were mentioning about Purvanchali seats and the seats on the border, etc. If you recall 2013, BJP was the single largest party, around 32 seats they had won. Yes. At that point of time, out of the 17 Purvanchali dominated seats, they had won 10. Out of the 7 Jat influenced seats, they had won 1. All, which is that 10 bordering the Haryana. And out of the 17 Punjabi Khatri community dominated seats, they had won 7. So they, as a strategy, they tried to regain those 32 seats or go back to the tally of 32 and then build on that. See, the Aam Aadmi Party had significant lead over SC reserved seats and Muslim community dominant seats, 25% plus margin. But on the balance 50 seats, the margin is only 10%, which is within the 5% swing range. And that is where the party has focused, and it seems to have worked for the party.
And another data here, and this is about demographic dominance here, Nirja. Out of 7 overall OBC-dominated seats, which has like 30% of OBC, the BJP is currently leading on 6 seats, which is Narela, Mundka, Najafgarh, Bijwasan and others. There are 35 seats in the state with more than 15% Purvanchalis, which is East UP, Bihar and Jharkhand. And in that, 24 BJP is leading. So out of 35, 24 BJP is leading. And then there are 13 seats in the state with more than 15% Haryanvis. BJP is leading in 11 seats. So when it is about that caste dominance, the region dominance, BJP is doing very, very well.
And the OBC...
And Nirja, you know, I have a constant quarrel with this now. Maybe it is because of the overwhelming dominance of BJP and Mr. Modi, but I have a constant quarrel with this thought. Please weigh in on this. You know, this dictum of Indians voting their caste and not casting their vote, I think that it is behind us now. It is my sense that it plays to some extent in certain parts like Bihar and Eastern Uttar Pradesh and some other. But beyond that, the country has moved, according to me, the voter has now moved beyond the caste, creed, color, you know, even in a way, the starter combinations is my sense. What do you say?
I would say, aapke muh mein ghee shakkar, if that is true. But I think in Delhi that is true. This time one found caste was not a fact. It wasn't Hindu-Muslim, it wasn't caste. I'm sure caste played some factor. Yes. But it was very much 3-4 things that weighed in with particularly the middle class, but also with others. One was, you know, people are questioning reveries, so-called reveries. And the middle class felt these reveries were given to the poor at our expense. Then this whole thing of double engine weighed in with a whole section of people. I've spoken to many who said this, that if Kejriwal comes back, even though he's doing well in terms of the kind of governance model, he will not be allowed to do what he says he will do, because he will neither have the backing of the center nor will he have the resources given to him. So it will be impediment, jhagda all the time. So let's vote for the BJP. And the third factor was people wanted change. 10 saal ho gaye, let's try for change. And I feel there wasn't an anger opinion against Kejriwal, but there was dissatisfaction or hona chahiye. Disenchantment, disaffection that had set in. And change always, you know, that it may work for us.
And I think, you know, the time has come, Maria, that, you know, we also, as a community, as a community of journalists, should move beyond this caste, color, creed, because the country, to my sense, is when you go to places, even in the most remotest places, is actually struggling to move beyond.
You see, Nikunj, this time what is exciting about the Delhi campaign Yamuna for the first time. Water in Yamuna is a central issue.
It's
now,
a political issue.
It is a central
What
issue.
political issue?
Pollution, poor and rich all talk about it. हमारे बच्चों का क्या हो रहा है? That was a major issue for people. Of course, roads and all that. But these two issues dominated the discourse.
Yeah, I'll just go back to my reporters. I mean, very valiantly they have been fielding since morning. As I said, the heart of an election beats there. And here, Tanushka again from the hot seat, and Anushka there. Coming to Anushka, to you first. What's the scene like? Is the AAP cadre now finally giving in to the weight of the people's mandate? Anushka, are they finally accepting, or are there still a glimmer of hope?
No, what we are seeing here is that people were, in fact, when the initial trends started coming in, people were quite hopeful that these are just initial trends and they will be, in fact, gaining seats. But we are right now also seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing behind with BJP many seats ahead of them. I'll quickly show you some visuals from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Punjab Speaker Kultar Singh is inside. Several of the party leaders like Anurag Dhanja and Jasmine Shah is also sitting inside. Also, a few meters from here, there's this residence of Arvind Kejriwal. There, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are sitting together watching at the trends, but also we are seeing that we also saw some sporadic celebrations happening here, but right now everything has stopped, and Aam Aadmi Party, it looks like they have finally accepted the mandate of people because they are trailing very far behind. Now it looks like with the trends what are coming in, it looks like the Aam Aadmi Party is a distant second party contesting in this election, but also we are seeing people here are quite grim, and where there were sporadic celebrations, now everything is looking quite still. We are seeing the big screen here, people are looking at the numbers, but the chairs are empty. The celebrations that initially we saw here happening in the morning, everything has stopped now, but also we are seeing that inside meeting is happening. People from the Aam Aadmi Party, leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party, they are sitting inside discussing as to what went wrong, and also where there was a hope, because we saw many of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders echoing that they had to fight against a whole system and that people were still in the favor of Aam Aadmi Party. They were banking on the developmental issue, the welfare schemes, but also we are seeing on ground the Aam Aadmi Party is looking quite grim. There were sporadic celebrations, but now also we are seeing that everything has come to an abrupt stop. People have in fact now left from the main area where the celebrations were going on. I'll request my camera person to pan around and show the whole area where the screen has been set up, the stage had been set up. In the morning we saw many leaders coming here saying that they will be winning this seat. It was the toughest battle that Aam Aadmi Party had to face. Now remember, on the first term Aam Aadmi Party won with 67 seats. On the second term it was 62 seats, but right now we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party has just won 25 seats. Now BJP is leading with 45 seats and Congress has yet again failed to win any seats as of now, is what the trends are also showing. But also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party, who was quite confident, they even rejected the exit polls predictions that came in. They said that this was just in fact being done by the BJP people to create pressure and siphon in fact the MLAs from the Aam Aadmi Party. But what the mandate is looking like, it is quite against the Aam Aadmi Party, and looks like people have decided against their rule. This was quite a tumultuous year for the Aam Aadmi Party also, with several of its leaders facing serious charges on ground. Also many people said that they wanted a change, and looks like Delhi has decided for that change, and people have once again voted for the issues that were quite existing in the Delhi constituency, several of the constituencies if we talk about that. And right now also we are showing you the visuals from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Mere few meters from here there is this residence of Arvind Kejriwal, where Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are together looking at the trends that have been coming here. Many leaders have also said that these are just initial trends and picture will be clearer once a few more hours passes by. But what we are seeing is that since the morning BJP is ahead of many seats, but the Aam Aadmi Party looks like they are trailing. Leaders from Aam Aadmi Party, where we saw several of the leaders, also we tried to talk to them, but many of the leaders refused after a few hours. In the morning Jasmine Shah had said that they will be winning not with a majority of seats, but they will win with a comfortable margin. But looks like people have given the mandate against the Aam Aadmi Party. Back to studio.
Brilliant summation by a young, very spirited Anushka. Going to Tanu now. Tanu again in the midst of the hot political waters. What's going on? What's the latest? And every time I go to you, I hear those nagadas and I feel like dancing, though I'm not going to do that.
The spirits are high here, sir. As you can see behind me, celebrations are underway as Parvesh Verma from the BJP continues to take the lead on this seat, the New Delhi constituency seat here. And Parvesh Verma is leading by 1,229 votes at this point. And Arvind Kejriwal is trailing from this seat. Arvind Kejriwal, the former chief minister, is trailing on the New Delhi constituency seat. Remember, this is a very hot contest here on this seat, wherein the Aadmi Party national convener and Pervesh Verma have had, like a very constant verbatim battle. War of words have broken out, be it with respect to voter manipulation, be it with respect to fake voters addition to the list, be it the Yamuna pollution issues. All of these issues have been raked up by both Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma in a very direct, back-to-back verbal battle between each other. And this seat, therefore, is very important, definitely key. Sandeep Dixit, son of a former chief minister, is also contesting from this seat from the Congress. However, he's trailing behind both the other candidates. The visuals here are definitely that of celebration, not just because on the New Delhi seat the BJP is leading, but also on the seat of Greater Kailash, Shikha Rai candidate is also leading on this seat. And even from the RK Puram area, the BJP candidate Anil is leading on this seat. And however, what I also must bring to your notice is that the Delhi Cant area, on that seat, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Virendra Kadyan is leading and the BJP candidate is trailing. So that is one seat wherein the Aam Aadmi Party has taken a lead over in the New Delhi constituency area. However, of course, this is the seat from where the CM face was highly anticipated. Will it be Kejriwal, Arvind Kejriwal or Parvesh Verma? From the looks of it at this point, it looks like it
Tanushka, again a very all-comprehensive commentary coming out from Tanushka there, from the BJP's chief ministerial hopeful, Mr. Sahib Singh Verma's Mr. Sahib Singh Verma's son's latest position, Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. Many say that he is actually the BJP's chief ministerial hopeful. I will go to Mr. Nalin Kohli now. Mr. Nalin Kohli, coming back to you, if you can, at this juncture when it looks like that your party has comprehensively made a very resounding comeback nearly after 3 decades, put your finger on the factors that swung it for the BJP this time. Not so much from the negative aspects of Mr. Kejriwal, but what the BJP got right.
Actually, it's a combination of both. It's a good question. There is obviously the incumbent who will be put to evaluation and examination by the voters. And that incumbent is Mr. Kejriwal and his team. I've already spoken about how it's a model of bluster, fake promises and zero delivery. A blame game and excuse on everything under the sun. That is one side. The other side is you have a model that you can compare with. Let's not forget Delhi's unique position. It is the capital of India. It is the seat of power of the central government. The central government is headed by the elected Prime Minister through Lok Sabha, which is also located here. The ministries are here. The President of India is here. The Prime Minister, all the major ministries are here. So therefore, people of Delhi see that. People of Delhi see governance at 3 levels. They see it at a national level, at a state level, and at a municipal level. All 3 simultaneously. Now in all of it, they see Prime Minister Modi's government and the vision. They see BJP governments bordering Delhi. In this case, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. They see Rajasthan, which is literally around the corner, just beyond a little bit of Haryana. So 3 governments are in close proximity to Delhi. They see the BJP model in terms of following what the central government is doing. They see the focus on development. They see the focus on delivery on the promises in terms of various assistance that has to be given to the weaker sections. They see the infrastructure change. They read about the infrastructure change because the national media is also situated in Delhi. They see the global impact of what work is being done by the central government under Prime Minister Modi. They see how the world speaks about India, and then they see how they are living in the city of Delhi and what their government, which is Mr. Kejriwal's government, is doing. I mean, it makes a fascinating comparison. It makes a nauseating comparison on a daily basis. That till when will they stop? When will they stop complaining and do their work? 3 subjects in the list are missing: land, police, and one more related to services, if I recall. The Aadmi party has to just work. For everything, they have an excuse. They have someone to blame. Neerja ji will always talk about, I'm sorry, Neerja ji spoke about saying that, you know, there is also the role of the LG and all. But in fairness, the LG, as the Chief Minister of Delhi, is bound by the oath of the Constitution to protect and preserve it and to ensure it runs in a proper way. How can you not put the CAG report in the assembly? And this is the great RTI activist, Mr. Kejriwal and his team. They came on RTI applications in India against corruption, and you run away from the CAG report just because it has details of the so-called Sheesh Mahal. So the people and the voters of Delhi see all this. They are an educated, informed, highly politically aware voter. And you have to compliment them for giving a very, very, very long rope to Mr. Kejriwal and his team. 10 years. In 10 years, the only question to be asked is Delhi better or worse? And the answer is not difficult to find. It's certainly not better.
Mr. Kohli, there, very comprehensive roundup of the strengths of the BJP and the follies of the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you, Mr. Kohli. Thank you very much. As always, a pleasure to have you on air. Let me go back to Tanu. And as I said, that the hottest political contest, and as Rashed Kidwai said, the prestige battle of the Delhi elections, the New Delhi seat. Tanushka, what is the latest that you stand on? What is the latest that is coming in? Who's leading? By how many votes? And how many rounds have been completed?
Yes, sir. So right now at the New Delhi constituency seat, wherein the counting center at Gold Market is underway, we have round 9 that has been completed of vote counting, and what we have is that Pervesh Verma is still leading at 19,267, whereas Arvind Kejriwal, the former Chief Minister, is trailing by 1,170 vote share. The visuals that we are showing you here is that of high spirits and celebrations here. Party workers and people have gathered already to celebrate the BJP's, win, or rather being ahead at this point in the New Delhi constituency seat. Remember that this is a very important seat here with a triangular contest between a former Chief Minister and 2 sons of former Chief Minister, Parvesh Verma, son of Verma, and Sandeep Dixit, son of Shiela Dixit from the Congress. Sandeep Dixit is of course trailing behind both of these candidates, and this seat here is also important because it's come out to be, the Chief Ministerial seat. The Chief Minister would most probably be from this seat, whichever party, makes it. The lead is right now with the BJP's candidate Parvesh Verma, and Parvesh Verma and Arvind Kejriwal have seen quite the heated, altercations between each other during the election campaigns, during the election seasons as well, be it fake voter manipulation allegations, addition of fake voters to the list, the Yamuna politics, the water politics, the air pollution politics, all of these, even, going constantly to the election commission, both of these big faces have had it out with each other in their campaignings, and today is the culmination of all of these allegations, all of these issues and matters raised by both the parties, finally to come about to what Delhi decides. And from the looks of it, Delhi is deciding to lead with Parvesh Verma on this New Delhi constituency seat.
All right, Tanushka. So the first results are in. It's 12 p.m. and hello viewers. It's Vasudha and I who are joining you. And what a day and what a morning it has been for the party, which has been out of power in Delhi for the last 3 decades, 27 years to be specific. And now what a comeback for the BJP. Many saw them in the initial days as not being in context at all. And here they have pulled up a victory like no other. The first results are in, one for the BJP, one for the Aadmi Party.
Well, those are the official results, Maria. Since the first election of 1951-52, Jansangh has been so entrenched in the city of Delhi. But of course, Delhi is also the city of migrants, it's the city of urban poor, it's the city of aspirations. And today, it has proved that the Delhi voter wants his work, her work to be done without any conflict. And that clearly explains the comeback of the BJP after an electoral drought of 27 years. Gazali, my colleague, our colleague, joins us. Gazali, tell us where are you and what is the kind of sentiment there, and how is the Aadmi Party looking at the numbers now, considering that this is the biggest dent that the party could have really not hoped for?
Vasudha, I am right now outside the counting center where counting for 4 seats are being done. Kalkaji, Okhla, Kasturba Nagar and Jangpura. Jangpura and Kalkaji are the seats from where Mr. Sisodia from Jangpura and Atishi from Kalkaji are contesting elections. As far as the leads or trail is concerned, on Kalkaji seat, Atishi is trailing to BJP candidate Ramesh Bidhuri. From the other seat from Mr. Sisodia, from Jangpura, Mr. Sisodia is leading right now. From Okhla, Amanatullah Khan of the AAP is also leading with a sizable margin. From Kasturba Nagar, BJP's candidate is leading with a sizable margin. So that is why what you'll see now, just a couple of hours ago, it was all quiet here, but now you'll see the BJP supporters have gathered here. AAP supporters on the other side have also gathered, and announcements are being made that it is an area which is under section 144, so no large gatherings. And despite that, you will see the supporters have gathered here, and they are also raising slogans every time they get an information from behind this, from this counting center. If a polling agent comes and updates that this many rounds are done and BJP or AAP candidate or their party's candidate is leading or trailing. So as of now, no results from here, but what we are picking up is that Kasturba Nagar, one of the assembly constituency seats, is from where BJP's candidate is leading with a very sizable margin after 6 rounds. So we'll see how it works. The Aadmi Party, meanwhile, says that this is the time when it all swings for them by 11:30 or 12:30 during the previous elections, when everybody was calling out that perhaps AAP is trailing in previous elections, is what they were quoting. So now even today they say that the situation is almost the same, that it appears like that AAP is losing, but perhaps the tables will turn for them as the counting progresses through the day.
Seem to be saying that the BJP is in the clear. But Maria, Okhla and Mustafabad are 2 interesting constituencies. Clearly shows that the Muslim voter also had a rethink this time. The Aadmi Party is not the only choice for them.
Yes, perhaps they looked at the Congress differently, because if you look at it, the Congress party's own vote share may have gone up. It has not translated into seat. But come on this, welcome Amitabh Tiwari and Professor Sandeep Shastri. We are looking at the narrow margin seats, because now it's 12 p.m. Let's look at that data which is coming in. In roughly around 10 seats is when the vote share between the party number 1 and party number 2 is less than 1,000 votes, and that includes Jangpura and Kalkaji, the 2 high-profile seats. As far as New Delhi is concerned, it is 1,229. So clearly, Pervesh Verma is only consolidating his position. Is it really a close contest at this number, 25-45, a gap of 20?
Now, I think it's important to underscore the fact that there are 10 seats with a lead of less than 1,000.
Yes.
However, a second question would be, of these 10 seats, how many are projected as being BJP leads and how many as AAP leads?
Right.
Because that would then decide, even if there is a swing the other way, will it really dramatically alter the results? That's point number 1.
Right.
Point number 2, on the Muslim-dominated constituencies that Vasudha referred to, let's remember that in a seat where there is a significant Muslim presence, we have had 2 types of developments happening in the past. A minority consolidation and a majority reverse consolidation. So which of the two is happening is the question we need to raise. Mere mention of a majority presence constituency would not really help us to track the direction in which the result is going.
Okay. Amitabh, very quickly, if you look at even GK, it looks like the BJP is winning there. And GK was one constituency where the Aam Aadmi Party was very confident of Saurabh Bharadwaj. The other constituency is Sangam Vihar, which is also seen as the Aam Aadmi Party's bastion. So what explains these tough constituencies, these margins which are getting closer?
So GK again is in South Delhi, correct. So the middle class, there is a discontent amongst the middle class with Aam Aadmi Party. And if you see, when the top leaders are trailing or losing, what happens is that Delhi being a very small state, it is the leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party which was pulling the votes in favor of the local candidates. And if they themselves are trailing, which is happening with some of the key candidates, that's why we are seeing this 45-25 kind of a number. Now you said there are almost 10 seats where the victory margin or is currently less than 1,000 votes. But on 5 of them, Aam Aadmi Party is leading.
That's right.
And on 5 of them, BJP is leading.
Yes.
So what happens is that we tend to believe that all these 10 seats will go one way.
Right.
That normally does not happen. Those 10 seats also is likely to go in the way of the proportion of 45-25. That's how close contest works.
Yeah. But is it really a close contest here, Yashwant Deshmukh? How are you looking at these numbers as it is 12 p.m. already? I think it's more or less very clear that BJP is coming to power in Delhi after 3 decades. It's a vote for change. It's a vote against Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, one may analyze it from different ways, but the one person who is to be congratulated thoroughly for delivering it for the BJP is Nirmala Sitharaman. Nirmala Tai has finally delivered it, the Delhi to BJP, which nobody was able to do. Maria, please remember, almost 27 years back, I remember when we were doing the exit polls and post-poll operations in Delhi. At that point of time, it was the same middle class which had dumped the BJP. It dumped the BJP, and for 27 years, it was the vanvas of the BJP. It is the same middle class which has propelled them back to power. And when I say this, in the post-poll survey, when we had shown the income group variations, as the income group, the BJP's vote share kept on increasing. And please remember one thing, and which could be a blueprint for all the election analysis even in future. Middle class itself is a caste group in India now. And the value system of the middle class voters, they work the same way, be it an upper caste or OBC or the Dalit, or even for that matter, a Muslim middle class voters. In our post-poll numbers, when we were saying that, okay, BJP is making a dent even in the Muslim votes of Delhi, a lot of people were kind of making fun of it. How is it possible? Yes, I understand. 10 years back, only 1 or 2 were voting for them, and now there are 13 or 14 out of 100 voting in Delhi for them. It's not that big a jump, but it is a significant jump, and it has to be taken in, it has to be understood from the lens of the middle classes. Arvind Kejriwal's loss is also because of that, because he has carried, please remember, still right now he is sitting pretty on a 43-44% votes in Delhi, and that vote is largely coming from the low income group, the lower caste, bottom of the pyramid, where his freebie schemes were working. So that group is rock solid still. But the winning edge was gone because the middle class turned away from him. And why did the middle class turn away from him? Because majority of the middle class, number one, they said, it is no more the same Aadmi Party which they kind of helped win 2 times in a row. They were brought down from the high moral pedestal of anti-corruption crusader and everything. So the middle class actually deserted them in the last 1.5 years, 2 years, slow and steady. They understood that. And while they understood that, they, instead of bringing the middle class back, they actually focused more and more on the bottom of the pyramid with their freebie culture. They thought, okay, jo hamare paas mein hai, usko pakad ke baitho. While on the BJP side, on one hand, that the middle class was coming back, but they were really hesitant that, okay, it is also a dicey voting bloc. Whether or not they will go out to vote, that remains dicey. Because the turnout of the middle class has always been questionable, And I guess this is what changed with the RSS coming into play. after the last Lok Sabha election, we have seen them turn the tables in Haryana, turn the tables in Maharashtra, and now they have turned the tables in Delhi. The way they have worked on the ground to pull out that angry middle class, actually. There is one thing that, when we do surveys, we can talk to you in your home, and you say, I'm going to vote for party A or party B. It's another thing that you actually go out to vote on that party. So the surveys which are captured,
would you say that the average Delhi voter, did the average Delhi voter also feel that she was becoming a victim of this, political play, this, flashpoint that had erupted between the centre and the city-state government? Do you think Kejriwal could have performed better if he had followed a non-confrontational route with the centre? Because everybody that I spoke with also said that work is not being done. Is that also one reason
But of course, people remember Shiela Dixit. See, people in Delhi, all our trackers have always remembered Shiela Dixit. Even today, people in Delhi say she was the best ever Chief Minister Delhi ever got.
Who walked an extra mile to meet Atal Bihari Vajpayee. That is the reason, that is how she functioned.
Exactly. So this LG argument was not valid because a simple reason, even Shiela Dixit worked under NDA government and still she delivered. So there is one very keen argument, Maria. Before this budget, imagine what was the middle class reaction to the Revdi culture. We are the taxpayers. They are getting
taken away from us.
So he's saying the class divide actually got entrenched with this election results.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yashwantji, just to add to what you are saying, I would draw the example of Farooq Abdullah after the Jammu and Kashmir elections. He says, now that we have won, I want to have good relations with the centre and not get into confrontation with the centre. Now, in retrospect, many would argue, and maybe the Delhi voter argued, that we have a government in Delhi which is in constant conflict with the government in Delhi or with the party in power at Delhi. And possibly that was a factor, that constant tussle with the centre, constant tussle with the representatives of the centre was also a factor which I think, in a sense, may have led the voter to believe, let's give a chance for a better coordination between the two levels.
Along with welfare, right?
Yes.
Voters are becoming
I couldn't agree more, Sandeep. I mean, that's the fact. And also, one more thing before, Amitabh, you pitch in, just want to make a small observation. Please remember why 15 years Sheila ji won back-to-back was because of the tremendous improvement of Delhi infrastructure. Tremendous. And Sheela Dixit ji would not have lost in 2013 had it not been a huge anti-incumbency against UPA 2 government. The anger of UPA 2 government was exactly what cost Delhi, Sheela Dixit ji, the way it worked out. So I think in the last 10 years, why Mr. Kejriwal delivered on the freebie and the Revdi on the lower side, that he made his vote bank, no doubt. But the Delhi's infrastructure crumbled. In our post-poll survey, the people who did not vote for Kejriwal, bigger number of chunk, almost like 40 to 50%, were just counting on garbage pile, the bad infrastructure, the water which was coming in that tap was undrinkable, the sewage problem, the sadak problem, and basically the crumbling infrastructure of Delhi. Now, that is something which got absolutely kind of diluted from the focus of governance. What got into focus of governance of Kejriwal was bottom of the pyramid and the freebies. Yes, he did deliver. Those who voted for him, by the way, Amitabh, you have seen the data. Those who voted for him, they did count the Mohalla clinic, they did count the Bijli, and so they, by the way, big number of counted even the education and the Sarkari schools. Okay. So there was a conflict. There was a huge conflict on the governance side where to focus on. While Mr. Kejriwal focused on what was delivering to him as a vote bank, I think his focus turned away completely from the infrastructure project. And in the hindsight, Amitabh, probably you remember the day MCD election results came in and we were discussing this. Ye inke gale ki faas banne wala hai. Because they are not going to be able to govern the MCD the way they are promising, and this will, bleed them to death at some point of time.
Okay, we have Praveen Khandelwal, BJP MP from Chandni Chowk, also joining us on this broadcast. Amitabh and Professor Shastri, please jump into this conversation. Praveen Khandelwal, how is it looking in your constituency? आपकी constituency का total number क्या है? कितनी सीट assembly की जीती जा रही हैं?
देखिए, मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी लगभग 6 सीटों पर अभी 1-2 पर तो डिक्लेरेशन भी हो गया। 6 सीटों पर हम आगे चल रहे हैं, एक सीट के ऊपर थोड़ा सा पीछे है, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लगभग 7 सीटें मेरी लोकसभा में हम जीत पाएंगे।
राइट। प्रवीण जी, मुदित अग्रवाल की और मिस्टर सैनी की भी बहुत बात हो रही थी, लेकिन ये बताइए, अगर बीजेपी जीतती है तो चीफ मिनिस्टेरियल फेस कौन होगा सर? क्या कोई एमपी बना सकते हैं, और जिसका एमपी टिकट काटा गया था, जो एमएलए बन रहा है या बनते बनते रह रहा है, वो बन सकता है? कौन, किसका नाम, कौन कंटेंडर्स लिस्ट में कौन हो सकता है?
देखिए, ये निर्णय भारतीय जनता पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व करता है, और मैं आपको बताऊं कि हमारी पार्टी कोई एक परिवार की पार्टी नहीं है कि केवल एक परिवार का व्यक्ति ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा। हमारी पार्टी में बहुत सारे कार्यकर्ता हैं, और सही व्यक्ति को भाजपा का राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व मुख्यमंत्री पद का दायित्व देगा।
प्रवीण जी, आपने ट्रेडर्स के साथ बहुत काम किया हुआ है, तो आपको पता होगा कि एक सेंटिमेंट होता है उस कम्युनिटी का, और उसके अलावा एक मिडिल क्लास कम्युनिटी का जो माहौल बदला पार्टी के लिए। आपको क्या लगता है कि जो 1 फरवरी का जो निर्मला सीतारमण जी का जो बजट आया, जो आपकी सरकार का, दिल्ली की सरकार का जो बजट आया, उसने कितना इम्पैक्ट किया इस इलेक्शन को?
देखिए, कुल मिलाकर के यदि देखें तो ये मैंडेट प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विश्वसनीयता का मैंडेट है। दिल्ली के लोगों ने देखा कि मोदी जी की,
जी बोलिए। चलिए प्रवीण जी, वहां पे थोड़ा सा दिक्कत हो रहा है लाइन पे। चलिए, वील गो बैक टू प्रवीण खंडेलवाल, प्लीज कंटिन्यू सर।
तो कुल मिलाकर के ये मैंडेट नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विश्वसनीयता का मैंडेट है, और हम सब मिलकर के मोदी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, इस सिद्धांत पर चल करके दिल्ली की